The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome to day one of Chess 9LX here at the World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis. Well, the positions are fresh and weird and downright bizarre, and there'll be top players trying to solve all the puzzles. Players such as Fabiano, Caruana, Hikaru, Nakamura, and former world champion Garry Kasparov will duke it out for $150,000 in prize money. Let's get ready and jump to the action.
Some of the greatest players in the game of chess are here at the St. Louis Chess Club for the exciting challenge of Chess 9LX. It's the 3 days of action, and it all starts right now. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm your host, Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Maurice, 3 years, my friend.
3 years. Seems like 3 years too long.
Wow.
And one Paikidze in the seat. First time with her as well.
Exactly.
It's fun to be back.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the live Fischer 960 Random Chess Championships. We have an amazing lineup of players, and on top of it all, of course, we have the legend himself, Garry Kasparov, joining us. Nasi, do the honors and tell us the roster of players. It's really a good one.
It is indeed. Let's take a look. Of course, we start with the legendary player Garry Kasparov, and then the top U.S. players. We have Hikaru Nakamura, the new U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana, Wesley, Levon, Aronian, Leinier, Dominguez, all these Olympic teammates.
Right.
Shankland, Sevian, Robson, and Grigoriy Oparin.
And tell us about the format for this event.
It's going to be a 10-player round-robin tournament with time control of 20 minutes with 10-second increment.
That's a nice time control. Gives the players some time to think about their moves.
Yes, and the players are not allowed to offer any draws.
Tell us about the schedule.
We're going to have 3 exciting days of chess, 3 days per day, 3 games per day.
3 rounds a day. Got it. And Maurice, I mean, there's just so many notable players in our group. I mean, who did you pick up?
Well, you could pick anybody. Basically,
Right.
You have the top gangsters in American chess. And one legend, which we will start with right now, because obviously he's a boss. One of the greatest chess players in the history of the game, none other than Garry Kasparov, the 13th world champion, now 61 years young. But don't call him an old fogey. That guy still can pick him up and put him down with the best of them. He was world champion for 15 years, number 1 in the world for 20. He's won 11 chess Oscars. That's 11. Come on, that's ridiculous. And he was a gold medalist in the Olympiad 8 times. Of course he was. Because when you saw him show up at a board, you just started crying real tears. Well, a player who is also quite powerful and should be noted is one Hikaru Nakamura, 36 years young, has won the U.S. title 5 times and is the reigning World Fischer Random champion. We call it Chess 9LX here, but of course, it is Fischer Random, invented by the former world champion Bobby Fischer. Nakamura was also the 2018 Grand Chess Tour champion. He's got a list of accomplishments way too long. He doesn't even consider himself a professional player these days. He calls himself a streamer. What? You're number 3 in the world. I want to be that kind of non-professional. And of course, we also have a big-time player as well, number 2 in the world, Fabiano Caruana, 32 years young. He just won back-to-back titles. He's stacking them up now. 4-time U.S. champion he is. He was a candidates winner in 2018 when he went on to famously tie Magnus Carlsen in a classical match. He only lost in a tiebreak, so he's this close. One of the few things he has not done in his career is win the World Championship title and also win a Fischer Random title. You know he wants one of those. And we see the players here chatting being quite friendly, at least for now. They will be trying to get the measure of each other later. But let us now jump to a few insights with the always insightful Begim Tokhirjonova.
Hello everyone, I'm thrilled to be here for the Chess 9LX, and I cannot wait to see legendary chess players like Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana coming back to the World Chess Hall of Fame to play Fischer Random, which makes everything more exciting. So I will be here taking interviews after players' games, and I cannot wait to start the day. Now let's back to the studio and start the action.
Thank you, Begim. Indeed, let's talk about the action. Let's start with the pairings. Nasi, do the honors.
Let's have a look at the first round pairings. We have the reigning Fischer world champion Hikaru Nakamura playing the former world champion Wesley.
A lot of world champions in this field.
Exciting matchup. Then we have Levon Aronian playing.
Also a former world champion in Fischer Random,
He's facing Sam Shankland. Then Fabiano Caruana playing his coach Grigoriy Oparin. Sam Sevian returning
champion.
Chess 9LX champion against
Welcome,
Robson.
Sam.
And Leinier Dominguez against Garry Kasparov.
Wow. They're going to be fighting hard. They're fighting for money.
They're fighting for a lot of money. Total prize fund in this event is $150,000. First place, $30,000. Second place, $25,000. Third place, $20,000. I mean, great prizes for everybody.
All the way down to 10th place. And if a player wins clear first, they get in addition to their place prize, $7,500. Not bad, as we join the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the players are taking their seats. And if they're not taking their seats, they're just milling around, waiting for the reveal.
I think we're going to have the first position reveal in 5 minutes.
So each round, a new starting position will be used for that round, as we see the legend himself there, Garry Kasparov, talking with Sam Sevian. On his right, Michael Kordakovsky, who is the head of the Kasparov Chess Foundation.
I remember last year Garry had a wonderful first day. He was 2.5 out of 3.
And then it went wrong.
And he was getting into time trouble.
Right. Time management, Maurice. We saw that yesterday in Ultimate Moves.
That was sad.
Or lack of time management.
Yes, absolutely. You just have to get it done on the clock. There's no reason. We say time pressure makes fools of us all. I don't care how brilliant you are. You just look like an idiot when your time starts ticking down. You're doing one of these and playing fast, and you just blunder away a great position. Of course, we've all been there. You've got to learn to manage that clock really well.
Right.
And Garry, as much of a star, a superstar as he is, a little bit older now, also more importantly, not playing a lot of chess like the others are. So sometimes there's that rust. There's also that lack of feel on the board itself, needing to make those moves. You think you could do it on a screen, and I've tried it. Like, I play a lot of bullet online. As soon as you get on that board, it's like, wait a minute, it's 3D action. The bishop seems like doesn't look the same.
And you can't do pre-moves on there? Like
you can't pre-move as well. It's a critical point. Yeah. So they have to definitely pay attention to the clock. We'll pay attention as well.
But that's the big challenge right there, is you have a player like Ray Robson who comes to the game really, really well prepared, finds himself in time trouble. Now, he's going to be thinking from move 1. Okay, so again, that clock management, and we talk about Sam Sevian, the defending champion. One of the things that I noted about his play in his victorious last year was he stayed ahead on the clock.
It's very important. It's absolutely critical to do that. I'll point out also Leinier Dominguez is another time trouble addict. you just don't want to get in pressure. Now, they play really well when they're in time pressure, but all you need is one little slip up, as you see there. That looks like the entire Olympic team plus Oparin. Like the 5 players who went and won the silver medal for the United States this year in Budapest. So they are teammates once again, at least for now. But it looks as though they're going over to Brian there, the arbiter, to get the big reveal of the first position. And they are extremely curious as to what that will be. They'll have 15 minutes to analyze it, try to get a little sense of the position, not like the 20, 30 years they've had studying the main position that we all know.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a challenge.
The absolutely crazy part of Fischer 960 is that our starting position, the original starting position, is one of those 960. And here comes the reveal. The players are getting a sheet. Oh, I was expecting some
On the
kind of a
screen,
digital.
right? Yeah.
Well, mix it up for us, Nasi.
Let's have a look.
Reveal.
And
Here
here
we
we go.
go.
Position number 875 with the
Oh,
Kings
yeah,
75.
875.
Do you remember analyzing that?
No, not one bit.
Well, curiously, the bishops are on the right squares, so to speak.
Right.
The bishops are not a problem.
Right.
But everybody else is somewhere else. You're going to figure out how to organize this mess and get it into the right places. That knight in the corner certainly leaves a little bit to be desired. But the knight on E1 can go to F3 in one felt swoop, just like that. Also, by the way, white can castle both sides. In fact, after the bishop on C1 moves, oh, wait a second.
We got to Monopoly.
We got Mr. Monopoly in the building.
So what happened was yesterday for the ultimate moves, Monopoly, the game developers, they wanted a challenge for Rex. So they sent Mr. Monopoly to the building, and that was where the ultimate moves were played.
Well, I did call it yesterday, the whole ultimate moves, which was quite a bit of fun. Mr. Monopoly did play against Rex. It was a situation where he played 5 moves, Rex played 5 moves. Mr. Monopoly could play chess, by the way.
Right.
Definitely played great and smashed. Team Mr. Monopoly smashed Team Rex. I don't know if they were confused by the mustache and the ever-present smile, but they certainly did a number yesterday, and if you missed that action, you can check it out on our YouTube channel. It was quite entertaining watching this happen. And Monopoly, the game, is now got a St. Louis edition.
Right.
And that St. Louis edition features, of course, many of the attractions and notable spaces in St. Louis, including the World Chess Hall of Fame, which is quite cool. I got my copy, my board. Those of you out there who want yours, you can go to Q Boutique and make sure you purchase that. As we see, the players here are now investigating the position that we were just talking about that has been revealed.
But Leinier is missing a foil. Everybody else is a player. Who is Leinier?
Who is he missing? Or who is not here? Or they're the two Sams looking at the position.
It's only natural they would gravitate towards one another.
Garry, I think, partnered up with Ray Robson.
Right.
Okay, we're missing a player. We should be able to. Could we get that shot again?
It's Hikaru's missing. Maybe he's.
Hikaru. Doesn't Hikaru like Leinier? Maybe that's the decision. And oh my goodness, here's Mr. Monopoly. But where's Hikaru?
Right.
That's a good question. Where is Mr. Nakamura? Leinier by himself. By the way, it's no problem if Leinier decided to go partner with somebody he's not playing this round.
Right.
Just waltzed over there, right?
Exactly.
But he is now a lonely man, trying to solve this position by himself with no interaction. And he does play against Garry Kasparov this round.
Curious
with the white pieces.
Do you have the starting position set up on your board yet?
I do not have the starting position on my board yet. We'll try to get to that as soon as possible.
We have it on the screen.
And it looks like Garry has settled on D4, D5 as the way he thinks is the right way to play.
Why could play like a London system setup, D4, bishop, F4, knight, F3?
Yes, exactly. And also castles queenside in one move. Because the queen in the corner doesn't interfere with castling.
I'm shocked that you haven't played E4, knight F3, bishop C4, castles, and knight G3.
That's possible as well. That's a very traditional
piano with the knight on
already
already on G3. I 100% agree that that's
and then the bishop on C1 is perfect.
They're headed there as well. I think that what you just described, Yasser, is an excellent way to play.
Right, and then
the thing is, both sides can play that way, though. So then given that the bishops, there's not a problem with the bishops.
Right.
There's not a problem with developing your rook. The only problem in this position is the queen on A1.
That's right.
And the queen can get into a game very easily.
Easily.
So I say this is one of the easier positions to play.
To handle. Yeah.
They're still looking at it, but boy, this one, if you get a Fischer Random position, this is one of those you really want.
Exactly. To let everybody know, the reveal, 15 minutes after the reveal starting position, then the players will play. So, like, the players get a chance to familiarize themselves. I don't know what you can do in 15 minutes, frankly, but at least it gives you just an idea of the sudden tactics.
I think what all players are trying to do is always try to get something that you are familiar with.
Exactly.
And that's why Maurice was saying this is a great position to start with, because we can quickly go to Jacobiano.
Exactly. It's a pattern.
Absolutely.
We can all,
and the question really is, can you play any dynamic way as black, maybe play a little bit offbeat instead of just going to a normal, natural way to play, but it's certainly there. By the way, we have been told that Hikaru Nakamura is not yet in the building. I'm sure that's not a great strategy, unless, I mean, there is a delay on our broadcast, so it's not like he can see the position in advance. So he better hurry his tail up, or he's going to see this position for the very first time when he gets there.
We are starting a bit earlier than the usual 1 p.m. starts that everybody's familiar with. The reason is because we want to give the players a little extra time with the reveal. So he may have inadvertently thought that it's a 1 p.m. start. Don't hate that. Hey,
well,
just guessing.
Well, there he is.
Oh, we have a sighting right now.
Probably hoofed it over from the chase to
So maybe
get here.
he will join Leinier now and
Right.
try to catch up with everybody else.
Exactly.
And if we can get the picture of the entire board, I have a question for you guys and for the audience. Let's try to figure out what would be the quickest checkmate in this.
Well, let's get the actual initial position.
Set up.
Tom, our producer, if you could set that up for us, that reveal position by itself, so that we can take a look at it as they're analyzing right now. There we go.
Yeah. So, okay, tell me what you asked me again.
The quickest way to checkmate.
So, of course, in regular chess, in what we know is what we play, the fastest checkmate is 2 moves. You've got to play horribly, but it is the fastest checkmate, the fool's mate, as it's called.
Right.
Where you play E4, you play F3, and G4 is your first 2 moves as white. Black plays E5 and Queen H4, and it's mate. So that's the fastest one.
Right.
But what about this? What would be the fastest way? It doesn't look like it's possible in 2 moves.
Right.
Yeah, I don't say 2 moves, but 3 moves might be possible.
Well, it's funny that in the regular chess position, F2 and F7 pawns are always the weakies. So you look for pawns that are only defended once or less, right? In this case, I would look at the C2 pawn and the F2 pawn.
And you found the target.
Yeah,
Yes,
I would look at that. I would look at those 2 pawns as the target.
Yep, mate in 3.
Knights
you can
can
see
jump
that.
quickly.
Yes, mate in 3 will give you all a chance to take a look, and it is true. It is funny that F2, in this case, is also the weakness.
Right.
We all have fallen for a checkmate on that square when we were beginners.
Right. And maybe even thereafter.
After as well. Well, we see them just going at it right now, and with the color they expect to play, I believe.
What are the chances we're going to see Jacobiano on every board?
I don't think so. I think one of the things that players who do play Fischer Random like to do is they actually do like to have their queens in the game.
Right, and we can see Levon and Fabiano are discussing D4, D5.
Right.
They're looking at other options outside E4.
Right, can you surprise your opponent? Whoa.
B5, opening up the queen right away.
And also
rook.
creating this imbalance with the rook, open file for the rook.
Yeah, I was thinking with white, since we have rook on G1, I want to start with G4, but the king's not there. Black hasn't castled.
Right, there's nothing. Yeah.
The players still have 5 minutes to analyze.
So
This is a dynamic position. It's sort of like a Sicilian player will say, forget about E4, E5, that's boring stuff. I want to go into knight horse and dragons. And this is what they're doing right now, trying to find something more enterprising, maybe to surprise an opponent with, because everybody knows, just as we've spotted, that
Right.
e4, e5 could go into something super classical,
Right.
super normal. That's not going to give you an advantage if your opponent knows that as well.
Exactly. Just on my board, I put a very typical position from the Joko piano. It's actually really rather funny that the players from the starting position can achieve this almost right away by playing knight on h1 to g3. And just from the starting position of the Joko piano, this is a very, very typical pattern for both players maneuvering their knights to g6 and g3.
But they would get this position with queens on a1 and a8.
Exactly, which oftentimes black tries to achieve. That is to say, black often puts the pawn on a5, goes queen to b8, and queen to a7. Remarkably, the queen is actually on a1 and a8 in the reveal position, the starting position. We're going to have those boards snap up. In the meanwhile, let's go back to the reveal position and just talk about the schemes of development and show the players.
Yeah, if you will, we pull that position up. And I like that point that you made as we get the position on screen. A lot of players were so comfortable with the initial position.
Yes.
I studied my French Open.
Right.
I studied my Sicilians. I've done so much chessable work on the standard position. And now you throw me this thing, and it looks crazy, and what am I supposed to do? You just want to throw away all my theory. And we say, no, calm down. It's okay. It's still chess.
Right.
You're just simply going to look for some familiar patterns. And you pointed out those two knights can go f3, g3 right away, even better than in the original situation. You play e4, your bishop on f1, hey, it's ready to go. Bishop on c1, ready to go. Castling, it's a funny thing, but the king castles the way it would normally. It's in between the rooks, either way. And the only thing here is just the queen is slightly off. Make good use of it. That's it. Once you've broken that down, this one is actually just incredibly easy to break down and go ahead and play. And this is the kind of understanding you want to have of chess itself. It's about harmonizing, coordinating your forces. No matter what they throw at you, you figure out how to do it. And that's what the players are doing right now, looking for even more intriguing possibilities of how they could do so from this original position. Even as, like this one I see from, I think that's Levon.
Levon, yeah.
He put the knight
He's
on
analyzing he's playing this move, knight f2.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to play e4 and knight f2 and d3 instead of g3 and f3.
The remarkable conception. Always
And,
from Levon.
Yeah, Fabi pointed out the knight on f6 was pretty bad with the pawn on f3.
Right.
Had nowhere to go.
Exactly.
It's important, by the way, that they analyze other lines. Black can see if white decides to play e4, e5, yes. But what if white decides something else? You said, oh, they're going to play e4 and they play d4 or b4 or c4. And you're, we didn't look at that. You're not supposed to do that.
Right.
You're supposed to make it easy for us, please.
Exactly.
So much easier to prep this with the white pieces.
We're about 90 seconds away from the start of play. By the way, for me, the problem piece, as I see it, literally is the queen on a1. I mean, that will easily solve itself, of course, but the bishops, the minor pieces, all look really good.
Is it clear where should white castle? Like where would be the benefit?
Yeah, it really depends upon how black meets the opening move.
Look at this setup. All right, that looks
B4
wild and wacky.
And A4.
You almost want to smack him for playing these moves.
The two Sams
The
working
knights
them.
blocking the central pawns. It looks just wrong.
Wrong?
But I think Sam's trying to use the
They
queen on
know.
a1 and start the minority attack on the queen
Right.
side. But the prep time's over. Game's about to start.
You know, I tell my students, I have this thing about the most important pieces in the opening.
Okay.
And I said, what are the most important pieces in the opening? They say, well, it's the pawns, of course. Yeah, pawns, yeah. And it's the knights and the bishops, and sometimes they'll say the king. And I'll say, nope. For me, the most important are pawns, yes. King, yes. And the rooks.
The rooks.
The rooks, because any village idiot can develop the knights and bishops. Knights and bishops just come right out, right? Like, you could do that so easily, just plomp, 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 plomp. But your rooks need a future. And if you put your pawn structure in such a way that your rooks are stuck looking for open files, you'll be in big trouble. We'll talk more about that as we see Mr. Monopoly,
The bell ringing.
coming off a fresh win yesterday, is going to ring the bell to start the round.
He's feeling it. Chief Operator David Yang. Brian Yang, pardon me, what am I saying? Brian Yang, apologies.
Today we have a special guest, Mr. Monopoly is here to celebrate the launch of the St. Louis Monopoly, which features a World Hall of Fame, Chess Hall of Fame as a property on board. And so it is 1 o'clock. Players. So time control is game 20 minutes with a 10-second increment. After the last game is done, we will have a 15-minute break, and then we will reveal position for round 2. So, Mr. Monopoly, you may start our round.
Ryan, they're explaining the schedule.
And they're off.
And we're off.
And it looks like G2, G4.
Hikaru started with B3, B6,
Oh,
and
sorry.
then G4.
B3, B6, G2, G4.
Both queens are now already on the open diagonals.
Right.
Interesting opening choice.
Yes, avoiding the center completely and possibly putting the bishop to G2, but a bishop can B7 can counter that. So we have symmetry already with these two interesting moves. If you put your knight on F6, of course, G5 could affect that knight. And I'm surprised Hikaru was already deep in thought after already playing only 2 moves.
Maybe it's because he arrived late. He didn't have time to analyze all the options.
I mean, I'm a bit surprised by both G2, G4, G5, in the sense that both players are giving up control over their F5 squares. You would kind of expect, but the problem is the knight, right? The knight needs to come to G3.
So knight G6 now, right, for black?
Yes. Yeah, knight
Has to
G6.
develop.
Bishop G7 to be considered, but I would probably play
We wouldn't
knight
want
G6.
knight or rook on G7. So.
By the way,
Yeah.
just very quickly,
Say.
I looked at all the boards.
Yes.
Not a single board has featured E4.
The one that could have gone into the Gioco piano.
Exactly. We said that that could have happened and that would be the classical easy way to play. And all of them said, no, too easy. I need to challenge the black pieces. I refuse to go into straight symmetry. And they have opted for a more difficult or challenging, interesting route with other moves. We see Levon, that line that he wanted to play with F3, and he has indeed played it, and Fabi has settled on it with the white pieces as well. He has played D4 with probably the intention of playing the move F3 to make that expansion. And okay, Grigoriy finally replied after some thought. Let's see if F3 lands on the board and follows the preparation that Fabi and Levon had. And it should be arriving any second. Will he play it or not? And that just shows that they're after that central control, central bind, central expansion. And Fabi was not at the board at all. That's why he did not play a move. I was wondering what's taking him so long. Are we guessing F3? That was what they had prepared.
That was what Levon was suggesting.
He has played it, yes, Levon.
And there it is. They have played what they prepared. With Levon, it was Levon and Fabi working together.
Yes.
And they have discovered F3 as the plan. And Fabi saying, I got my preparation in. I don't have to sit at the board. I'm out of here.
Right?
It's so strange because we know in regular chess, F3 is one of the worst moves you can
Exactly.
make.
Exactly. For me, I find this to be a very bad move personally. And I would look at this and I would say, okay, and I think that's a kind of attitude you need when you're playing Fischer Random, or for that matter, chess. This absolute expectation of success that you know what you're doing. For me, this is a bad move, and I would be looking at a move like E5.
Pawn sacrifice this
Exactly.
early. Let's say I take.
And Bishop C5.
Oh, you found the weakness.
I did it that.
I don't have knight F2 anymore.
Right? You're going to have to play E2, E3, whether you like it or not. Bishop to E6. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm making a pawn sacrifice, but what I'm also doing is I'm preparing to castle, right? And the king, leaving the king in the center. F2, F3.
And
Maybe
here, I mean, you managed to develop your bishops while my bishop stayed.
Exactly.
F1.
Maurice,
We
breaking
have-
news.
Well, not so much breaking news. We had challenged the audience to come up with that quickest mate that was possible
Right.
in the initial position. And I'm sure all you industrious chess detectives quickly spotted that way, and we're given a major hint on the square, which was the F7 or F2 square, and that would happen, for example, if this sequence occurred and you play a move like H6. Oops, that's mate already. Well, take a look. As in this game we're seeing right now between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, the game proceeded with B4, knight out. May we play knight G5? No, can't do. You're not playing that move. I know that, quick mate. We'll stop it. Which looks like sort of a loss of a tempo with a pawn move. You wouldn't suspect you'd waste his time here, but he said, you're not playing any such move and bothering me. Knight G5 actually would have attacked both pawns, so he did play this way, and now straightforward development has proceeded as the knights have now come out. Again, that move H6. Those quick mates, it might seem almost trivial that we're bringing it up, but the players are alert to those tactics as well, and so that's why you saw an early H6.
And we might see from the white side as well right now.
Right, you know, that's what I'm thinking.
Or at least it's not mate.
Right, okay.
It's not mate.
So you could play D3 to cover the pawn, let's say, and then knight G4. You can return the favor a little and say, okay, I got a tickle on you. What are you going to do? Indeed,
the pawn is currently under attack. It's a little bit kind of early to be bringing your knights.
Oh, I know.
By the way, your knight will not have a way back home. We see this happen often, right? You do something like this, and I just attack your knight and got your hand caught in the cookie jar there.
That's me.
So that we've seen this happen quite a bit in different ways, usually on the queen side with the move knight b5, a6, and the knight never comes back out. So that is something that will not happen here, but certainly let's just get back to the game itself. No, we're back here.
Right.
And here was the
knight f6
last position we had. Knight to f6.
I've got the game between Levon and Sam Shankland up on my screen. The
F3 game.
The F3 game. In this case, the knight didn't go to F2. Funnily enough, it went to the G3 square, looking perhaps to press a little bit more space on the king side with a move like G5. It does look...
It looks like white's doing well, right?
I'm confused because, again, for me, I'm still holding the prejudice from the opening position. I'm looking at this position, I'm saying, how can you get away with F3? Is that really for real? Like, do I really have to think about this seriously, take it seriously?
I don't like the white squared bishop, of course, because of the pawn structure. We have now E2, F3, and G4. But I think white can castle short.
Yeah, ooh, castle short.
Yes.
You played G4 and you want to castle short.
Sure.
Wow. your pawn shield will be will be leading the charge. Okay, so let me just throw a move on the board. Bishop A6. Oops, it's white to move? No.
Yes, black's last move was B6.
Sorry.
It is white to move.
So what would you like to do? Sorry. To castle, would you like? Well,
okay, Levon's not planning to castle short.
Not after that move, but he's really...
What's the idea if I take the pawn?
He wants to go knight to
Oh, the F7 is still the target.
Yes.
In every position.
It would seem so.
But let's try still knight H4.
Knight E5. It's an awkward pawn to defend, isn't it?
It is, but maybe your knight would also...
Get trapped?
Knight can always come back to E5.
Or, that's a problem. So a move like knight to G6, I will take the pawn, and as you say, I can happily come back to E5. Still, if you were required to play a move like king E8, I don't know. I can imagine that I'm getting...
The pawn's hanging, right?
I know.
But you do have bishop B5.
As well as bishop to G5 as a tempo. Actually, I could even start with bishop to G5, but you get the idea. It is maybe not a pawn worth munching on. Bishop to D6. Maybe I could be really walking into it.
Castling right into it also looks very dangerous.
Nobody's castling into that thing. Come on, stop it.
Here's what I think Levon is hoping for, is he wants to go H5, H6, and bring his bishop to G5. Well, this is certainly an interesting gambit. What else have we got for us, Maurice? Some more excitement?
Well, we should point out that when you have an original position like this one, not just an original position from the normal chess perspective, but here in Chess 9LX, you may end up spending a lot of time on the clock. And we made a point about this. Time is not your friend. In fact, time hates you. And you have to be able to manage it as best you can. Or maybe you might say, well, you got to make friends with the clock. Right now, everybody's basically balanced as far as time is concerned, except on one board, and that is the Caruana Oparin board, where Grigoriy has found himself under 15 minutes already. He's at 14:18, and Fabi at 18:22. The game just started. There's a 4-minute edge on the clock, and you can best be sure that he is aware of it. He knows he's been playing slowly so far, and he's trying to get the zen of the position, just to get a flow going somehow. But hey, 4 minutes is 4 minutes. And 4 minutes, if Fabi makes a funky move, could easily turn into 6 minutes. And then suddenly, Fabi will have 15 minutes. He'll be sitting under 10 and thinking, I'm in time pressure. And that feeling of being in time pressure often prompts anxiety and apprehension, uncertainty, then fear, and we know what comes next. Blunder alert! So we'll take a look. We'll keep an eye on the clock to see if Grigoriy can pick up the pace and get in a flow because, again, time pressure makes fools of us all.
By the way, Maurice, it looks like his last move has a question mark next to it, so Fabi may be not only ahead on the clock, but also already better position.
In the position.
In fact, the Incr is saying, give me that pawn. The Yasser Seirawan Incr. The school of Yaz. The Incr says, take it either way you want. That looks free as a pawn. It looks like a straight pawn up. So unclear. He rushed the move, too. If you notice, the way he played it was a little bit fast. You saw him put it there. But what is his main point? It looks like, from a positional standpoint, he gets a little bit of control over the e4 square. But why isn't that?
Bishop takes g4.
And Fabi did not play the move at all. Fabi ignored it.
Missed opportunity. And
played knight to e5, and the Incr is saying, greed was good. Why didn't you take the pawn? The rest of us are thinking, greed is good.
Well,
let's go back.
Bishop, yeah, pawn takes,
so it's
bishop
not really
takes.
Hanging, right? Bishop
it's
takes.
not hanging. Bishop takes.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
right.
There's a rook on G8.
There's a rook on G8. I got a rook on H8 in my brain. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You got to look at the board. You know, it's very funny how we think when we're so natural about where the pieces are that you don't even look at the board. You just say the pieces are there. Instead, but you're right. The rook is actually sitting here. Okay, good morning, St. Louis. However, the loss of the bishop would have been a factor in this position. White now has the two bishops, a fantastic bishop on f1. This bishop can come into the game, particularly on this square. The king is being cut off. Remember, the king can only castle queenside now, and this bishop is prepared to do bodily harm to that king when it arrives. So that would have been the way that would have been advantageous for White to play. But Fabi avoided it completely and played instead the move knight to e5, which the Incr really thought he lost a big opportunity to play this way, and Black is back in business.
Gotcha.
Let's check with Sam Sevian, because I've heard his position might be in trouble.
Again, Sam Sevian. He comes in as our defending champion. And, well, these players have actually sped right along. B4, the orangutan opening.
Do we have names for openings?
Not yet.
We don't.
Not yet.
Not yet.
E5, well, giving up the light square bishop.
And letting the queen come right into the game.
That looks really bad. My first impression is, why did we do that?
White squares are very weak now.
Absolutely.
Black's bishop looks fantastic.
Now, if I was in Ray's shoes, I would be thinking that the king side's the safest location for my king. Bishop e7, castles king side, followed by f6 would be my approach. White's king can only go king side. You've just played the move rook b3 after all. Maurice, over to you.
Okay, so who came in late today?
Hikaru.
Hikaru. So who is currently in time pressure?
Hikaru.
Come on, you should have known it was a trick question. It's his opponent, Wesley. So Wesley's the one who's been thinking. Wesley dropped his time below Oparin's, at now sitting at 12:53. Hikaru has 16, just dropped below 17 minutes. Hikaru blitzed out his first moves. You know this guy's a bullet champion. Right. He doesn't need to see the chess position. He doesn't need to prepare. It's Hikaru Nakamura. He came in and said, okay, let's just make some moves. What's the position again? Okay, whatever. Blam, 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 blam. And he's rocking and rolling. Typical Hikaru Nakamura. He's like a cat. You throw him in the air, he's going to right his body and land on his feet, and whoop, there goes his next move. So we see it here. Let's just take a quick look at the way the opening went as we go back. And we did see a few moves already. It was a little bit unusual. Sorry, as I go back here. And we did see these moves and a trade of the dark squared bishops, quick trade. The knight going on a square that doesn't look that great. And this move, F6.
Peculiar. Can't
say we're fans of that. Hikaru decided, let me just bring my pieces out and then expand in the middle and bring the queen out to a great square. And I got to tell you, I look at White's position, guys, and
easy play.
The White looks fantastic. White is prepared to castle queen side. This queen looks like it's going nowhere fast, and this knight will come out easily into the game. And why is this bishop sitting on A6? It's just biting on granite.
The only thing
on that square.
I think as black, I would just castle right now. Right, short.
Castle short. And I think his idea, I think you have to, king hits the rook.
King hits rook?
King hits, not that.
Here or here?
No.
Here?
Yeah.
You guys got to show me this. I haven't been here in a while. Wow. Why won't he castle?
Okay, so.
Did he move a piece already?
So click the king. Click the king.
Yes.
And then, withdraw your hand. And then click the rook.
Still didn't
now, because B5 was played. B5.
Oh, it's not possible now.
Right.
All right, what's going on this board?
Click the king, kick the rook. It should come over it.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad it's not just me.
Okay.
So you got to show me what did they didn't move the king already or the rook. So
okay, check out what I did.
What'd you do?
I clicked my king,
yeah,
and I brought it and put it on top of the rook.
Isn't that what I just did? That's what I tried to do in the beginning.
It's not working on that screen right now.
That's exactly what I tried to do.
Yes, you did. Peculiar.
Yeah, something's up on my board.
Okay.
Okay.
So
all right. So that we'll fix
if
in a moment.
Castle, and White were to castle, then you ask the question: what is the bishop doing on A6? Well, I suspect that Wesley had B5 in mind, and in fact, that's actually what he did do.
Without castling.
Without castling, he started with B5. What do you think of them apples, Nasi?
I would take on B5, open up the C file.
Okay, looks good to me. I will recapture, channeling my inner Wesley.
Maybe Rook C1.
Rook C1,
yes.
There. Okay, I like what you suggested a time ago, which is get out of Dodge.
Well, I was hoping I had Bishop B5, Queen C4, but it's not winning.
Yes.
You have Queen
Whoa,
D5.
Look at this. We have a pawn grubber in the house.
On A5.
Check it out. Queen C3, B5, Queen takes A5.
They already made two more moves. B takes C, quickly played by Wesley.
And your Rook C1. Makes a lot of sense. You can't take on B3. C7 is hanging. That would be hurtful. Oh, by the way, also the bishop would be hanging. So that would hurt lots of ways. So we would expect castles now.
Right.
So is it that easy
you take
for
Queen
you?
A6 and win a pawn?
How do you win a pawn? Just you take.
No, I was playing Queen A6.
What? Queen A6, Queen A6?
Bishop C4.
Ah, this is a cute way of winning the pawn. Nice.
I'm up in pawn, right?
Yes, you are.
Yes. And going into the endgame. So.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
That
Pretty
makes
happy
a
with
lot
that.
of sense.
And my king in the center will be fine in the endgame.
Absolutely, no question. You put your knight on D3 or king on E2, and you're a happy camper. Absolutely. So from the starting position, castles.
So where is black's compensation?
Yeah, that's exactly what Hikaru was asking himself, which is why he went for this. Now, Wesley's got to answer that one. That's not an easy one to answer, Maurice. But what do you have for us?
Well, taking a look at an absolute barn burner, crazy one going on between Levon Aronian and Sam Shankland.
Right.
And I got to tell you, a lot of times you'll analyze with an engine, and the engine will just disagree with moves that strong players are playing. And maybe even you'll see a symbol like an X that says that's a bad move. Usually it's because the engine had a better move in its mind. It doesn't mean your move was necessarily that bad. It just means, yeah, that's okay, but that's like, you know, college move. We're in the pros now, and you should be playing moves like that. But the engine I'm looking at right now is saying that these guys are high school because it's not pleased with almost any move that got played in the last few moves. And take a look. This move, H4, Sam said, I don't get it. It looks free. I'm going to take it. And that was a free pawn indeed. What did Levon had in mind? Well, now he got to play 95, hitting the pawn on F7, and the king defends. And now the move E4, very aggressive, trying to prove compensation with this bishop coming in. We do see a weakness on the C6 square, at least. And bishop to D6, the engine did not like. It preferred just going after another pawn on E4. Pawn, an engine after your own heart, yes.
Absolutely.
But bishop D6 instead, and giving that an X, giving this one an X as well, as the king just simply shifted. By the way, in this position here, the engine preferred bishop to G5 and still thought white was worse. So giving an X, you're like, why are you saying it's a choice between bad moves? But this one, it really didn't like at all. And after king to F8, G5, continuing the aggression. And here the engine wants to sack a piece by taking here and allowing this capture on that square, a completely wild line. Instead, the trade, which the engine disapproves, and now knight takes F3, and again, disapproval for another move. So a lot of funky moves being played. Knight on the board, the rook's hanging, this knight hanging twice. I tell you, a lot of these positions can look normal. Could we get back our little Joko piano back, please? Because this thing here is absolutely nuts that we're seeing on the board. And Levon has played a move, and this is what we want to see from the engine. The seal of approval, double exclam, taking the knight on F6. That's a nice color. You know, he'll say, forget about those X's and pinks and stuff. Let's talk about this one here. Me sacking an exchange on this square and getting a bind in the position. No development on this side. It's like these pieces are asleep. They didn't get the memo that they're supposed to be playing chess today. And instead, pure dynamism on the other side, a wild one we have here. Looks like it is just about equal, a little bit better for white. But who evaluates positions like this? We never, ever in chess see any position resembling anything like this one.
Maurice, could we see what happens after just knight G1?
Knight.
We have a couple of moves have actually been played. And knight G1 is actually met by the very calm B3. And suddenly there's an action of the bishop going on this square or on this diagonal.
Queen's joining.
I mean, take, knight, the whole party explodes on the dark squares that black. Remember black played that trade, bishop takes on E5. Right. So the bishop is gone forever. This bishop is powerful forever. No one to compete against it. And this is going to be dark squared annihilation. I almost want to play G6 just to try to slow you down. But the engine is calling mate in 5 if I play that. After bishop here and queen. And look at the dark squares just get mauled. How do you stop queen D6 and death on those dark squares? So that's the problem. Don't touch that rook. Don't touch that rook, which Sam did not. Sam did not. In this position, he took on E4 and bishop to D2, another exclamation mark. Look at those dark squares. When you trade off your dark square bishop, be alert to what your opponent has as a bishop. That bishop had to be captured immediately. And now the incredible
Castles.
I love that.
Wow. You definitely don't see this in our normal game that we love. The knight cannot move because it's mate on the back rank. What a position we have here, and it is Levon playing in style. He's the one who's winning now. E3 is met by takes, and A4?
Not an easy move to spot.
Stop it. The idea to play queen A3, queen takes this, and all kinds of madness befalling black. Brilliant stuff. Levon's mind is made for chess 9LX. Yeah. Just made for it. He loves creative positions, unusual positions, no opening theory, just wing it. He's a great bughouse player, maybe the best bughouse player I've ever seen. He could take any partner and win. Give me anybody.
I can confirm. I played as a partner, and I'm terrible at backhouse. We still won every match.
Yeah, Levon will lift up anyone when he plays, and he's just feeling it now. He's in his element. He just needs to take, apparently, on G7, then play the brilliant A4 with bringing the queen into the game. That's the thing about a queen. Queens could get into a game at any time.
Right.
Minors may have trouble. Knights are fumbly. Rooks definitely need you to move pawns out the way. But queens, they're just like, come on, do you know what I am? Yeah. I move like a rook. I move like a bishop. Just give me any little sliver. They're kind of like either snakes or mice, like rats. A rat doesn't have a backbone. You got a little hole. Well, you guys don't know about rats. I grew up in Brooklyn. We got a lot of rats. You can't leave a single hole. They're going to show up in your kitchen. And queens are sneaky, man. They'll come up and find a way.
In the current position, Levon versus Sam Shankland, the move F6 takes G7 check is not intuitively obvious for me. I would play A4 instead.
Which is what he did.
Just played A4.
Because,
best move.
But the computer wanted white to include this move, and that's not obvious. What is the drawback of the immediate A4, Maurice? According to the engine, at least.
Yeah, the engine wants to play the move queen to D5 in response right now. It still thinks this is better for white by a lot. It wants to play queen D5 as the best move, bringing the queen in to help out. Queen A3 check can now be met by queen to C5, guarding this pawn on E3, which is something that white wanted to capture. But if instead you had played F takes on G7, which is what you were asking, rook takes, and now A4.
Yes.
Let's see, queen D5 would now be met by knight to H5, and now there's a knight F6 sighting that will pop up. So why couldn't we do it in the other move order? A4, queen D5, back
here, back to the
of castles, bishop D2, knight takes E3, castles.
Immediately, right?
And you're saying we're saying instead if he played A4,
queen D5,
queen D5. Why can't you take on G7 now? Allow rook G7 and play the same knight H5. It looks like it's the exact same thing.
So it's transposed.
It's just transposing.
I have a big update.
Please.
Garry Kasparov's doing great in his game with the black pieces.
What's his clock look like?
Yeah, that's
He's
the question.
ahead on the clock.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Double the
nice.
time.
Okay. Because that is actually the difficulty coming back into chess is playing quickly. So Garry's black against Leinier. Leinier may have been peeking over Levon because he came up with the idea of F3 and knight F2, developed the bishop to G2. Again, you can see Leinier winding up for E4. Castles. How much can you prepare one move? Play it, please. No. And here we got it. Finally, we get E4. Okay, so Garry says the problem from the starting position is that when you play E4, your bishop might get into a bit of a pin. Now, D5. I have a question for you, Nancy.
Yes.
He had captured?
So, G2?
Right, that was the whole point of Garry's play, was to be able to do this.
There's no immediate checkmates.
That's very important. Otherwise, I take my move back.
Great. Maybe
you can't go bishop H1 and queen G2. Maybe you can't go bishop H3.
Looks okay.
Looks okay.
There's a long-term weakness, of course, on the diagonal.
The light squares are weak. Leinier didn't want to have anything to do with this. He played D5, takes on E4, and whoa, I don't believe this. This is two pieces. Oh. G7 is hanging. I beg your pardon.
And Garry took on D5 with the bishop.
Okay, and that defends E6 very nicely.
He does have C4 now.
Okay, funny you should mention that.
Played.
And we've caught up with the players.
By the way, on the clock, Leinier's down to 5 minutes, and Garry still has more than 12. It's a big time advantage.
Yes, it is. Okay, the position is really complicated. First of all, I mean, anytime I get to play bishop takes e6, I might follow it up with bishop takes g7 check, mate. So it's a two-pawn deficit, but the threats...
Here we have a move, e takes d was played.
e4 takes d3 was played.
Now we're going to see C takes D, and we got to cover the E6 square. Knight F5, maybe?
Knight F5, it looks like a very forced move, from what I can tell. And again, with the queen.
White's bishops are looking
Garry
very
played
good.
Knight F5 and got up.
Like piece of cake. He's got this.
Oh, Black's bishop's coming to C5. That looks
bishop.
very nice.
Okay, but takes on E6 is a critical move now, yes?
Okay.
Takes A.
Now pause for just a moment.
Is bishop C5 still good?
F5 is hanging.
Queen F3 is coming?
Queen F3 is coming. I was thinking Queen F3 immediately, but that walks into Bishop G4, which is why Bishop takes F5. Maybe you do. Oops.
No, Bishop
Excuse me.
C5 looks very
Bishop
good.
C5.
Yes. What do we do
Maybe
with
you do want to
about the knight on F2?
panic. Bishop G2. Panic indeed. Leinier did not capture on E6. He's 2 pawns down. He's just played the move Bishop G2. He's 2 pawns down.
Still Bishop C5 looking good, even though you have D takes E with a tempo now, but
Yeah, where do I move my queen? Is the problem.
B8 on the square.
But is it worth, like, can't you take, then
Yeah, I didn't like this.
then you didn't want to see Bishop take, I get it. So Bishop C5 takes on E6 with a tempo.
There was also another idea, maybe D2 with a tempo. And if you move Rook D1, I have Knight E3. If I can get rid of the G2 bishop, then I'm
You're
winning.
a happy camper. So D2,
We have Rook E. Ooh,
Rook E6, Bishop C5.
Probably, yes.
But then did you need D2? Like, I mean, I liked your Knight E3 concept here. So here, right? Pause.
Just didn't want to play Queen B8.
Nobody wants to play Queen B8.
But I guess it's not too bad. After C6, I'll bring the queen back into the game.
Yeah. I hate closing down the diagonal as well. But yeah,
Very
I think
interesting
he's
position.
super sharp. And how about Leinier's clock just before we leave, Garry?
Right under 5 minutes.
Ooh, we'll keep an eye on that. Maurice, what do you got?
We got a hamina position because right now Ray Robson is crawling all over last year's winner, Sam Sevian. I think we all understand this kind of position. We see bishops. And by the way, he just castled. So now we really understand Black's position. You will give this to Black, any grandmaster in the world, forget about White's pieces.
Right.
Just let's take a look at Black's piece distribution. Any GM in the world says, I don't know what White has. I'm taking this position with the Black pieces.
2 bishops.
Centralized queen. I have bishops. I have rooks. I have knight. Look at my pawn mass. What is White doing? I'm curious if you had to reveal White's setup. And then you reveal it and you show this, and Black's like, oh, we'll take it. I don't even know how this rook ended up over here. I guess it went B3, A3, and takes on A7. Nobody cares. That rook is disjointed from the action. These knights, yes, look reasonable, but this back here, nothing to write home about. No. This is pure central domination, pure space, the 2 bishops, a mating battery along this diagonal. This is just scrum delicious for Black. It would be surprising if White figures out how to save himself in this game.
Absolutely. This really looks one-sided. C2, C4. Jettisoning a pawn on D3. Shall we have a quick look?
Sure,
Queen
let's take it.
takes D3.
Ray played Queen C6.
I'm sure he was afraid
keeps his
of
eyes on the G2 checkmate.
G2
He doesn't
checkmate.
want to get distracted.
Well, we should point out there was a little tiny trick in the position.
Rook A3.
Yeah, get a little greedy, and
Is the queen trapped?
the queen doesn't exactly have anywhere to go. We might not have much space, but we do control squares on our side of the board, so you don't want to just venture into enemy territory. So that would not have been a good idea. He had to drop his queen back,
Nice
which
trap.
is what he did. Back to C6.
Rook A3. Hidden.
And let's check in with Hikaru, the current world champion in Fischer Random. This is the only game where we have an endgame. Queens have come off the board.
When we left it, we saw the break by Wesley, B5, and Hikaru said, just a second, I can capture a pawn. and pin this pawn on c4 because of the pawn on c7. How did Wesley handle his business? Bishop back. You pointed out a very nice tactic that in case of castles, now see, you were just prepared to go into an endgame, a pawn up, and who could blame you? That was why we saw bishop c8 not very inspiring. When you're gambiting a pawn and then you're going backwards, by the way, capturing with a tempo, that's a check as well. And
this connected pawns on the queen side can be very strong in the endgame.
But let's see. There goes that pawn. Now, from Wesley's point of view, if he can blockade this pawn, restrain, blockade,
he
destroy.
needs his knights on the queen side. They're way too far away on g7 and g6.
Well, he's got king c7 and let's say knight e5 at least in mind. And we do have another move by Hikaru.
Looks like rook a1 was not the best move in the position. Rook b4 was very strong.
Forcing the trade of rooks. This is actually, funnily enough, an active rook. I'm looking at king c7. I don't want to see this pawn going anywhere. I want to blockade it. Kings are actually really good blockaders in the sense that as long as they're blockading the pawn, they're doing really good work. And if they're not blockading the pawn, you probably bust it. So usually...
It's one or the other.
Right? I mean, it really, really is. Knight e2, by the way, good move. As
Knight f5 now for black with a tempo.
Knight f... Whoa. Who invited you? That is a huge tempo.
Is Wesley okay now?
Well, the funny part was I was thinking knight d4 was a really severe move, and I was prepared to play e5 a moment ago. But this looks better. I'm going to have to go king d2. Okay, I've still got knight c3, knight d5 on a good day.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Okay, over to you, Maurice.
Well, you guys have a nice little end game, slow, boring, whatever.
We like it.
Look at this thing.
Bar burner?
I mean, between Caruana and his trainer, Grigoriy Oparin, and I see only one pair of pieces traded off from the board. Everything else is on the board. Yes.
A knight for bishop.
Knight for bishop. Pawns, of course, but lots of them still on the board. 7, so only a pair of minors and a couple of pawns off the board. They're now down to very little time on the clock as well. Well, less for Oparin at only 3:46. Fabi has 7 minutes. So that's certainly an edge. And I'd like to point out, this queen on a8 is where it started the game.
Yeah.
The white queen also started in the corner on a1. How the heck did it get over to h5? I believe it was through queen c3, queen f3, and queen h5. It doesn't take much for a queen to journey across a chessboard. But it is kind of funny that the black queen is still on its original square, and the white queen has gone over and partied in black's position. The knight on e4 is a very impressive piece, and that missing pair of minors is the dark square bishop for white. So that means dark square potential problems in white's camp, and we can see c3 is weak, d2, e3, after like all this, the innards for white's structure really does not look great. It's just white's currently piece distribution that's better than black's, as black has still got some pieces that need to get in the game. But black just played the very deep king to a7, saying, you want an exchange? You can have it. I almost feel like taking this bishop instead of that rook, because this bishop is going to be worth a rook as we talk about the dark square weaknesses in white's camp. It'll be very tricky indeed. Let's see what Fabi actually did in the game. He did take the bishop, in fact. That's just the feeling I had. You don't want that piece. You want the one that could bother you long term. And now he has to move his queen as he's under attack. Time pressure will be a factor, however, for him in this game. That is for black. Let's go to Garry's game where, Garry is currently dominating in his position.
Bishop c5, I think, was played.
Was bishop c5 played?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't have a move on my board after bishop. Okay,
No, that's analysis.
That's analysis. I'm going to have to refresh this board.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the live board for that game.
We're talking about Dominguez against Kasparov's game.
What the heck is wait a minute? What's going on in Aronian Shankland, though?
Well, that's what I wanted to.
Oh, we got to look at that. That's insane.
Let's jump to Levon's game because the pawns on f6 and g6 look
You don't see this ever, like, what?
This is a real visual. Remember when we left it? There was queen d5, queen a3 check, queen to c5, queen to d3, bishop to b7 takes. Now, this is a move, again, you don't see very often. That is a visual.
Beautiful.
Okay, this pawn can't move because I've got mate. This pawn can't move because it opens up the f file. I'll take or play rook f1. It'll be mate. Check, trade of rooks, check. Very important to deny white access to the f square. Ooh, king c1 inviting a draw. Inviting a repetition.
I think it's about to happen.
It is. So it looks beautiful, but it's just not there. So I suppose the problem with going to the A file is that the queen is in a pin. You can't.
And then white might get checkmated.
And white could easily get checkmated. Exactly. So that's why at the moment, Sam Shankland might make a repetition. Over to you, Maurice, because you were going to tell us about Garry Kasparov's game.
Yes, that game looked so great. The repetition.
Fizzle.
Out of that thing? Come on, it's so sad. Well, let's not get a repetition in this one, as Garry did play the move bishop to c5, and now b4 challenging the bishop. Garry said, I'll take that. And after king to f2, Garry played the move c5, which the engine actually thought there was a much better move. Guess what that is? Sack and exchange on d5, not worried about your opponent giving up the bishop in. Again, we talk about the bishop being a protector on key squares, and off those key squares, you give up your light square bishop, all of a sudden there are problems near your king that you can't fix. And so rook takes was actually a great move. The engine doesn't even want to think about this move. It gives +5 for black in this position. It's so bad. It's really that bad. 95, 90.
All because of the queen on a1.
It's all because of this queen in the corner. Rook f8 is coming, and there's going to be problems around this king. It's even playing bishop g7 as the next move to try to save itself. If I play the move king back to g1 just as a test, I failed the test. The light squares are indeed a massive problem. Queen g2 mate. In effect, there's no way to even guard the g2 square.
Queen on A1.
The queen on a1 looks like a joke piece here. So that was an opportunity that seems Garry did miss. He played the move c5 instead, which still gives him some advantage. King back to g1. Desperation, Garry now took with the pawn. And bishop to h3, bishop to h3 played. Rook f8 and exclam. Look at the beauty of black's forces. And this queen feels undeveloped on this square. That queen feels very developed on that one. And a move d4, by the way, at some point could happen with a knight on e. Oh, man, this is looking yummy for Garry. Rook over, another bit of coordination. Every move the engine's saying, exclam, exclam. Who is this guy playing with the black pieces? Well, we know who he is, one of the goats of the game. BC5, BC5. And by the way, Leinier with only 126 ticking down, Garry with 5 minutes. I mean, this guy's 61 years young, retired since 2005. That's 20 years ago. He's playing against a practicing professional, one of the best players in the world, and he's taking him to school. Just extraordinary.
What a
kind of stud. Beast! They call him the Beast of Baku. You're seeing exactly why right now.
Exactly. Thank you, Maurice. I've turned my attention to the game between Hikaru and Wesley. And this is actually a very, very peculiar endgame for me. It's very rare to see a protected pass pawn on c6.
How did the pawn get to d5?
There was a trade of rooks. You're not going to believe this, Nasi. It was actually pretty funny. We got here, and that move that you like, knight f5, threatening to take on e3. Hikaru said, okay, I defend it. Then came the move rook here, and you can immediately sense that rook takes, knight takes is trouble. So e4, and while I was expecting something like rook takes, no. Wesley
allowed pawn to go to d5.
Exactly, where it defended nicely this pawn on c6. Anyway, we're catching up with the players. King to D3 was the last move. I take that back. G4 was the last move, and now we're up to date with the
Hikaru
players.
has 2 pass pawns. One of them is protected with 2 knights jumping over there. It should be completely winning for white. Right?
Yeah, but it's still like
knight d4.
yeah, it's still like I'm with you 100%. It feels like what Wesley captured
took
upon
on
on
H2?
H2. Okay,
And knight
now
b5 now.
now I'm a pawn grubber, but I would have been
Even you would
worried.
have taken
Yeah.
an H2.
This is okay. So what he's saying is, yeah, it looks bad, but where's your knockout?
a6, a7.
G3, G2,
This is funny. I want my knight on b6, but how do I get there?
right? A6, G3. He wants to go G2, knight F3, knight H4. While you're doing your passer, Black's doing his. And what do you have with Garry Kasparov's game, Maurice?
I got 3 extra pawns. This one I've got. I mean, what?
counting.
Look at this. I mean, 6. You got the 2 bishops. Congratulations.
I got 3
That's
extra
great. That's great.
pawns.
I got 3 extra pawns, and you're down on the clock. Garry with 4:12 to 53 seconds. Garry played the move queen to c6, and I mean, this is just all over. But the crying
Queen
at this
H6.
point, the queen's coming around to the other side of the board. Did another move get played?
Yes,
Queen
queen
c6,
C3.
queen c3 got played. c4, and
Cementing everything.
this is, yeah, cemento, as Peter Lako, our colleague, would call it. Queen b4, now queen h6. And
E3.
remember, the queen was in the corner here a moment ago. This queen, yeah, you made progress, sure. Congratulations. Look at that one. That's dangerous. Queen dropping into e3, picking off a bishop is the next point. There's only 35 seconds left. I'm not sure what move was played here.
Bishop f5. was
Bishop
played?
takes f5, knight takes f5. The more exchanges, the merrier. You want to trade it to an endgame, that's great. Keep doing that. But we still got the queen e3 check threat. And he did play another move here, bishop to f4, stopping that. And funnily, the engine is giving queen b6. Let's trade queens. Let's do the body count after the trade queen. You win a pawn, but I still have 2. That would be quite nice, in fact. Instead, Garry decided not to trade queens. Karpov would have played queen b6 in half a second.
Right.
We'll just trade queens. 2 pawns is enough. We're seeing the board right here. And an offer to trade queens as Garry was trying to mate him. And queen down to b7. But, I mean,
D4.
As long as he doesn't
Inviting
blunder
rook takes
d7
F5.
square.
Why are we playing? Why did he invite? Oh, we've got D2. So rook takes F5.
No, we don't have d2 queen g7 checkmate.
Correct. Rook takes a. Oops, sorry. D2.
It is black to.
Oh, is it black to play? Oh, well, then that makes it simple. Okay.
yeah, so queen takes queen is definitely
we
a
push?
move here still. But we do have to worry about this rook takes on f5 at potential. But why can't we just play d2 after we trade queens? That way you can't take on f5.
Yeah.
The queen trade, did it occur? Let's get the board. Let's get the live board position.
We have it.
We have it.
And rook c5, by the way, on the board by Garry.
Okay, now rook f5 is actually nothing. It's not a threat at all because
Yeah.
you could just take and there's no rook g7 does nothing because you go to f8.
Correct.
So this is just resigns,
Just winning.
actually.
Yeah.
This is terrible. So we can count this one down. Garry Kasparov about to win his first game, also huge on the clock as an advantage. And there goes resignation. Let's jump to Hikaru's game. He's also completely winning. I don't have it on my board. You guys probably have it.
I do it. I do. I just saw G2. You said Hikaru's completely winning. And
Oh, he
he's
found
going
a
to
beautiful
play
mate.
Knight takes D6
And rook
check.
b8.
And rook b8. Ooh. So,
and Wesley's
okay.
pawn on g2 is a bit too slow.
Wesley just played the move king to c8. So he's inviting knight to
We can
takes
play knight
d6.
c7, though. We don't have to take
Oh.
knight d6.
Knight c7, in fact, on the board with the threat of rook b8
And
mate, and the
resignation.
clock stops.
Hikaru wins his first game.
Defending world
I mean, the guy came in late, didn't have a chance to really analyze the position, and just schooled his opponent.
Wow.
That's got to be pretty embarrassing.
Okay. Other games.
Big
Levon.
update. Last time we looked at it, Sevian was losing his game. Now looks like he's completely fine. He saved his terrible position.
Wow.
That's why he's the returning champion, right?
That's impressive. Because I really thought he was in trouble. Right now he's in a...
Could we get to the game, though, between
Yes.
Fabiano, Caruana, and Oparin. Oparin is down to 18 seconds in that game. 18 precious seconds. They do get a 10-second increment. And Fabi now under 2 minutes himself. And look at the position on the board, people. There's so many pieces still remaining. As we jump to the live board there, look how much stuff is on the board. Fabi trying to play slowly.
Yeah, methodically, quietly.
You play slowly also, please. Oh, no, I got to run. I'm only down to 12 seconds there. And Fabi now trading off a couple of pieces there. But this game is indeed wild.
So I'm expecting rook to c1.
Yes, white's position looking great all of a
Because
sudden.
it's an extra pawn, right? Or is it two?
No, I think materially it's even, but
materially just a little bit more control.
Better pieces for white.
Maybe
we can take on e4,
king.
right? Get rid of black's only good piece.
That's it. Yeah. The interesting thing about that trade is I kind of feel I can do it when I want to on my terms. I'm just wondering if I should include a cagey little move like king g2.
He has
nope.
taken.
Nope. He
Kill off the good pieces your opponent has.
Right.
And also force him to think about two options here. Which one is better? And he is captured. The engine actually thought that was the best way to play. Immediately
Bishop
done.
Rook
c6 on the board.
c6.
And rook to c6
Now
played.
b6 is something to worry about as well.
To c3, rook to c7. That could be a very...
Also, d5, queen b6 mates.
Right?
That's why he played queen d5.
It's preventing d4, d5.
But now he's in big trouble. And his queen is almost mated, by the way.
Mated or...
On the square it's on. In fact...
It might be trapped.
It might be trapped already. Bishop b7, rook d7. What do you do?
Exactly.
Wow.
Looks like that's a uh-oh moment has occurred, and Fabi's looking away. He knows it. He knows it, and Oparin knows it as well. It's over.
F4, some in between move?
That's the problem.
Queen f4 is still...
with the... Yeah.
No, it's over.
Hold on.
It's over.
So just a second. Bishop b7, rook d7, f4.
Just queen takes f4, right?
Queen takes b3. Just by chance. Okay, you're going to play queen takes e4.
And they're following this line?
They're following the line.
His only way to play. He's just throwing stuff at him.
E4.
Queen takes e4, and those threats are nasty.
Yeah.
That's just it.
We got some problem mates also popping up
in
the position that...
knight c6 check.
Yeah, a little knight c6 check. He's actually played
queen c3.
Queen to c3.
Okay,
He's
that's
just winning
fair.
the queen.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you do about your queen? That was just a waste of a move,
Nice.
and you're still going to drop material here. It's time to resign.
Well,
We shouldn't be
or let the
surprised.
clock go.
There it is.
There it is. By the way, I'm noticing the favorites are winning. I believe Levon and Sam Shankland.
That's an interesting endgame. Let's go to that
They didn't make
game.
a draw.
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my
there was no three-move
goodness.
repetition.
There's no three-move.
I don't know who was playing for a win.
Well, I'm looking. There was 5 pawns to 2.
Sam Sevian, by the way, it has only 2 seconds. He finally moved with 4 seconds left on his clock.
He let Ray get that far ahead of the clock.
Everyone's in time trouble now.
Everyone. Very strange. I would have
Let's
actually...
stay with the Levon's game because it's a very interesting position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Sam and Ray will be a draw, but let's stay with Levon's game.
Levon versus Sam Shankland.
How do we evaluate this? Whose pawn is promoting first?
I thought white was winning. End of story. If I go rook takes a7, I win. But then your question is the most salient one. How do we stop the pawns? Now, okay, last move was rook a7. You can't start with f3, right? Because f3, I get to go check, and I get to take the pawn.
So let's start with e4. Oh, he played f3.
That's the engine's choice, by the way, f3.
Is to stop that threat of rook takes a7. So
it's kind of hard to take the pawn on a6, though. You got to make a lot of moves with your knight, but at least your knight can defend the a7 pawn from b5.
And it didn't work the first time, but Levon is trying to. But here, Sam's knight is going to be on b5, where it's basically untouchable,
impregnable.
Yeah, and so I would say
completely safe.
Black might be slightly better.
Hard to say if your king cannot go after the pawn on a6.
Well, we're going to put the
without
king
losing
here.
e5.
We're going to go e4. We're going to put the knight on b5, and we're going to put the pawn on c6. So I've got a fortress.
That's the point. But can you move any?
Yeah, but can I go any further than the fortress?
Hard to imagine.
Okay, well, look at it. He's making his best. He's making an attempt. Sam
So we're thinking
Shankland.
that black is trying to play for a win here.
I
right?
believe it's black who's trying. Yeah.
The king is going straight to a6.
Well, that's the problem. The rook is
No,
is hitting.
it looks like a straight fortress.
Yeah.
This one seems like it's going to go nowhere. He's not going to give up that e-pawn.
Whoa.
Okay.
That was interesting. Could he?
Oh, but his knight could go on c6
Defend both pawns.
and defend both pawns, and then go after the a6 pawn. But then your c7 pawn is a problem.
That's it. That's exactly right. So king d2, knight c6, king d2.
Then rook c8, right?
Yeah, knight c6. Pardon me. Knight check. Here, king b1, king d2. Okay.
I think Levon wants to give him a little bit of rope.
I'm not threatening rook takes e5 is my problem. With the king on d2, I'm not threatening rook takes e5.
Well, if you go king b5, I still have rook.
Then I take it with a check. That's right.
But then you lose your a pawn, and you're never winning that game.
No, I'm not trying to win. I believe white is trying to just draw the game at this point.
Definitely.
Which he should.
Definitely. He should be able to make a draw. Sam.
c5.
Yes. Now you're right. Don't take the pawn on e5
No.
and feel like a moron.
But
that would be bad news.
This is a good idea because he's thinking to play knight c6 and king b5.
Yep.
A moment ago, you were saying the c7 pawn could have been captured.
Okay, we have rook e7 on the board.
Rook e7 makes sense.
Knight c6, maybe rook c7, and when you play king b5, you still can't take the pawn.
That's right.
You might actually be in Zugzwang.
Well, I'll play knight b4.
Yeah, knight before knight a6 will be playable. So but you will lose potentially the e pawn in that line also.
Yes.
So this is definitely
Fun
looking
stuff.
more drawish than anything else. There we go. We see the line pop up.
Knight c6, rook to c7 on the board. Now we're expecting
King b5.
king b5.
King e3 played by
Yep,
the
the king should go after that e pawn. By the way, the king is also headed potentially to the d5 square, so that you will have to go after the a6 pawn. And Sam said, let me go get it right now.
Yeah.
I think I'll just snack that off. But now, aren't you just losing your e pawn?
He is played.
The knight b4, and you can't take right away.
Knight b4. Yeah. He is.
Oh, rook e7.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, rook that's what I meant. Rook e7, just take. You would need to be able to go to c4, and you can't with the knight.
Yeah.
But this very much looks like it's going to liquidate down.
King to c4 here.
Yep, played by Sam.
So I have a nasty trick. You should take the e pawn. If you go rook here, I have knight b4. Oh, those tricky knights.
Well, you would still take the e pawn in that position.
Okay, but then I got my knight at least in the game. Okay, takes knight to b4.
It's only one pawn for the exchange now. This is definitely a draw and nothing to seriously look at. What's going on in the other game?
Sam and Ray.
Could we update that one?
Sure, we're going to go to the game between Sam Sevian, our defending champion, against Ray Robson. It's two minor pieces versus a rook and pawn. Now, normally speaking, I would say that the minor pieces are to be preferred. The problem is the pawn structure. If we transfer the d4 pawn to g3, I would say it's winning.
The d4 pawn to g3 is winning.
I would win with the two minor pieces. I would think.
3 against 4.
Where would you put the
four.
piece? Where would you put the pieces in that setup?
Dark squares.
Yeah, but they got to attack something. The problem to me is the e6 pawn.
So
The pawns are all The pawns are all on light square, so the dark square bishop can really only aggress dark square pawn.
H6.
So how do you? So if I even play like h5, I give you all the dark squares.
right. Okay.
How do you get your king and knight to gang up on my weak pawns?
Right.
That would be
That's a challenge.
yeah, that would be the challenge. So obviously we want to have the two pieces, but
Can it win? Can
looks-
they gang up?
the only thing is that Ray has been on like under 20 seconds for the last 8 or 9, 10 moves.
Right.
And so as far as Sam is concerned, he just wants to keep playing.
Sure.
Keep the pressure on until Ray possibly blunders into trouble.
But knight to d3, bishop to e3. Why?
By the way, Levon drew his game against Shankland.
Right.
It was a crazy game.
It was. I didn't understand why the bishop just went back to e3. I'm putting the knight on c5.
Maybe he wants knight on f4. But I don't see the benefit.
What does he do?
Okay, so a
Maybe
moment
h5?
ago, if you don't mind, if I had played the move knight to d3, just for argument's sake, right?
Rook h1.
And I play the move, then you want to play g5. I get it now. So he's afraid of g5.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
No, this is definitely drawn. And whoa, wait a second. When did Sam Sevian get down to only 9 seconds left on his clock? And he's got to hurry himself. Whatever strategy he had against Ray has now backfired, and they are both in that critical time zone.
Right.
Boy, there's trouble here. Absolutely. But it's amazing. They should be playing Bullet, and they look like they're playing Classical. It's time to move, Ray. You got to move.
5 seconds. Rook g1.
You did it.
I think g5 is his next move, right?
Well, here's the
Knight
problem.
f4, king
Knight
f6.
f4, king f7, or king f6. I'm supposing he wants to play knight.
Rook g4, he might lose
Rook g4. I was going to pick up
trade
h6. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has done it. Knight to f4, king to f7. Both players at
12 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody could lose this.
Easily.
Knight d3, played with 4 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. Just making it interesting. Knight
And now
d3.
g5, fixing the pawn structure, definitely
huge.
makes a ton of sense. And now the only weakness in Black's position is the pawn on e6, which is simply unassailable.
Right.
That is nothing for him to worry about. King up.
So he can he play knight to f3?
Or take first and then play knight
So
f3.
there's a threat. f4 traps the bishop on e3.
Exactly.
So White has to be a bit careful. He has to play knight f3 probably.
Well, if I'm trying to draw f4,
g4?
I'll take your rook.
Oh, okay. Rook g2 check first.
I'm a
F3
dirty,
on the board.
I'm a dirty scoundrel.
I fell for it.
f3.
Was it knight f3 and take on g5 drawing, or was it?
Who knows?
Probably.
But yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
looked
But
like-
the point notwithstanding, Ray did have a threat of f4 winning the game, hence f3.
Actually, I don't know if that was
bishop.
drawing. I'm not sure because the king gets a g4. But this one,
f4, okay. So the bishop has got to find...
Well, there's a bishop f2 move here. Rook is kind of trapped.
Oh, bishop f2?
King,
No, he
king moves
played
knight
king
g4.
f5. Yes.
And then I come king g2, king f1.
Yes. I would
That
have
was
to
beautiful.
play... That was a...
Interesting idea, right?
You can
bishop f2 was much better for white, according to the engine. It was a great catch on your part, Nazi.
Yeah.
Bishop f2 was a nasty trick. And it doesn't give it as completely winning, but it would have been a major problem for
Black.
for
Ray.
Black to face against. And so those two pieces are starting to reveal themselves. F4 was a mistake.
Yeah.
But
F4
this now is equal again.
Rook a3 and just give checks.
Rook a3 makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And they're up to 30 seconds, so not in any real time pressure in this position. But it's interesting. Is someone playing for the win, and who?
Both
Is
of
it the
them, I
two
think.
pieces trying to figure it out?
You would think that white with
Sam
the
is
two
still playing
pays
for a win, yes.
is the one playing, but you're right. I mean, Ray is sitting there saying, I may have a sacrifice on g4 when you're unexpected. You're not expecting me to play rook takes g4, sacrificing in exchange.
And we start 15 minutes after the end of every game, right? So you had all these players who have finished a long time ago, and looking at these guys like, come on, hurry up and just finish already. What are you doing?
Right? Everybody gets the whole 15-minute break.
So they want the reveal of position 2 so they can start preparing for
Exactly.
round 2.
Those players who lost the first game are going, come on, I want back in.
I think they might repeat now 3 times because it's very hard to make any progress with the white pieces here.
And funnily, I heard someone, I'm not sure which one of you said, the favorites won.
Yeah.
But you give Garry as the favorite over Leinier Dominguez, one of the best players in the world, and just won a silver medal for the U.S. team. Right. And there we have the draw. I'm not sure that Leinier would appreciate you calling Garry the favorite, but Garry would say, yeah, of course I do. Stop.
Draw agreed. After an eventful first round, I'm seeing... Let me just...
The elder statesman, Garry Kasparov, coming over after a confident win and probably saying, you missed Bishop F2 in that position.
So we had 3 wins.
We had 3 decisive games.
And 2 draws.
The 3 players we featured at the top of the show.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's how, you know.
And I said favorites, and you said, how can you call them?
They're the featured players. They were the featured players, not the favorites necessarily.
Very good.
But we got to give credit. I can't take the credit myself. That we have to give that to our producer Tom, who threw those 3 names at me and said, Maurice, talk about those 3 players, Maurice. And it turns out those are the 3 who won in the first round. So pretty impressive.
Look, I'm a constant here. You know, you're a flyby. You can't be complimenting Tom. I have to live with this man. You know what I mean?
You know how it is. Family, yes, sir. Family always insults each other. When the guests show up, then it's a whole different attitude. So I get the special treatment.
How did Garry win that, by the way? I mean, we saw the finish, but how did he get that nice position where he had 3 pawns going up the board? Where did it go wrong for Leinier?
Let me get back to that game.
Yeah, from not necessarily the start, but you know, just where did it all go wrong?
Let's try to go back a little bit in the game. Let's get some results while I get that position up.
We will give the results.
We actually were at the moment.
Let's have a look. So we have 3 co-leaders now after round 1. Fabi won his game. Garry Kasparov won against Dominguez, and Hikaru defeated Wesley. 4 players with half a point: Levon, 2 Sams, and Ray Robson.
Lovely.
And Wesley, Dominguez, and Oparin at -1.
Ouch. And I was left wondering, where did it go wrong for Leinier as he went down to
when
Garry
he played
Kasparov?
E4 and Garry met that with F5.
Well, E4 wasn't. It was a little bit of an issue, and more importantly, actually, if we go before that, this was the position when he prepared the move
He had
E4.
been preparing it for like 12 moves.
Yeah, he should have prepared it for another 12 because what he did just didn't work out. The timing was bad. His pieces weren't ready. The queen on A1 and the rook on B1. You know, when you're going to make a pawn break in chess, you want to make sure that everybody's in the party. Right. We're going to open up the game because everybody goes, oh, that was a nice pawn break. We're ready. We're ready for that one. Well, guess who was ready for the E4 break in this position? All of Black's pieces were ready, and that was the problem because here he played E4. Garry said, okay, we like that. We'll open it up, and we'll do our own pawn break, thank you very much, with the queen and bishop on the long diagonal when your pawn simply can't move. Why did you give this to us? And this is just tremendous for Black. Black's pieces are also slightly more aggressively placed. You see the knights are similar, but this knight is quite well placed. This bishop on the long diagonal. This bishop seems like it should be a great piece, but this one is perfectly fine. And very critically, we talked about the village idiots being able to develop their minors. But what about the rooks? Well, what about the rooks? This rook seemed like it was ready, but this file can't open up for the rook because of the hanging bishop, while this rook is very happy to see the opening of the game as well. We see the game go D5.
That was the mistake.
That's a lot of breaks. That's a lot of pawn breaks, and this one was way too much to bear. As Garry said, let's go. Takes on the square. We should point out that in this position, your pawn's just hanging. Like, what did you do? And your piece is hanging. So it was just a bad move, it turns out. Bishop H3, and Garry, that was the 2 pawns he took.
Right.
With that break. That's 2 pawns. Come on. Now he had to start getting desperate with moves like C4. And all Garry had to do was consolidate this position. He started playing some brilliant moves. Remember we talked about this rook being very active? Played knight F5. The bishop now crawled back to this square. This bishop leapt into the game along the long diagonal. Yes, this diagonal opened. Never had a chance to use it. Never happened. And that's why Garry steamrolled in this position and was able to win the game. Fantastic first game by Kasparov, and now it looks like everybody's kind of looking at something here, having a good time.
All these great minds.
I think they're analyzing Sam's game.
Sam Shankland's game.
Beautiful to see the kind of not only camaraderie and smiles as you see there, but players just be interested in chess. And like they said, this game is over with, let me relax. Like, no, they're always fascinated by setups. And we got a whole gaggle of grandmasters standing there going, what's actually happening here?
What you're seeing right now is really what would happen when Garry Kasparov was winning tournament after tournament. After the game, like literally everybody on stage would go over to Gary's board, and Garry would hold court, and he would say, if my opponent had done this, I would have done that. We'll let the players analyze, but I had a question. Nasi and I looked at this position that Garry had against Leinier, and there you see the players all enjoying.
I'm so impressed by this, by the way. I find it.
I lived this, man.
You know, but I think it's something that amateurs may not understand. Not only the passion for chess, but the curiosity, the intense curiosity, even in positions that you will never see again in life. But it doesn't matter. You look at certain things because they're interesting. You're curious, how should this have been played? And it's this that separates grandmasters and super grandmasters from average players who may just say, the game is over. Why are we looking at this? Why are we looking at analysis? Isn't the only thing that matters what actually transpired? A lot of people really don't like when we analyze too much what could have happened.
Right.
But it's those invisible variations that fascinate top players and make them who they eventually become, because they're searching for the hidden truths of chess. And you see them there, intrigued, not resting. Okay, right now Garry's starting to pace because
in his own zone.
He's in fighting mode, but he was standing there as well, wondering what was going on. He satisfied himself. His own curiosity has been satiated by the analysis, but the others are still there going, this is interesting, this is fascinating. Maybe you could have done this, maybe you could have done that. What would have resulted? This is the difference from players at the bottom and players at the top.
Let's just remind everybody of our schedule, and here it goes.
So we have 3 days, 9 rounds total. Today players will play the first 3 rounds, tomorrow 4 to 6, and then Wednesday will be the last day for the last 3 rounds.
No playoffs, just a lot of fun. Great chess coming your way, Fischer Random. And this is the question I had for you too, Maurice. We looked at this position, Nasi and I understand exactly what you were saying in the whole introductory of this position, the fact that the pawn on e4 is pinned by the bishop. However, Nasi and I, we understand there are light square issues, but with the benefit of hindsight, what happened to Leinier, it was game over when he lost the pawn with bishop h3. We didn't see the knockout blow. Maybe Leinier could have played this and fought pretty well. The rook is ready to bounce. And if I can, you can't play bishop h3, you can't play bishop h1 and checkmate me on g2. The knight on f2. What does the engine give?
I'm going to guess that black has a long-term advantage in this position. Maybe it was better for Leinier, but still black has to be better here.
It was a better choice for Leinier, but why is black better?
I'm trying to understand it myself before I go to the engine, because you're right. This seems more reasonable, but I'm going to go back to the board position here.
We take on f5.
And in fact, the engine is giving takes and simply taking back.
Okay, but then it's a position. I mean,
better for black. It's giving in this position primarily because of a c5 break that will unleash all the beasts. But I do agree that this is certainly much better
choice.
Knight e4, which looks like the most centralizing move. The engine likes bishop h3, but I'm going to play knight e4 because it just looks so natural to put all your pieces on great squares, right?
Right.
Like that looks great. And the engine still says, let's play c5 as the main move, which looks like it opens up this diagonal.
Helping.
Like, why are you helping the other guy? And the engine does not care at all. It says takes and takes back in this position. You cannot play c4 to stop any advance in this position. And c4 is the main break the rooks. The rooks! As I mentioned,
That sounds like Arby's the meats.
well, I was trying to give my Levy impression there, Gotham chess. But again, the point when I said any village idiot can develop their knights and bishops, but it's the rooks you have to pay attention to and their potential. And c4 coming, we can see how perfectly placed these black rooks are at the moment. This cannot, you just can't play c4 to stop c4 itself. And now all of black's pieces, only this knight is slightly constrained by the structure, but all of black's other pieces are just happy. I mean, they're great. This queen looks even worse now as the c4 move is on the way. This rook will come into play, and it's black putting all the pressure. Let's not overstate it. It's not like black's just winning, but black has natural play. Just push, push, push. But I agree, Yas, this was better than what he did. He just collapsed under the pressure.
Thank you, Maurice. By the way, we got a reveal coming up very soon, don't we, Nazi?
We still have 5 minutes until,
5 minutes.
until we
Okay.
see.
Again, for those of you joining us late, each round will feature a unique position, and we call that a reveal. And we're waiting for the reveal position for round 2. We're going to be playing 3 games today. For those of you joining us late, we've had 3 victors.
While we do that, why don't we take a look at who's playing who for the next round?
Yeah, tell me
as we
about
jump
the
ahead,
pairings
and
for round 2.
looks like some interesting pairings for the next round, Nazi.
Every round.
Let's have a look. We have Sam Shankland playing Fabiano Caruana, Grigoriy Oparin against Sam Sevian, Wesley facing Garry Kasparov. Also, let's notice that Garry's starting 2 games with the black pieces, first 2 rounds.
So you got the bad
But
number.
he did win with the black pieces.
Then
So.
that's a good thing.
Hikaru playing Levon Aronian and Robson against Dominguez.
Nice.
So the most uneven matchup is Garry's game against Wesley, a 1 against a 0, while the others are within half a point of each other. Garry can win again with black. Oh boy, look out. He knows he started well last year, 2.5, as Nazi pointed out. Thank you, haters, that I fell off later. But okay, I'm going to show you something different this year. And Garry starting off with a bang yet again. But he's got a tough opponent in former world Fischer Random champion Wesley So he knows he's up against it. But if he can prove himself, can Garry win this tournament? That would be a story for the ages, absolutely. 61 years young, older by about 20 years over Leinier, no?
Right.
Something in that range, and almost triple Sam Sevian's age playing in the competition. So, yeah, that would be the guy I'm rooting for sure.
Right.
We're all rooting for Garry.
Time management was great in round 1.
Good.
He was playing Leinier, though.
We're cheering for you, Garry. But on the other hand, let's put this in perspective. Garry retired from professional chess in 2005. Literally 2 decades outside of the professional realm. You're not used to that constant battling with the clock, doubting yourself, calculating. It's going to be hard come days 2 and 3. On any given day, on any given game, Garry can win. I would be impressed if he could keep it up for 3 days in a row.
A lot of people talk about this with chess. The problem, when you get older, when you say, you retired? I was like, yeah, in chess, I'm pretty old. What? Don't you get better? You more wisdom? You get more strategic as you go along? No, you just get old. What happens is you start losing.
That's a reveal right there.
Like you don't have. I mean, I feel like I'm in shape, you know, and still fresh and ready. Let's go. You want to go in the gym? Let's go do that. But the stamina ain't the same as them 20-year-olds. I remember I was playing in a tournament in Bermuda way back when, and I woke up one morning to go to breakfast, and Jorge Zamora, many who may know, very talented international master Jorge Zamora, came in, and I'm like, oh, you know, good morning, and he's like, morning? I just came from the club. What? It's all night, and you're gonna play chess later today?
Yeah.
Like, when you're young, you feel you have so much energy to spare in spades. And it matters after round 1, round 2, 3rd day, 5th day, 7th day. It's just the nervous system is not as shot because you haven't had all those decades of playing professional chess at the highest level. And so stamina matters. Youthfulness matters. Garry can start out with a bang, and we just got to hope it's a short event. It's a short, only 3 days.
3 days.
But even with 3 days, it's still 9 rounds. You notice Garry was the first one to stop analyzing.
Right.
These clowns are still going at it.
Right.
You know, Gary's like, come on, how much energy do you have?
Right.
Don't you want to rest for the next round? They're like, oh, come on. You know, we can still continue to analyze. That stamina, youthfulness matters when you are playing at the highest level of chess. And they're not analyzing anything that has to do with anything that they're going to do in the next round and that they may ever see for the next 960 days. But they're still looking at chess. They don't mind keeping their minds alert because they got that energy and they feel like they can keep doing it.
Absolutely. We're about a minute away from the reveal. Another thing that I find, Nasi, maybe this affects you as well, as you get older, pardon me for pointing that, sometimes it's hard to rest. It's just hard to fall asleep because you're thinking about the next round and the next rounds. And
The recovery takes longer.
well, just getting to sleep. Like when you're 20 and you play Garry Kasparov the next morning, who cares? Right? You just fall asleep. But when you've played Garry a lot and you've been stressing yourself, it's not that easy. We are getting ready for the reveal. Brian Yang, our international arbiter, is gathering. Maybe we'll
Is it
listen
completely random? Do you just click a button and...
Yes, there is a button of the 960 positions, and they hold it. The thing spins. He releases it. We had position 875, I believe, at the start.
Go play that in the lottery.
We have
It looks
the
like it has
winning
occurred.
numbers.
It looks like it has occurred.
Nasi,
get the beat.
shake it up.
And here's the reveal.
Give us the reveal. Position 420. Okay, what do we got
We have
here?
bishops misplaced.
Okay. Always I look for the weak pawns, the pawns that aren't defended anytime more than once. I'm seeing
Corner pawns, right?
Yes,
A2,
H2 and A2.
Oh, the side, the wing pawns, you mean?
Yeah.
But
We have a small game that we're playing with each other. Who can checkmate whom?
what's the shortest checkmate? Yeah, what's the shortest
The
checkmate?
shortest.
Actually, this one, I thought I had it easily, but now I don't see it.
I have it. I have a 4. I have a
have a
mate
4,
and 4.
yes.
Yeah, 4 is possible. But is there anything faster than 4? It looks like it's the same. Are we all looking at that A pawn?
Yeah, we're all looking at the. I mean, okay, it takes a knight quite some time to traverse there, but yeah.
Right. The knight can definitely
Yeah.
get there, but it looks like nothing else.
Wow.
We'll take a closer look at this later, but first we have Cuptic.
Oh my goodness, the fastest hour in chess just went by like that, and after an hour, we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are. Well, here you go. St. Louis is more than just the gateway to the West. It's a vibrant hub of arts, culture, and history, nestled in America's heartland. The fiercely loyal residents, my goodness, what am I reading, are dedicated to showcasing the charm and warmth of their community to every visitor. Wow. St. Louis offers something for everyone to enjoy. Now you can experience the city's unique spirit with friends and family through the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. But of course, I knew I was reading something. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs, including Monopoly.
I think I have a mate in 3.
We'll come back.
I've been
to
sitting
that.
back thinking about it, but I think I have a mate in 3. But I haven't seen the board. Yeah, we'll come back and we'll figure it out.
Short break. and
I think there's a prize here for the best shortest made in 3.
We'll be back very shortly.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, Now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys get to see this? That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error.
Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the blues their name. At the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manners. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United
States. After round 1.
All right, let's do it. Let's see. Who's winning?
Well, we have 3 leaders. Fabiano Caruana, Garry Kasparov, and Hikaru Nakamura started the round with a win. 4 players with a half point: Levon, 2 Sams, and Robson.
Who's playing whom?
Let's have a look at the pairings for round 2. We have Shankland against Fabiano Caruana, Grigoriy Oparin playing Sam Sevian, Wesley against Garry Kasparov.
Ooh.
Big matchup. Hikaru against Levon, and Ray against Leinier.
And who's going to win?
Garry.
We got a reveal. Here we go. Ooh.
Position number 420.
Nice. Okay, I've seen a mate in 4, but on break, Maurice, you spotted a mate in 3. How did you do it?
I did, and it's because of the position that I do know is mate in 3. We know there's mate in 2, the fool's mate. Everybody knows F3, G4, you get mated. But the next level up is mate in 3. There are a couple of mate in 3s, actually quite a few, different types with the knight. But this mate in 3, I'm not sure how many people know this one. It looks pretty ridiculous, obviously, and that is mate. So I knew this pattern was mate in 3. So the one we have now, you just got to follow the road to the one that you have on the screen. If we pull up that board now, you can see what the trick is. You're just going to move your queen into the same position as the king. So if we get this position, so now you just
play something like E4.
E4, release the queen.
C5.
Exactly, the pawn in front of the king. Then
the queen would come out.
Queen C4 or queen B5. The king steps up, and we got queen C5 is mate in 3.
Looking at the position now, see, what for you is the problem piece? Like, the queen's not bad. The bishop on H1, I don't think it's a bad bishop. What's the problem piece from your perspective?
Maybe the corner knights, A1 and A8. Nothing's really too bad.
Right, it doesn't feel bad. If there's one piece for me, it's the bishop on E8, or E1. Right, as we see it.
Well, I'm gonna also say, I'm sorry.
No, go.
The rooks. The rooks.
The rooks.
The rooks are a little bit of a challenge because you cannot castle queenside until the rook on d8 moves.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't castle kingside until all four black pieces, all four pieces on that side moves, right?
No. 3 pieces will have to move.
Oh, that's true. The bishop on h8 does not have to move. Okay, so it's 3 pieces
would have to
before you castle, which normally you only need to move 2, the king side, that is. Here, but I guess as soon as you get the rook off of d8, you can castle queen side.
Right.
So it's just a question. Maybe you double the rooks. Maybe you play rook d7
and
then castle. And you got double rooks.
And you got it. Yeah,
that might be especially if you can open the d file somehow.
You play d6 takes e5. You start with rook d7. You castle long. Life is
or you do like a little Grunfeld action if the guy's got the pawn on e4 or c4. You play d5 and open up the line.
Right.
And there go your rooks. Well, of course, the same thing is happening with the white pieces, trying to do this, to try similar. But I do think you have to be alert to it, because if you start trying to develop your minors as is normal, you might find your rooks a little bit challenged. I think that the knight on a8, we hate having knights in the corners because we have been trained religiously not to put our knights in the corners. But that knight does have a square on b6. It will depend on what the pawn structure is when it lands on b6. Oftentimes, a knight on b6 can be constrained by a pawn on b3. And so the knight is kind of foolish on that square, especially if there's a pawn on e4, stopping it from going to d5, and then it's just completely dominated. So you don't want to just put the knight there and say, my piece is developed. I mean, it's off the back rank.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not going anywhere, and knights hate
effective
when they have no future. Right. Knights like to know where they're going more than any other piece. Knights really like to know exactly where they're going because they have to find target squares where they're useful.
Right.
While other pieces can sort of stand at a distance and show their full strength, knights cannot do that. So the knight on a8 will have to find some kind of square. It can also go through c7, by the way, transit through c7 and go to e6.
Right.
In which case it then has multiple options. So maybe that's what they'll do to solve that knight, is to bring it to the c7 square and throw it over to e6 and on to the great beyond.
What first move looks the most natural?
For me, the most natural first move is g2, g3. Just opening up the bishop. Another very natural move for me is f2 to f4, so that I can bring the knight to f3. And my queen needs a square, right? As Maurice was saying, we need to get those 3 pieces. The bishop on e1, the queen on f1, the knight on g1 to move, so we can castle short. So f4, knight f3, g3 would be the 2. And again, here is our position for round 2. Position number 420.
And we could also do d4, rook d3, and long castle, right?
Yes, that was the other option. Again, I look at the weaknesses in the position. And I'm seeing this pawn on a7 and h7 as being unprotected. I'm not saying I'm going to go f4, queen f2, but
could go bishop f2.
f4, bishop f2. Those types of moves come to mind. How about you, Maurice? Anything, the conventional or unconventional approach in this position you'd like to try?
I'm very curious about the move e4. Like just
E4.
standard.
Nobody plays e4 these days.
I mean, the thing about e4 is it's unprotected. Even in our normal chess position, it's unprotected. And here, it will be protected by the bishop on h1 pretty quickly.
Right.
So I'm not exactly worried about it, although it does block my bishop. So I have to be concerned about that. Also, c4 will be a move if I want to avoid that. But my knight on... and actually, it also gives my knight a chance to go to c2, etc. So,
if I had a complaint, Garry, during the U.S. Championships, you weren't with us because you were playing Nazi. But in particular, one player, Leinier Dominguez, started the game by shadubing each and every piece, starting with the pawns. And there we go. I think we see
G4 is on the board.
G4. G3 was my first move. G4.
Should Black respond with just g5? Or g6,
G4. You know, it's funny. I didn't like this move for a completely different reason, and that's f5. So if I was to put my...
G5 now? To limit your knight, maybe?
Right. But if I had to put my thoughts, is that I've got the bad bishop. So if I go F5 and you go G5, yay! My bishop sails out of the position. I get to go E5 next, or maybe I'll start with E5. Why not?
Bishop F3 and just trade.
Yeah. E5, why not? And I'm kind of happy, and my next move will be Queen E7. I want to castle
we
short.
centralized our pawns, E5, F5. Meanwhile, all White did was go to
push.
G5, right?
So I was thinking that you would take. I would take. So I bring my queen into the game, and then what I'm thinking is I want to play the move bishop to G6, and that way, at least, my bishop will be good. I don't know what I'm doing about the dark square bishop. I'll let that take care of itself.
Gary's still thinking.
G4 took us by surprise. Bird's eye view of all the games for just a second. What's caught your eye about the other positions, Maurice?
Well, Oparin, Sevian has gotten my attention. They did start with G3 and F4, and after the modest D3, Sam said, I'm going for it. We're just going,
what?
E5, let's go. Grab some space, looking like he's playing with the white pieces instead, as this move very aggressively trying to get central space. So that is something definitely to keep our eye on. This game with Nakamura versus Levon Aronian, also the move E5 and E4 on the board.
And Bishop F2.
Now we see some trades in Bishop F2. The knight has resolved itself on this square, the B6 square. Didn't Hikaru have white the last game as well? In the first game, he played with white against Wesley, and he has got two whites. We see Garry with two blacks to start. This is Hikaru's second white in a row, which means he'll have the additional black later. But here we see bishops already in the game, and the pawn structure fairly solid. Nondescript, not much really going on here. Ray and Leinier have played a little cagey play. It looks like everybody has decided that the bishop on H1 is the piece they want to have come into the game immediately. And we see that's happened on this side as well. And I think the final game is Fabi versus Sam. And yeah, pretty much the same thing. It's all about that bishop sitting on the H1 square, not having any trouble with that. And that's how they're decided to develop. The thing about these pushes is you have to be careful whenever anything explodes on this side, because white, we were talking about maybe castling in this direction. It seems as though with this kind of setup, we probably will see a few castles queenside instead. It's not going to take much. Take this rook and put it over the king on the other side. But you will have to move this rook off of the D1 square in order to make that happen. So the structure, we saw in other games a little different structures. This game seems to be a set concept. Push the G pawn, push the F pawn, and play from there.
Notice a very big move by Hikaru. Rook on D1 to E1, which indicates no more kingside castling. And I'm about to queenside castle, put my rook on D1, centralize my rook on D4. Let's go. So rook on E1 to D1 with the potential for a discovered attack against the bishop. The bishop just got defended.
The only bad piece is knight on A1. He still has to solve that problem.
I'm going to go knight. So I'm expecting Hikaru to continue with his development scheme, castling. And
There's
now
some unpleasant... Oh, you have D4 always. Okay.
I want to play D4. For the moment, I'm being a little bit cagey. Not sure if I want to play
bishop
knight F3.
F7, let's say.
Yeah, for sure I'm going to put my knight on B3 in almost every case. So let's do it immediately. Yeah. Back over to you, Maurice.
Well, we have a wild structure in the game between Sam Shankland and Fabiano Caruana. It's about to get even wilder as Sam has found the best move, which involves a pawn sacrifice in the opening. Fabi, well, they started off like just about everybody else. Knight B3, very quiet. Knight F3, Knight F6, D3. And Fabi just decided he's going to play C5 right in front of his king, opening up. But this is a pawn structure you definitely do not see every day. Maybe the closest structure will be like a Leningrad Dutch.
Yes.
Would be the way it would work, but this is not the Leningrad Dutch, clearly, as white has not played the pawn moves necessary to get that structure together. And this one exposes the king temporarily, and just instantly, Sam said, let's go. I'm going to open up the game with your pieces not quite ready, sacrificing a pawn. The main line, it looks like, being given by the engine is after this capture, the move queen to e2. And how do you defend this knight? If you back the knight up, then suddenly a move like bishop to a5 and start to create some problems in your position. A tactic has emerged from the engine, as I'm seeing here, of knight takes on c5. Actually, even knight g5 might be stronger, but I want to understand this one. Takes here, king takes is now forced, and now castles with check. Hello, king to c8, and the quiet bishop g2 after sacking a piece, looking for this diagonal.
Remarkable.
Is it that bad? I'm going to defend the diagonal for the moment to see what happens. Knight e5, the engine says, you're in big trouble here. And if king to c7, trying to connect b4, and if takes, check out our friend, the queen to c4. Remember, we showed that quick checkmate early in the game, and now you're in deep, deep trouble. You're just completely busted here. In fact, as things get taken off, and suddenly this is hanging queen b5, and that's going to be all she wrote. Okay, that's a sample game that will not happen on this board, but e4 is the start of that party for sure. And Fabi now in a little bit of trouble. I believe he did capture.
Yes, he took on e4.
He took on e4 and played knight takes e4. And Sam played queen to h3 check. I think, you know, it's so interesting because Sam saw that he could win a pawn back.
Open up the game in his favor, you hope.
He opened the game and he thinks, okay, now I get the pawn back. And that's why he played e4 as a tactic. He didn't realize that he just simply had fantastic compensation with this sacrifice.
He didn't need to go.
And the former world champion, the late Tigran Petrosian, he had a great quote, one of the great quotes of all time, where he said, chess players often sacrifice and treat the sacrifice as though they lost something, right? You sack for compensation, but I'm down a pawn. I got to go win that pawn back. And in this position, the sacrifice was to open up lines, was to get activity, was to get at that king. But Sam said, no. I haven't sacrificed nothing. I'm trying to get my pawn back. And by doing that, he has now given black back some hope in the position. Sure, you've proven that you can get your pawn back, but that aggression, that dynamic play you had, the forcefulness, the initiative, that's all going to dry up when your queen is busy on 8-7 going after random pawns that have nothing to do with the chess position. And so I think Sam played in enterprising fashion, but Tigran is in his grave right now going, come on. By the way, he was one to talk because he's not known as the great sacrificial player like Tal, but he made that very profound point. When you sacrifice, treat it like, you know, you've been there before. I sacrificed it for a reason. Right. I don't need to get the pawn back right away. Unfortunately, Sam did, and now his advantage and initiative has evaporated.
Thank you, Maurice. I just wanted to go to the game of Robson and Leinier because these are two players that we know are going to be playing very slowly, and indeed, they have been playing very slowly. We were talking about opening moves. I find myself attracted to f2, f4, as well as g2, g3. We are seeing something very similar in a number of games, f4, g4, g6, f5. You were mentioning g5, and I was going e5. In this particular case, we saw h2, h3, just defending the pawn, d6, knight b3, knight b6, e4 captures, and something very, very similar has happened in a number of games, including the game of Hikaru. But check this out. Remember I was saying for me, the bishop on e1 is the problem piece. With the move bishop h4, that's developing with a gain of tempo.
And I can play knight f6 move I want to make because then I'm pinned. He can take on e5, and that's a very unpleasant pin.
And then you're going to end up with an isolated pawn after the captures as well.
So I have to go rook d7?
Or bishop f6?
F takes e still, right?
The same problem. Yeah. You're absolutely right. So rook to d7 is perhaps not exactly what you bargained for when you started all of these ideas, because I do have
rook
take.
f7 in between move. So maybe I'm okay.
Oh, I have missed the intermezzo. The Zwischenzug, as Tom likes to say. You're right. I was hoping that I would have a rook f8 at the end of the ball game.
That's pretty much game over, right?
Yes, pretty much, indeed. By the way, we do have rook to d7, so the players are
You're
okay.
following your analysis.
Well, let's say takes rook here.
Queen g2, I guess.
Queen g2, knight f3.
Knight f3, d5 looks unpleasant.
Somewhat. e6.
And keeps going.
Okay, yeah, well, the line isn't over, but you're right. Let's just.
I'll take on e5 with the bishop.
Okay, and then I'll pull a Hikaru Nakamura on you. I'll just play the move rook to e1. Remember, because in the game that he has, he quickly played rook e1 and castle. This is interesting stuff. Maurice, I'm going to throw it your way. How's the GOAT doing?
Well, not so good, actually. But on the board, doing great. But on the clock,
Not
horribly
so
already. And it's just terrible, in fact, because Wesley has 18-24. It's only been 5 moves played. Garry is down to 11 minutes and 54 seconds.
It's the same game as Ray Robson and Leinier.
In the opening,
Right.
This is unacceptable to be this frozen this soon in the game. Look at that clock. You only played 5 moves. Make a move, Garry. This is not what you want. It's a complete disaster to be in this situation when he just has a fine position. He could just take on e4, play knight f6, and play chess, which he is now doing. He's finally taken, and he has played knight f6, and he could have done that 5 minutes ago. It took him some time to just take on e4 and bring his piece out and play a regular position, and it's easy for me to say, of course, because I'm not playing the game, but it's also very much understood. You don't waste half your time on the first 7 moves.
Right.
And he's at 11:33. He's only played 7 moves in the game. And he is definitely better because of that e4 move, according to the engine. e4 was a mistake on Wesley's part to give Garry this kind of easy trade, tempo. Now you got to move your bishop, etc. There was nothing dangerous in the position for black. It's not like white had some hidden threat that he had to worry about. So we have seen Garry do this before. Now the bishop dropping back. Wesley himself is not sure about where he's putting his pieces as well. And that one definitely looks suspicious.
Did you hear the cry from the knight on g1? The knight on g1.
Wait
a minute. Wait a minute. Why did you take my square? That was my square. You know how toddlers fight over dolls?
Also, by the way, that move is a bit weird because it also undefends the pawn on f4.
Right.
So the move knight d5,
which was
knight fd5 played, is now a tempo on this pawn. And you have to wonder if Wesley had noted this before he made his last move, because the pawn is now under attack twice. It was once defended by the queen, so if you had played bishop g2, for example, as you would have preferred, or even bishop h1. But this one,
I do have a trick.
You have to. Well, if you have to start playing for tricks.
Well, no, I mean I'm defending it tactically. Sorry. Knight
played bishop g3 instead.
Okay, same idea. I've defended it tactically. That is to say.
But some tactics are starting to emerge, by the way, and there it goes. The move knight to b4, threatening mate.
I was about to say. Wait a minute.
That's mate.
Awkward. I can't even cast along and give you the a2
Do
pawn.
we have to play rook a1?
I have to play rook a1, which is not.
Give up your castling rights at least for that side of the board. It doesn't seem like you want to castle king side. But remember, we had talked about again, and it seems so irrelevant. Oh, what's the quickest mate? And we had all said the quickest mate, where we saw 4, was to bring the knight all the way over and mate on a2 or a7. And then you come up in a position where you're like, oh, it's relevant. So you want to just have these ideas in your mind, not because because they're so necessarily relevant, but they might appear on the board in some position. And here, Garry has spotted this mating idea. It is a mate threat by black you never, ever see in normal chess, obviously. A knight takes a2 mate? No, that just never happens. But it is happening, and well, it is threatened at least. And Garry looks intense, man.
Yes,
he looks
he
like,
does.
what are you doing, Joker? And Rook A1 pretty much forced.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is one of those positions where you don't want to play C3. Knight takes A2, King C2. Ha, ha, ha. I have you trapped. Bishop A4. Who's trapping who? Wait a minute. I didn't bargain for this. Queen F7's on the agenda.
By the way, that exclamation mark you see right now on the screen,
Rook A1.
After Rook A1. It's because it was the only move.
it's because don't think that it's such a great move. It's like exclamation mark. Wow, I'm so impressed. Yeah, you're not impressed. What it is you couldn't do anything else, and we're giving you a little credit for finding the only move that made any sense on the chessboard.
Now, having said all that, because the knight is about to be kicked, whether by A3 or C3, and we do want to clear the king side, so eventually...
I thought you were going Queen G7 with the tempo.
Queen G7, I thought all I would do is provoke C3. Here, my idea is to prevent...
if I play A3?
Yeah, okay, then I guess I would... settle back, something like this, trying for E5.
Well, actually, I can still play C3, Knight A2, then King C2.
No, that's my tricky.
Bishop A4, right?
Yes, the same tricky as before. And oops. So, I mean, it's very strange how quickly the king got into trouble, just kind of out of the blue.
There's a special move on the board right now.
Oh, right.
That if Garry plays it, I mean, I will jump up and down. It is.
You'll eat your fedora.
Oh, my. Let me tell you, the move is A5. Right. A5, that is vintage. Okay, he played C5 instead. A5 was vintage Kasparov. The point is, after A5, the threat, of course, would be the nasty A4. And if you play knight takes, the move bishop to A4 would be extremely annoying. If you just bring, threatening that C2 pawn, if you just bring your knight back saying, okay, you just handed me a pawn, then the move rook A8 could pop up. And suddenly there's all kinds of little weirdness happening along the A line.
Who wanted this?
Nobody wants this. That would have been a super interesting sacrifice. Garry has instead opted for the move C5, similarly trying to make that knight uncomfortable. And as soon as I said that word,
D4,
Wesley sat up in his chair and said, okay, we got to get at this pawn. And this game is wild right now.
Garry
really
has to watch his clock because he is down to 9 minutes now.
Against
15 and a half.
It's
a big
3-2 time edge. That's significant. D2, D4, and it's getting wild.
There's one other player who is in big trouble. That's
Which
Sam
one?
Shankland against Fabi.
That was the Queen H3 game.
Yes.
That surprised us because we did like the pawn sacrifice that Sam essayed. He went Queen H3, Shaq, Bishop D7, and Sam won back his pawn thinking, okay, this is ideal for me. And then he stopped. And he realized his queen is not where he wanted it at all. And the queen's getting booted around. Knight to G5. Okay, that's a little curious. We've been talking about the weaknesses on A2 as well as H2. Well, there's one. Knight. Okay, here's another weakness that looks Knight E4. And we've caught up with the players. Again, time a factor for either one of them?
They're close in time, about 13 minutes for both, but there's Bishop D4, Knight E3. There's so many active moves for Fabi.
Yeah, and I'm looking, and I'm also seeing Queen C4, Knight E3. There's a Queen H. If I go Queen C4, Knight E3, and I force you to play Rook D2, there might be a Queen F1 sighting.
It's like White's playing without two pieces. Queen on H4, Knight on G5 are cut off.
Yes.
Agreed. The Queen on H4 is terrible.
Bishop
and now,
D4.
Bishop, oh my goodness, look at all these pieces flooding the position. The Queen H3 takes on H7 move was such a bad idea after playing the enterprising E4. Right. I'd also like to point out, if you do castle queenside somehow, you move your rook and then you castle queenside, there's a Queen A2 problem landing on the board as Black's queen could suddenly show up over there and oops, what did you do to yourself? So we don't like this
Shankland.
For Shankland at all.
Bishop d4, that's a monster move. Ouch. And by the way, Fabi comes into this round tied for first.
Yeah, so if he converts this, it'll be a great start, 2 out of 2.
Well, he is the two-time back-to-back, well, he's 4 times, but he is the back-to-back U.S. champion, the player in the best form.
Coming in.
From what we know, coming in. Nobody else has won anything recently. And Fabi showing that, yes, I led the team to a silver medal in the Olympiad. I am now the champion again, defending my title. I am the second best player on the planet behind one Magnus Carlsen. And, yeah, it could be Fischer Random, but I'm the boss. So, okay, of course, the third best player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, will have something to say about that. And also one Garry Kasparov will want to jump in on that as well. But these positions are crazy. Let's get to some of the other action.
I don't like this for Sam Shankland.
Speaking of Garry Kasparov, I think he's in trouble all of a sudden.
Let's go. Let's go there. We went to c5. c5, a5 was the move Maurice had suggested. c5, d4, c4. Garry said, let's go. In Gary's mind, I'm sure when Garry saw this move, knight a5, I'm sure in his mind he's thinking, I'm driving the knight out of the game.
So we are analyzing Gary's game?
Wesley,
on the screen we have Ray's game, yes.
Oh, I see. And Garry just played the move bishop to b5, defending his pawn on c4, and Wesley, queen to g2. Garry is burning clock. Not good, not good. Okay.
I guess he can play d5 here, maybe.
Certainly.
Just block everything.
First of all, I'm a little bit, sometimes I'm wondering, is it a threat? Like if I let you carry out your threat, could I do something else while, you're carrying out your threat? If I make queen f7 and you go bishop b7, yeah. I can play rook to d7 as a prep move for castling. The only reason I hesitate, is like maybe f5 might be an issue. Maurice, jump in on this one. Garry is down on the clock, 2-1 time advantage for Wesley, but I'm thinking this knight is a liability.
Which knight?
On a5.
Oh.
Knight on a5?
The engine completely disagrees, by the way.
The knight is great.
The knight is great. It's pressuring the b7 square. It has specificity. That's what knights want. Knights want to be on squares that they're actually doing something specific as opposed to just kind of hanging out. And the knight on b6 and the knight on b4, the black knights, they're basically just hanging out. The knight on b4 may have had a point earlier when it was going after a2, but now it can be kicked with the move a3. Gotcha. And a3 kicking that knight will force it to go back to a6. How do you feel about that knight? That knight's terrible compared to the knight on a5. And again, that b7 pawn. So Garry has now played the move d5, trying to cut down all the pressure on that diagonal. And now you may argue that the knight sitting on a5 is indeed a poor piece because it doesn't have much to do from that square. But again, this knight sitting on b4 could be a problem. A move like queen to d2, continuing the pressure. By the way, conceding this diagonal to this bishop is not exactly the thing we really wanted to do if a move like f5 ever shows up on the board. That's something that White's definitely going to be looking for. So White's going to look to develop his pieces.
And let's not forget, after knight e2, we can castle kingside.
Yes, as well. Easy coordination. Let's say he plays knight a6 in this position. We play knight to e2, and let's just make another logical move. And now it is possible to castle, although there's also some breaks over here to worry about. B3, A4 is even potential tricks. And this bishop on this diagonal is really annoying for me, in fact. So can you castle here? Is it a good idea to, is it here that I castle? Castling is definitely a playable move, and White's flowing. The knight is still, as you mentioned, Yaz, a problem to solve. But there's always that B3 move, no?
Yeah, it's floating.
B3 is a way to work that action on this side and make that knight somewhat useful. So that is a problem right now that Garry has to solve. He's trying to, like, tone down the position. Stop any opening of lines as his pieces are in some weird squares. It's rare that you see a knight on b6, a bishop on b5, and a knight on b4. Of course, this is chess 960, so a lot of weird stuff will happen.
Right.
But there's flow for Wesley. Those pieces he's got on the king side, they look great. His only off piece at the moment is that knight on a5, and he just got to make use of it. But Black's position does not feel that way. And does, by the way, Black does have a backward pawn on open file if you want to be really boring.
Right.
That pawn on e7.
Garry under 5 minutes already.
That's probably the biggest factor of all. That's the biggest one.
Well, if we can go to Ray's game, Leinier seems to be doing really well.
Ray Robson
trying to come back after his loss against Garry in the first round.
Okay, a lot of these games are going to look familiar as we've been seeing f4s and f5s.
Yeah,
even queen h6 and queen h3s. Knight f6, bishop g2, takes. It seems to me that Ray's getting his queen humbled here a little bit. Does he want to play queen e6? It looks very... You're kind of putting...
long?
Yeah,
you're rook e8 and your queen's trapped.
Right, you're kind of putting the queen in harm's way here. I could play knight a5. Maurice, weird game going on here. Weird games everywhere.
Yeah, this one's not so weird, though.
This one is a spank.
This is Spank City. Come here. What? Who's your daddy? Well, this is what's happening on this game. Look at this move. Bishop d4, Fabiano Caruana, bishop to c3, and now bishop to e3 with check. Pieces should not be parked in the heart of your position. No. Like, we're just parking ourselves, and we're not even paying for parking whatsoever. You know, you go to New York, you got to pay for the parking. It's expensive. This is just freebies. Knight here, a bishop here, knight here, bishop. Everybody's happy. And check this out. D5. You're going to get everything? This looks horrible. White's pieces look scattered, meaningless. This knight, it looks like it's on a great square, but what is the point? There's no point. This knight was on a great square. Get out of here. These pieces are fantastic. Castles will be coming soon at a theater near you. And this queen, we're back to that again. That queen h3, queen takes, little nuanced, little fun tactic has backfired magnificently. And it is just horrible right now. Did he make a move? He took. And I think he decided, yeah, I got a sack in exchange. What else can I do? Give me your exchange. Thank you very much. King takes. And now you can't even castle because you just took. Knight on c4, king on its jogging shoes. And is that a pawn hanging? Or would well, maybe someday he could get knight e6 if this knight doesn't get chased. But it is now on white to find a move. But this looks like a hot mess of a position. By the way, the e4 square, a knight could potentially block everything up so this bishop doesn't have a home. Black still has some things to resolve here. Maybe this was the best that Sam could do, but this position is terrible. This is just Fabi in the driver's seat, just trying to figure out exactly what the best way is to turn the screws in this position.
Fabi has extra material and the compensation. So.
Yeah.
But he is down on the clock by 3 minutes. That is a plus. He is down on the clock.
In Fabi's shoes, I do see the move rook to d6, followed by castles long. Again, white's king in the middle of the board.
And just e5 and open up the e5.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just play e5, and as you just said, very, very well. By the way, I'm greedy, but bishop takes c2, rook c1, and I'm looking at the king on c8, and I think to myself, something could go wrong. Let's not go there. There's some dangers also with the knight potentially coming to e6.
And we already have material.
Yeah, we've already got enough material that we can win the game with. Let's not risk. By the way, looking at it now, I also see bishop takes.
Queen's coming into e7.
Exactly. And this is something
right
that you don't want to see if you're in Fabi's shoes. So I would leave the pawn on c2 alone. I'm going to go to the game of Grigoriy Oparin and Sam Sevian for just a moment, because this is actually something unique. we haven't seen these positions with...
White king has traveled over to the king side.
Right, and two pawns on e4 and e5. And again, by the way, that's a kind of a funny thing. We're seeing the same checkmate that Garry Kasparov was trying to pull off on his opponent, A5. That was that king traveled from C1 to G1. Very nice tactical shot being prepared here by. Ooh, what is
Bishop
that?
E3.
I'm trying to. Why would you want to help White develop the bishop? Bishop
maybe
E3?
Queen C4. He wants to trade queens.
Boy, that's a very strange effort being made
have to
here.
play A3 probably.
Okay, go away. The knight will probably go away.
Just knight on A1 is awful.
I mean, we can solve it, but you're right. His idea was Queen C5 and to try to provoke the trade of queens. Remarkable decision, doubling up the pawns. Maurice, over to you.
I ain't happy for Garry. I'm going to tell you right now, as a big fan of the 13th world champion.
Not happy.
It's terrible. He's now going under 3 minutes, has the worst position. His opponent has 11:06, and Garry knows that the detritus of his position is not something he'll ever be able to fix. Like, this is just horrible. The White's pieces are fully coordinated. Look at the bishop standing side by side, saying, make a move. Just make a move. Let's see what's going to happen. The pawn on B3, the knight on E2, Garry now bringing his rook up to D7, maybe hoping to castle queenside in this position at some point. But all of White's pieces are fully coordinated, fully ready, and the F5 break is scary to contemplate. While the bishop on C6 is bad, the knight on B6 has nowhere to go. By the way, remember you were talking about that knight? That bad knight on A5, and there goes A4 just to get some weaknesses in case you want to castle over there. We just want you to just soften up that position a little bit more. Remember, you had talked about that knight, the A5 piece. Right. That's the worst one. That's the worst one. We don't like that one. Bishop A4 by Garry, prompting B3. Thank you so much. It's like a freebie. You let me just push a move. No. I want to play, and now knight back to C6. What? Are you kidding me? This is great. I resolved the only bad piece. I was trying to figure it out because Yasser Seirawan said that knight on A5 is kind of bad. Right. I just resolved it, did Wesley so. And after bishop takes, let me just castle kingside, quite legal, of course. And now, beautiful setup. Everybody together. This king feels as safe as ever. And Garry's well aware, just played rook to D7. And Garry's thinking, this is terrible.
What am I doing?
Crushed in this position and looking for moves, as it is just an awful position to have to play. And Wesley knows he's got this flow happening for real. 9:58 on the clock. You can see, it looks like Wesley's looking over at a little bit of F5 action somehow. Does this make sense? Do I break the position open? And we saw Wesley famously play one of the greatest blitz games we have ever seen against Garry.
Yes.
Just absolutely beautiful. Wesley can play the next 10 moves at blitz speed, and you will want to take pictures at every single move. Oh, that's the one. That's another one. That's another one. But he has smartly brought his last piece into the attack. Really great idea to do that. And everybody's ready. This is what I tell my student. Maddie, if you're watching, what I tell you, get them all in the game before you do anything, because this is what's going to happen next. And now castles, by the way, we should point out that bishop on G3, there we go. I just said it, and it moved. That dark square bishop is a monster in the position, while black's dark square bishop is terrible, and Garry has resigned. The A-pawn is going to drop, and Garry didn't want to look at the position anymore. Incredible. Just bishop back, there goes the pawn, and he's just thinking, this is horrible. I don't want to make any more moves. Extraordinary that Garry got beaten like this and just was dropping one simple pawn. Bishop back, there goes the pawn.
And his whole approach to the position
was just wrong.
Wrong. Just wrong.
Sad loss for Garry. Yeah. As that one is a professional player playing somebody who hasn't played chess in a while. That's the feeling you got in this game, as Garry just took too long and put his pieces on bad squares.
Yeah. I'd like to turn our attention to the game between Hikaru and Levon for a moment. Hikaru ended up playing queen h3, queen takes h7. He's like a pawn up. Right? Yes, exactly, like Shankland. Knight h2, bishop f5, bishop takes, knight takes, and Hikaru is doing great at this moment. He comes up with the move c3, which I like. He basically says, okay, I've got a weakness on b2. I'll stop that. And then after the move rook e8, he comes up with an inexplicable move to my eyes. Here you castle. You just fight for the control of the e-file. You're a pawn up. Your next turn is going to be knight to g4. Your next turn is going to be knight to c2. You're a pawn up. Maybe you can win,
That's
maybe you
not
don't.
what he played?
No. He gave up the e-file.
Oh.
Took. King c2.
Why?
Why? I'm like, what? Why? I mean, of course, white is still to be preferred, but there's real counterplay.
Just now, Levon made a bad move with b6. If we back up just one move,
yes.
He had bishop h4, getting the pawn back.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice move, by the way. Not only...
Maybe he was afraid of some kind of checkmate, such a knight c5. But
possibly
there's no mate. He can always cover it with the bishop.
Yeah,
there was no mate. There was no mate. He could have gotten his pawn back.
Easily.
H4 was
b6 missed opportunity. Definitely. Knight h6, and now Hikaru maybe is back in the driver's seat.
He's definitely back in the driver's seat
once again because he's got knight takes h6, rook takes e7.
And by the way, Hikaru was the one in time pressure, so that should not have happened to Levon. That he just missed a straightforward tactic that won his pawn back.
Nice.
Not sure what it was that he was afraid of here, but he would have gotten the pawn back and been quite happy with it. What's not a very complex tactical move. Just take on h4, pawn's pinned, get the pawn back. Very surprising. And now he's just down a pawn and having to fight for his life in this position.
I think he means knight h6 resource completely.
Also.
What move did he play just
Bishop to d6. The one good thing that Levon can maybe cling to is he does have active pieces. His knight on c4, his rook on g2. The extra pawn, very meaningful for those joining us late. Hikaru was one of the 3 winners in round 1, along with Garry and Fabi. And knight takes f5, just got played. Don't reach for the bishop. I've got knight e7 check. G takes.
That's a protected passer sitting on the h4 square.
It kind of makes you think, right?
Rooks belong behind passed pawns, as famously said by, I believe, Zygmunt Tarish and many others.
Right.
But rook h1 is a monster move, and you're going to have to back everybody up. At least looks like a rook. You don't want to move your rook back to g7 or wherever to deal with this h-pawn. Meantime, you are currently down a pawn.
Right.
So it's not like you're going to get in rook, like takes on f4, rook g4, takes on f4. Like you have all that time in the world to pull that off. No, that h-pawn is fast.
It really.
I mean, it's fast. It's 4 moves.
It's just wins, right?
All the way down the board. So this is a problem, big problem for Levon. I would say he's busted in this position.
I do think it's really, really bad. The only thing I can imagine is you kind of scurry your knight back before the pawn gets to h6. No, I mean, I'm just hoping against hope. I'm trying to hang on. And by the way, again, Hikaru is the reigning world champion, the FIDE reigning world Fischer Random champion. I think it was in 2023. He was going to have to defend his title in Iceland. For some reason, that event got postponed, and I don't know the current status. But rook h1 looking very good for Hikaru. Over to you, Maurice. Where's the action?
Fabi's doing really well.
I'm looking at Fabi's game right now. Fabi did not get greedy a moment ago and take the pawn on b2.
What?
It wasn't it was the best move to do, but oftentimes it should be understood in chess that players are very practical. Sometimes the best move is not as practical as another move. And the engine will argue, I could have taken a pawn and I have none of the pawn. But that's because the engine has calculated all kinds of stuff and it's willing to create a disjointedness in the position because it's calculated that it'll be able to fix everything and still be up that pawn. But practical players and humans will look and say, I don't really have to be that greedy. And
Too much chaos.
Yeah, create any kind of imbalances like that. I'm already up a pawn, so why do I need 2 if I can just keep improving my position? Then the Incr will argue that's not the best move, but that's nice. I'm going to just keep going forward because this is winning also. And that's a practical decision. It's not about the best move. It's about the best move for you. And if you can see that you're going to do just fine, as Fabi is doing here, it's all good. In this position, now if it doesn't work out, then the Inj's like, ha ha. I mean,
see?
But it turns out it's very good, actually, right now for Caruana. The only thing that you can argue is that this king has not yet found real safety. And so there's tricks, potentially. Hope, maybe. It ain't look like much for us, but at least there's some hope. Some way you can sneak in here. What do? There may be a blunder alert somewhere. But at the moment, Black is currently still up a pawn and can play the move Rook F8 to prepare potentially castling queenside.
That bishop on H1, it's like
is just dead. It's just staring at a brick wall on the square. But it is the case that Black is not completely as yet coordinated to show that the extra exchange is just completely winning. So it's the pawn, it's the extra exchange.
I'm looking at desperation. Desperado, knight takes e4s. Desperados, knight c5.
Like in this position?
Yeah, knight c5 takes e4.
Allowing bishop takes.
Oh, queen g4 check is nothing, no.
Bishop f5.
Queen g, no.
And Black can still cast a long next move. Bring the rook to d8.
Insult, injury, no.
It's bad. It's just, you know the problem? I mean, this rook is active. But these knights are just, they're like, maybe there's a trick. But what are they doing?
Just missing dark squared bishop.
Oh, if he had a dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Just put the bishop here, please. Yes. Just take a knight. Give us a bishop. Just do that. Just do that. Actually, no, then he trades queens with you. Queen check.
Even then, right?
And then that's gone. You can't even hope in this position.
I want to turn your attention to the game between Grigoriy and Sam Sevian, because this game is full of vim and vigor. As far as I can tell, only 2 pawns have been traded. All the pieces are on the board, and both
players are down on the clock. 2 minutes for Grigoriy and 1.5 minutes for Sam.
Remember the queen c4 move? Well, guess what we saw?
Only on move 18.
Right? They've been playing really slowly. Knight back, and this is the first piece trade right here. Knight takes, queen takes, e3. Eyeballing the c5 square, I want to challenge the open f-file, and pardon me, I want to utilize the open f-file. Knight g5, bishop h3, check has my attention.
And bishop e6 trapping the queen on the c4.
Rook b6 was the last move. No castling queenside for Sam Sevian, and we're up to date with the players. What's going on?
Well, another board similar is Ray Robson and Leinier Dominguez. As we see here, Ray is down to 53 seconds on his clock. There are too many pieces on the board to have only 53 seconds on your clock. These two, by the way, are time pressure addicts, and they're showing it here, although Leinier has a really full 226 on his clock. It sounds like years if you're Leinier, but he's down to 218 now. Clearly the better position. He's got the doubled rook.
F4.
You've got great pieces here. The rook sitting on F4, impossible to break through, but it's not as though the position is quite over. It's not like it's just done. What's the killing blow? The engine sees nothing here, but we can see that they're great pieces for Black, except this bishop, sort of blocked by its own pawn, the e4 square under control at the moment. So still a lot of play. I'm going to bet 3 or 4 blunders are going to occur in this game, given the time pressure situation, as Leinier is trying to figure out what is my next move in this position. And that bishop, as we spoke about it, is now moved to g7, trying to improve itself.
Hinting at h6.
Hinting at possibly opening up some more with h6 on that side. A quick king b1, improving the position of the king slightly. This is the kind of moment when your hustler instincts, your blitz instincts have to take over. It means you need to make small, simple, you don't know what to do? Small, simple moves.
Don't blunder.
Don't blunder anything. Give your opponent the move.
Right.
You figure it out while I just slowly improve my position. I don't have to find anything to do. I just need to make sure that nothing bad happens in the next couple of moves, and I play quickly. And that is how they do it in Washington Square Park, I can assure you. You just keep it, and then if you make a mistake, pounce, right? So that's what's happening. And this last move,
again, the computer didn't.
The computer doesn't like it only because the computer thinks there were better moves, not because it was a bad move necessarily. Knight d5 centralizing the knight. Now look, you see the rook? Let me just move it out the way. Deal with that. Deal with knight e3. Just don't blunder anything and force him to find a move. Incr's giving knight e7 as best, potentially going to this square, but it's nothing concrete for Leinier. And now the time advantage that I spoke about before, it is Ray with 44, and Leinier is closing in at 115 at the moment. So this one is a barn burner where anything's going to happen, and I'm afraid it's going to be a blunder of some kind. Knight has dropped back to e7. 32 seconds left for Ray, 115 left for Leinier.
Fantastic. Also, again, back to Grigoriy and Sevian for a moment, because this three-result game, total chaos on the board.
30 seconds for Grigoriy, 1 minute for Sam.
The move d4, d3, pass pawns must be pushed.
Whose king is weaker?
Exactly, and well, that was the question. I thought we were going to see e5 with the idea of queen coming to e4 and a8, and your question was whose king is weaker, right? Is very salient one. He did not play e5. Grigoriy just has played the move rook c1.
G2 is so tempting, but unfortunately we just lose that pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So bishop to d4 check, or queen e2. Bishop d4 check, making room for queen f2 or queen e2. He did play bishop d4 check, king h1 instantly. Again, the clock times, if necessary.
Both around 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Queen e2 played.
Yeah, queen e2 played. Again,
Am
a moment ago.
The pawn? If I trade queens and go rook e1, can you defend the pawn?
I would love to take that pawn off the board, if you don't mind.
I think I'm taking the pawn. Or maybe you have b4.
Just trickies and
yes.
v4. Yeah, you know he's going to play b4.
Take
Well, he's going to go for it, and we're going to see b4 instantly, just as you prescribed. And again, they're only getting 10 seconds. The players started with 20 minutes each. They get a 10-second bonus for each move they complete. So that 10 seconds goes by quickly. Knight to c4.
6.
Credit, by the way.
Yes.
Credit, by the way, in the game between Ray and Leinier, as Ray was definitely doing that little hustler trick of playing small moves. I'm going to show you what happened after 97. Look at Ray's next move. Something logical, something amazing? Just make some small move. Just make some a3 move. So knight f5, attacking the queen, back it up. Now h6 we saw. Let's take, because we had to. Let's make another small move. Just make these tiny moves. But this one, unfortunately, does not work out because of bishop back. He spent a long time, about a minute, before he realized that he does have this interesting maneuver to bring the bishop over to the c6 square. And after queen g2, the bishop is now on c6. A fantastic square. It was on g6 doing nothing. It's now on c6. And, man, this knight is feeling pressure like crazy. And Ray, down to 21 seconds, played knight e4. And now, little hustle move, a6. And it is now on Ray to find a move with only 12 seconds left. We've got to look at him. You could see it on the screen there as he just rushed that last move. Down to 2 seconds he was before he played that last move. And Leinier jumping with bishop takes e4 quickly.
That means the bishop
bam!
H1. No, that just ends the game.
This is what we expected. A blunder in time pressure. You can't keep it up. You just cannot get down on the clock and expect you're going to find good move after good move after good move. He's now just moving because he has to. He's going to lose anyway, and that's a piece.
Queen to c4, knight takes, and oops.
The knight on f3 finally falls, and Ray knows it. He might resign right in this moment. He just moved his knight just to move it, but Black's knight comes back out. There's no reason to keep moving.
Shaking. Talking about somebody who's starting with a bang. Fabiano. He won his first game.
Won, or is it still going on?
And
they're still playing, it looks like.
Shankland, that is Hikaru versus Levon, I'm on the Sam Shankland Fabiano game, and Fabi won.
Fabi has won.
Oh.
Perfect start for Fabi, 2 out of 2. Let's quickly jump to Hikaru's game.
Yeah, okay.
Hikaru has 2 extra pawns. Just needs good technique to convert this endgame.
This was the Rook H1 game. And yeah, he did play the Knight E3. He did, but surprisingly, Levon didn't play Knight H6. He played Knight F2, Rook over. And you know what? Hikaru said, what's better than being 1 pawn up?
Being up 2 pawns.
Being up 2 pawns. That's the answer.
Amazing arithmetic.
Right? I mean, that's why we get the big bucks around here.
Well, maybe Levon can take on D2 on the next move.
Well, wait a minute. Alert, alert, alert. That pawn is, he's got a backer.
With the knight and rook? No, it doesn't look like it.
I mean, would you call that pawn on H5 sponsored? It's got a sponsor? A backer?
Well, I was paying attention to the Olympics.
Yeah.
And that one could win a gold medal. It's in the race and is running down the board. And, man, excuse me, but I'd be scared silly at that H-pawn with a knight supporting it, and now knight to G3. But, you know, Levon, as tricky as Naka is, Levon is a trickster himself. Old school hustler. He could easily be in Washington Square Park.
Oh, yes.
But, you know.
Yeah, he was born.
But.
Born for it.
Hikaru grew up in New York City. So he's seen these kind of hustles before. And he is definitely paying careful attention to Levon as Levon tries to make something happen in this position. He's definitely lost.
G4. Okay.
Just H6, H7.
Oh, dear. Is it that simple?
Once your king goes to H8, I jump with the knight to E5. And
that's the threat.
Yeah, H6.
Game over.
That is good. I was dreaming, you know, my dream was to take this pawn, but H6, H7, and he's done it.
They're going for it. King
Yep.
95.
How do you, the 90s, there's a resi, well, we don't know what happened in that game.
Sevian won this game against Grigoriy.
Wow. That is a game that could easily have gone Grigori's way.
So wasn't 97 the only move on the other board?
And he's done it.
And it's been played?
We have 4 decisive results so far. This is the only game left.
Okay. We've had 4 decisive results?
Yes.
That's why you got to love Chess 960. And no draws here.
From today's starting position, the professionals have worked out so many equalizing lines.
Yes.
It's crazy.
No, this is just rich stuff, but busted right now. The threat is rook e6, rook takes knight.
Yep.
Right?
Well, for me, this knight is so bad, I would be playing c4 myself.
I like king c2.
You like king c2. He played king c2 very quickly, by the way. I liked c4 just with the idea of dominating the
Probably
knight.
immediately rook e6 now.
I'm sorry, what happens on rook e6 if I ever play it?
Resign.
I think it's winning.
Because I have knight g6 check to move the knight.
Picking up, forking king and rook, yeah. You got it. Rook e6 wins on the spot. He's done it. And Levon knows.
You can't move any. You can't defend the knight. You can't move the knight. You can't defend the knight. That's a piece.
That's a piece.
That will be the 5th decisive game in this round.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, we had 3 wins last round, 5 this round. That's 80% win rate happening here after only 2 rounds. An exciting chess, to be sure. For those of you who love the initial classical chess position, yeah, we like it too. But
you got to love 80%.
You got to love 80% win rate with no theory, no memorized moves, pure talent, pure understanding, pure piece coordination skills, all that. And the players are showing it now, and it is incredible. We're just seeing extraordinary games. Nakamura with 2, Fabi with 2. The number 2 and 3 players in the world are now atop the leaderboard.
Exactly. Something about that game I think Levon's going to be very dissatisfied with. He fell into a position, he was a pawn down, and he didn't... Levon goes down, scratching and clawing, and somehow
he missed that bishop h4, just getting the pawn back, and no problems whatsoever in his position.
Absolutely. Well, we've got an incredible round 3 coming up, by the way. I peeked ahead, and I saw that Fabi and Hikaru.
No.
Or yes.
Already
playing in round 3.
Big game, big game.
Nobody should be leaving at this point.
Not at all. By the way, could I just show how this game ended? It was not much longer after this.
This was Sam Shankland Fabi game.
Yeah, Sam was trying to cook up something, but
Ricky Trickies?
No, the ingredients were not what you needed to cook the right meal. After Rook F8, fantastic move. And now the move knight back, no problem there, guarding the pawn on D5. Tried to do some, oops, looks like I jumped. I didn't try to, but sometimes it happens. Let's go back to here. The rook moved to G1, now queen to H8. And now this looks a little dangerous, right? Queen shows up in your house, you can't castle.
Hello.
Well, yeah, is there something dangerous? But all you got to look around. There's no squares. There are no threats. There's nothing down there, in fact. And Fabi said,
there's nothing.
I'm just going to...
Castle. Wait, was
that legal?
The king did not move through attack.
Wow.
Okay, that's a new one. That's a new one, and it's true. The king did not move through check.
No.
That must have been an oversight on Sam's part. It's an oversight on mine for sure. That is a curious thing, and we just got a rule issue that we've got clarified. The king did not move through check. It's not like the king was on E8. The rook jumped over. That is a star move, castles, and good for Fabi that he knew it, because now queen to E7, bishop back, guarding the mate on B7, and now you've got nothing at all. Yes, you can fork my pieces.
Dude.
I was already up an exchange and a pawn. I'm not greedy, just like the engine was greedy. You can have your exchange back. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to take this pawn here with check, and I'm just going to take your bishop. That's easy enough. And that's the end of that story. There's nothing to do here. There are no threats. There are no mates. That, by the way, was instructive, that little...
Castles.
Fantastic move. Not something you see very often. But now we know it.
First, but then we should go to Sevian's game, because we didn't get to see how Sam won his game.
Well, let's do the standings.
Well, after 2 rounds with perfect score, we have 2 players, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. And then only 1 player with 1.5, and that's Sam Sevian.
Defending champion Sam Sevian.
And with 50%, we have 3 players, Garry Kasparov, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
Garry didn't do very well in that round 2 whatsoever.
But at least, he resigned kind of early, so he has enough time to recover.
Right.
Focus on game 3.
You wanted to, show
check
us?
Grigoriy's game against Sam Sevian.
How that finished.
Yes, maybe Maurice can show us.
All right, Maurice.
Yeah, I do have this position. I'm going back because I also was not really following very closely. This game...
I thought a 3-result game was possible.
Yeah, it was okay, and White was slightly worse in this position. This pawn looks very aggressive, and it's a pawn you want to get rid of. He played B3, which was perfectly fine, and captures, and it's time to kill the pawn. This pawn's got to die.
Take it.
He's got to kill it. Instead, he decided to take the pawn on A3.
No.
The engine was not a fan. Rook A6.
Oh, no.
The knight moved back, and now you're not getting that pawn. Nope, not for you, unless you're going to concede some stuff. Okay, I think I get the pawn now. No, you're not, because that pawn is a problem now, and so you cannot get back this pawn right away. And this bishop, by the way, keeping the king in the corner. King G2, I'm curious about. King G2, this pawn, bishop C3 was a threat as well. Oops, there was a bishop F2 threat and a bishop C3 threat as well, so... problems. He guarded the C3 square, but that didn't help on this one. And now, rook takes E2 is met by simply captures. And our good old friend, the 2 bishops mate, would transpire after the next move. So you couldn't take the pawn you should have taken, stayed on the board too long, and that cost him an exchange. And that's what cost him the game.
Simple chess.
Pawn on E2 was the hero of the game.
5 wins in round 2. And let's just have a peek at the upcoming round 3, which will be the final round of today. Lassie, the honors, please.
We have Leinier Dominguez playing Grigoriy Oparin, Garry Kasparov looking to bounce back against Robson, Sam Sevian against Sam Shankland, and the 2 leaders, Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura, the key matchup for the round 3. Levon will be playing Wesley.
Wow. Okay, the Fabi versus Hikaru is definitely the marquee matchup of this upcoming round 3. I think we're going to be taking a break and probably seeing him.
I think we're going to wait until the reveal of the position.
The reveal first, yes. Of course. So far, for those of you who are joining us late, we've had position 875.
Is there a way you can look up Fischer Random position 875 and you'll get the... is there a database?
I don't know if there's a database so much as a website that just... Okay, so there's 960 potential positions, and the computer Stockfish has said some positions are far more favorable for white than other positions. So there's quite a number that just have a tenth of a pawn advantage, and then there are some that have like 6
almost
tenths.
plus one.
Almost plus one, but really, really high. And I believe there's a website, and certainly there's a lot of articles about Fischer Random, because if you're going to get results like an 80% win rate, you know, it's going to become a very popular variant. By the way, have you played a Chess 960 tournament? I played it quite a number myself.
No, never. I don't think there's any tournaments for women in Fischer Random yet.
But open, aren't there?
Are there?
Right?
Online, I think. Not
online,
over the board, yeah.
Right. Okay, so in Holland there's quite a number. We even have a Fischer Random tournament annually.
We should start here too in the US.
You know, yeah, absolutely. Rook B2 check. That was the final position. Ooh. How about you, Maurice? Ever play a Fischer Random tournament before your time?
Never have, but it looks like something I want to do.
Right. No preparation, man. It's great.
Absolutely. I will point out that there have been so far 8 decisive games, and the score is 4-4, I think.
4 wins by black.
Well, last round in round 2, it was 3 by black and 2 to white.
Okay.
And then the previous round is 2 to white, 1 for black. So it's 4-4. So 50-50.
Yeah.
You can't beat that. It's kind of cool to have that happening. So we see all these decisive games. We see all these interesting positions. Yes, it's unfamiliar to all of us when we see these kind of positions appear on the board, but you can start to strategize about what to do pretty quickly. First thing is figure out the quickest mate. Do that real quick. Okay, what's a move I don't want to do because I might blunder a mate and be completely embarrassed? But then you start figuring out what are your problem pieces, how do you coordinate them the best way, how do you solve certain problems, and you want to think about your rooks. Like sooner or later going to be pawn breaks, but of course you can't control everything, but neither can your opponent. So as you're uncomfortable, but remember, that's a lesson for everybody, your opponent's also always uncomfortable as well. Don't just think about yourself, oh man, woe is me. No, your opponent's uncomfortable too. So just settle yourself down and play chess.
Wonderful. We have some insights on some of the players here. Take a look. We'll start with Sam Shankland on this one.
Well, he's 33 years young. His rating is currently 2682, and in 2018, he became U.S. chess champion.
Universal Rating System, the URS, that combines the classical, the blitz, as well as the rapid.
We need Fischer Random ratings.
We need Fischer Random. Next one. Let's see who's
I think it's Grigoriy Oparin next. He is 27 years old. He only recently changed the federation and started representing the U.S. His rating is 2678, and in 2024 he won the President's Cup as a Mizu's chess team.
And of all the people in the world, Fabiano chose Grigoriy as a trainer that he works with and has for several years.
Next we have Sevian, who last year won the Chess 9LX event. He's only 23 years old. He's the youngest player in the tournament, correct?
I think so.
I believe so.
Levon's not arguing.
His URS rating is 2705, and as you can see, he won this event last year.
Watching him play in this year's U.S. Championships, Sam was a force to be reckoned with. He only lost 1 game, and quite a number of times he was the one pressing.
I remember that game against Leinier that he lost. It was a crazy preparation.
Right, and he was completely winning that game as well. And who else? Who else?
Let's take a look at Wesley. So
Nice.
He's 31 years old. US rating
Huge.
2773. Wow.
Huge.
And he's 3-time US champion.
Yeah, and Wesley, boy, what a veteran. Sometimes when we did the lifetime head-to-head matchups at the US Championships, he played somebody like 50 games. It's like,
Probably
what?
Fabi, right?
Probably Fabi.
Let's take a look at Levon.
This is the maestro.
He's 42 years old, US rating 2765. This year he won American Cup. I think it was in March earlier this year. And he's 2-time FIDE World Cup winner.
And when I think of inventive, creative, inspiring players, Levon Aronian comes immediately to mind. What did Garry Kasparov say? When Levon is playing better, the world is just a better place.
Absolutely agree with that statement. Next we have Robson. I believe he just finished the US Championship in the 2nd place. Good result. He's 30 years old, US rating 2691. And last year, he won the Prague Masters Open tournament.
He was featured in one of our graphics at the US Championship. He has won 53 games since the millennium began. He is the winningest player in US Chess Championships. 1 point ahead of Hikaru. Hikaru had 52 US Championship victories.
And last but not least, Leinier Dominguez. He is 41 years old, US rating 2724, 5-time Cuban champion, and 2008 World Blitz champion.
I feel that underrates what Leinier has done and what he's meant to American chess. He's many times member of the U.S. Olympic team, and in fact, he helped the U.S. Olympic team with the silver.
And he's been in top 10
for
probably
like
20
ever.
years.
For sure, Leinier. And on top of all of that, Sebastian, his young son, is learning chess, and during the ultimate moves, Sebastian was playing against me and telling me what I was doing wrong. It was pretty fun.
Those young whippersnappers.
I know, they sure are. As we see the arbiter giving the players the reveal. Here's your sheets, everybody.
Position for today, and let's have a look.
Mix them up for us, Nasi.
Position number 179.
So where's the checkmate? Same as before, C4.
Yasser is hurrying up. No, it doesn't work. Knight C3 is possible this time.
Recover.
Darn it.
At any rate, we do see some problem pieces popping up. The knight on H1 is an interesting problem piece.
The pawn on G2, not defended. Look at the weak pawns first.
Bishops are okay, right?
Bishops are okay. G2 and E2 kind of issues. The knight on... What's the worst piece, Nasi?
Putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about it.
I like it. I like it. The king is the king is the problem.
I don't know.
Okay, we're going to leave you with this position, but first let's check in at Q Boutique. I was expecting some special. Let's see what it is. Oh, it is still the Monopoly St. Louis edition. It does feature all of the highlighted places of St. Louis, and you can enjoy the experience, the city's unique spirit, with your friends and family through the St. Louis edition of the Monopoly. And you can get it at SQ. I did it wrong. QBoutiqueSTL.com.
And as we go on to break, Anastasia talked with Rex and the players to discuss whether they prefer 9LX or classical chess. So take a look and we'll be right back.
I found mate in 3.
Mate in 3. Alert.
If you could only play Fischer Random or regular chess, which one would you choose and why?
Regular chess, because it's a set of rules I know very well and I'm comfortable with, and you can actually prepare for it and work on chess in your downtime.
Maybe Fischer Random, actually. I know that sounds strange, but I think I'd enjoy something different. After playing chess for so long, just regular chess. But I'd really like to play both. I wouldn't like to have to choose, but if you give me the choice, maybe I'd pick Fischer Random. 10 years ago, I might give you a different answer.
I definitely choose Fischer Random at this point because, I mean, it takes away all the preparation, all the work you do before the game, creates a much more fun atmosphere and environment, and I just enjoy it more in general.
Fischer Random any day, because it's 960 times more fun than regular chess. It's a simple explanation.
If I could convert the whole world to Fischer Random, it would be Fischer Random, but I would not only play Fischer Random while the regular world is playing classical. I would still stick with classical then.
I think now I would pick Fischer Random because I already had my time with chess, and 960 is such an interesting game that I mean there's a lot to learn, and it would be like learning chess all over again. So that's why I would pick that.
I would definitely choose to play regular chess over Fischer Random simply because it's what I'm so used to. I feel like from the start you have a lot of different strategies where you already know what you're doing, and it's more fun than having to think on move one.
Probably have to stick with regular chess just because I'm so used to it. I guess Fischer Random there's more variety, but I don't know. At this point, I kind of want to master regular chess since it seems like it should be possible. There's only one position, but I'm still so far away, so I'd probably still focus on that.
I don't have much choice now because playing regular chess requires very thorough preparation and I don't have time. For me, playing chess these days is kind of a vacation. So that's why 960 offers me just a little chance to face stronger position and not being overwhelmed at the opening stage.
I would probably choose classical chess because I've spent so much time of my life on it. It's also opening preparation and stuff, but at the same time I can clearly see its advantages of Fischer Random and getting new positions basically from the start of the game is very nice.
Well, Fischer Random, of course. I think Fischer has a point. He said 30 years ago that chess already dying. I think he has a good point because whoever invented engines, chess engines, did a crime to humanity, really. Because that's not the whole point of the game. I think the whole point of the game is logical thinking, that you play better than your opponent. It's about creativity. But I think engines have really killed it, and now if you look at the games, it's really too computerized, and it's about memorization and about following what the computer says the best move is, and I don't think that's what the game is, or it should be. But at the same time, chess 960 is not easier. So it's not easier at all. Like, you don't have to memorize and all that, but yeah, like to beat Magnus or Fabiano is just as hard.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back, everyone. We just had 2 rounds, so let's take a look at our current standings. We have 2 people with the perfect score.
And guess what?
It's Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Then only 1 man in 3rd place, that's Sam Sevian, and then 3 players sharing 4th, Garry Kasparov, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
Tell us about the pairings that are coming up for this, the 3rd and final round of today.
Well, 2 leaders are facing each other. That's going to be our key matchup, Fabiano against Hikaru. Then we have Dominguez against Oparin, Garry Kasparov against Robson, 2 Sams facing each other, and Levon against Wesley.
2 Sams facing each other. Well, Maurice, 2 rounds under the books, and what comes to mind out of the games we've seen so far? Decisiveness?
Decisiveness, but let me tell you, this round is the big round.
Okay.
The numbers 2 and 3 players in the world playing against each other, right?
That's
just massive.
Right.
But also, Nakamura has had Fabi's number of late. He's won some big games against Fabi and ruined some good tournaments for Fabi. So I know as far as Fabi is concerned, this is one of those, I can't let this guy keep beating me. And online, I can tell you, people have been saying it. Every time they play, somehow, Naka sneaks in a win, some kind of weird way. Fabi makes a mistake, boom. So big games, and we know that Fabi knows this is a rivalry that he has been on the back foot lately on, and he could prove a lot here by just saying, no can do, buddy boy. I'm the number 2 in the world right now. They're separated by only like 2 rating points.
I know.
In the world. So they've been sort of leapfrogging each other in terms of numbers 2 and 3 in the world. And Naka's just a remarkable character. The guy is a streamer. He streams all day long. He has incredible number of followers. That he says, I am not really a chess professional.
No.
And yet he plays with everybody, including Magnus, who has his absolute respect both ways, mutual respect for both of them. It's always a battle when they play of late online. They're also not playing too much classical, as Magnus has left classical behind a little bit. So we get to see this magnificent player show his stuff. And right now he's analyzing with Garry Kasparov. By the way, they're analyzing together, but they haven't played yet.
No.
So you think Garry might want to analyze with somebody he's already played, so you don't have to worry about the future. But he said, "Now I like this guy. He knows a lot. He's also 2-0, by the way. So let me go find the winning horse and hang out with him and see if I can get some fresh ideas." And they're
not for nothing. Just boldly pointing out the obvious. Hikaru did start with 2 whites.
Yes.
This will be his first black.
Yes, that is true. That is
Not
definitely
that
true.
black having the white pieces is that big an advantage, as we discovered. 8 decisive wins, Nasi, but 4 with the black pieces, 4 with the white pieces.
Yeah,
Surprise
that's
for
pretty
you?
surprising, yes.
Yeah. Okay. At the bottom of the screen, there is the new Fischer Random position that will be played around 3.
And we still haven't found checkmate in 3.
Maurice did. He said he found it. It's easy, and he keeps lording over us. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I was wrong.
What? I've been looking for mate in 3.
I was 100% sure I had mate in 3, and I am now clear that I'm not.
Wow. Okay, so even with help, we can't make a mate in 3? I can make a mate in 4, I think.
Yeah, 4 is 4, but 3 I thought I had. And then I had it on a different position that was on our screen, and then this one came, and it's not mate in 3.
Dang.
That's unfortunate.
Ray Robson, they're taking a seat. You mentioned in the pairings that Garry Kasparov will look to bounce back, but so will Ray. Ray went down to Leinier, we just saw there. He allowed that knight fork, knight g3.
Yeah, in time
Got
trouble,
in time
he
trouble.
ended up blundering just like Maurice predicted.
Yeah, well, we see it. Time management in Fischer Random is so much more crucial.
What am I, stupid? There is a mate in 3. Oh, it's so obvious.
So obvious, even though it wasn't so obvious.
Wait a minute. So then who does it first? 1. So look, e2, knight e2 is mate, right?
Knight e2 is mate, yes. So
Knight e2 is mate.
We have to move our pawn. We have to get our queen out of the way.
So knight
and then
c6,
knight takes
d4,
e2.
Yeah, and the knight just goes bang bang. So it's mate.
So let's move our queen out of the way so that we can go.
I mean, it shouldn't be that there's an extra move.
If we can show Yasser's board.
Actually, it means that white should be able to do the same mate.
Yeah,
It's faster with white.
Yeah.
Right.
It's faster with white. So the same exact thing. You bring your knight, white, black pushes the f pawn.
The destination.
Then 95. Yeah, stupidly, but still, queen moves, and then it's main 3. Yeah, that was silly.
The royal fork. Aha. Okay, so we do have a smothered mate in 3. Do not try this at homes.
But unlike the
everyone.
last position, the corner pawns like a2, a7 are not weak here.
Right.
They're actually overprotected with 2 different pieces. So there won't be any of those checkmate threats in 1.
Yeah. I see the bishops, in particular this one on g1 as the problem piece. I don't see the queen as a problem, the knight, the rooks. They look fine. They'll come out. But if you can imagine, if you put the knight on g3, which is a natural, the only way to get this bishop in the game effectively will be to play f4 and bring the bishop out somewhat. So for me, this one
is the worst piece.
The worst piece. Conversely, I can easily play d4 and e4 as play is underway. We didn't hear the ringing of the bell.
I think they do it for every round.
Okay. Here we have the game between Fabi and Hikaru.
I have a bird's eye view, and there's 3 f4s.
3 f4s.
As the first move. Yes.
Okay, so, and that makes a lot of sense. How are you going to develop the bishop on g1? That's the problem piece. f4.
Fabi has chosen e4 and the second move f3. Such a strange start, right, for us.
Yeah, I can imagine he wants to play a d4. If he could play d4, then this bishop on g1 would be happy to come into the game. For me, I would probably play knight c6.
Hikaru played f5.
f5.
Very aggressive.
f5.
So now if you play d4, the pawn's just hanging on e4, right?
Yes, but okay, so if I take, I'm assuming you want to take with the rook?
Maybe d5 to get the center.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So you're going to leave the
You're just going to
pesky?
play g4, right?
Yeah, g4, knight g3. I'm assuming he
Okay,
wants
let's
to
look at
take
rook f5.
rook takes. Then I was thinking d4, trying to exploit, however momentarily, the pin on the file. Knight c6.
Sure.
Okay. Knight c6, knight g3.
Rook drops back to f8.
Rook drops back to f8. Now here I pause. Here I pause. Don't see anything better.
Papi's still thinking after f5.
f5. That was a
critical
surprise
moment.
move.
Can he play knight g3?
Yeah, knight g3 takes. I'm assuming f4
Knight
is
f5.
just not good. Yeah, just not good. Takes. I'm assuming takes. It's pretty even, Steven. I'm trying
Just
to
knight
imagine
g6
a
maybe.
Joko piano. How do I get to a Joko piano position after c3 and bishop c2? We'll keep that in mind. Maurice, I'm going to turn it over to you. Some unusual approaches?
Well, I'm fascinated by how quickly these players here, the two Sams, got to this position. And it started off f4, f5, knight g3, c6, opening up a line for this bishop on the b8 square. And after c3 doing the same, g6, guarding this pawn, a little extra protection. And now bishop to d4 and e5 quickly played to break in the center and trades quickly here. And now the move, surprising e4. It is a magnificent queen sitting on the square e5. And of course, everybody's trained on this e4 square. Knight, queen, bishop. So, excuse me, we're not opening up any lines for you. This knight currently under attack. And it does seem as though black is in business here with this piece. The knight will be able to go to e6, you'll be able to castle. The only problem piece will be this knight in the corner. And I think that black is going to solve the problems pretty quickly in this position. White still has a ways to go with the rest of the pieces. We can see how black unwinds. That's a very big thing in this kind of chess, where you can just go, okay, those guys, finish that, okay, done, I'm developed. But not as obvious for white how to do so. So I think this is very interesting as they've jumped. Garry is somebody I'm always going to keep an eye on because I'm a big fan of his play, absolutely. And you see here that Garry against Ray. Garry had 2 black so far. He's got 1 out of 2. That's 50% with the black pieces. Not terrible, although his last game he would say was not best for him. You see that he has used the e-pawn to push so far, and nothing really of consequence happening here. We do have to keep an eye on these bishops as they're trying to figure out how to maneuver and get in the game. And most importantly, Garry just broke 1940. You know what that means, right?
No.
Play those moves quickly. Don't get into time pressure, Garry. That was a massive problem for him from before.
Just a moment ago.
Yeah, just a moment, and he's looking to do what he does. But it is Fabiano and Hikaru who are playing this turgid type pawn structure as this d4 break looks like it will be affected, and maybe even the d5 break. So we don't know. This one's already gotten some structural in place. That's what you want. Something that you're clear on, and the breaks are clear. This d4 break, this d5 break, very clear. But how do you do it, making sure your pieces are indeed ready? When that happens, this game could be the game of the tournament. I know it's round 3. I shouldn't be speaking in hyperbole, but you must not know me.
It is the game of the tournament.
Look, I will definitely say this could be the game of the entire tournament in round 3. A winner here could put a lock on the rest of the tournament. And these are the 2 best players by rating in the tournament as well. So they know you don't want to be chasing the other guy. That's going to be an uphill battle, especially if he walks out with a 3-0 day one. These are very powerful front runners, especially that guy on the right, Hikaru Nakamura. You give him a lead, man, he does not take his foot off the gas. He could win 10 in a row, 15 in a row in blitz, bullet, you name it, and just feel like I'm in form. By the way, I think Hikaru has 5 national titles. Bobby has finally gotten 4. So 2 of the most decorated players in U.S. history as well. We're seeing a big dog matchup here, right now.
I like the move G4 a lot. I was G5? A little, yeah, by G5, sorry. I was thinking that the pawn on F4, the last move by Fabi, D4, seeking to undermine this pawn. You could easily imagine captures, knight F2, knight to D3, when the pawn on F4 might get tender, especially with G3. So G5.
I'm with you, Yasser. G5 looked good to me because you want to play knight G6.
Anyway,
the engine had that question mark next to it.
Yeah, I mean, you know the 3 snaps, Yasser.
Yeah.
Hated it. That's how the engine felt about that last move.
3 snaps fabulous.
Yeah, possibly so, but there was
A4.
This game is going into some strange territory.
Never saw that. Never. That wasn't on my radar at all. Why is
this
the
looks
pawn?
like a bug house position. You
Give
put
me
the
a
pawn on A6.
Give me a pawn.
And then check on B7.
You just need a pawn.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. Put the pawn on A6. Give me a pawn. I'll put the pawn on B7, and everybody's happy. A4, too tempy to make a move. Really, I'm looking at the bishop on G8. I'm thinking to myself, it's not that great on G8. On C4, it might hurt somebody's feelings. Let me play bishop C4.
That's exactly what has happened.
Right.
But there is bishop A2 challenging your bishop.
Agreed. But
supported with the queen.
Yeah, I can back it up with the queen, right?
Queen A6,
like I'm very happy to get my queen off the back rank, kind of bringing it into. And
the only thing,
6.
Yeah, so the only thing is the bishop on B1 is a problem piece.
Yes.
Your bishop on C4 is not a problem piece. Your bishop on G8 was not a problem piece. So if I can trade off that bishop on A2 for the bishop on C4,
right,
I've alleviated one difficulty in my position, and then the other pieces just flow, right? The knight comes to C3.
Well,
bishop.
before you get yourself too excited, your rook is going to be on A2. You ain't castling queen.
I'm castling kingside. That's the plan.
Against G5. I've got a welcoming committee.
That's true.
I got H5.
But that means you're not castling kings.
No,
maybe
I'm
black
going to castle
just like
queenside.
King's Indian style.
Well, there's a rook
King's
sitting on
Indian
A2.
Style.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is double-edged for sure. That is double-edged.
I mean,
also, there's also no reason necessarily to castle. I may already be castled.
Right. You can keep your king on C1. It's not like your king is on the open center.
Open plains.
Yeah.
And your king is questionable as well with the move C6 on the board. So a little bit of flow here. I think this position is highly complex. And
it's a perfect position for these two champions to play against one another.
And B3 is not a move.
Result.
B3 is not a move. So bishop A2, because that bishop on B1 has to be alive. So bishop A2, and there it is. Resolve the bishop problem. You've got to get rid of your poor pieces. Exactly. And bishop to A2 suggests exactly that. We're going to resolve that problem and then play your next move. Who was I talking to recently about resolving? So in chess, you know, we always talk about long-range plans. People say chess players, they're able to see so far ahead, 5 moves, 10 moves, 15 moves. Yes, that sometimes is true in set positions where the moves are forcing, and you can calculate that. But more important than long-range planning in chess is often situational awareness. What's happening right now that I have to solve? And then when I deal with that, what's happening on the next move that I have to solve? If I have a bad piece, I need to fix that piece. If my king is slightly insecure, I need to fix my king. Do I need to bring more pieces into the game? Or is there a pawn break that I should be aiming for? What am I aware of? Is there a concrete threat right now that I have to resolve? I'll solve those future problems when they come. And so instead of trying to look 5, 10, 15 moves ahead, trying to calculate everything, wasting time on your clock, you solve the individual problem on the board right now, and little by little, incrementally, a la Steinitz, you improve the position, and then you simply have a good position when you're done. And that is what is most important most of the time in chess position, is situational awareness. Fabi says, my bishop's not great on b1. Your bishop's looking kind of good. Let me resolve that problem. Am I looking 10 moves ahead? Is Fabi looking? No, forget that. Just going to get rid of this. We're going to get our other pieces into the game. We'll keep doing that, little by little, improving the position, and that leads and adds up to a good game. So I think bishop a2 is right on point, that he's played it now. And Naka is busy looking around to try to see, well, what am I doing to resolve the position? And by the way, I am sure Naka is not happy with this move, bishop a2, because his bishop could have been sitting on g8 when bishop a2 happened. He spent a tempo putting it on c4, to spend another tempo trading to argue that maybe, you know, I've gotten white not able to castle. He's probably not jumping up and down about that fact, because white's king looks perfectly fine on the c1 square, and the rook will be able to come up. A3 maybe at some point, C3, yes.
Rover, yeah.
Make a little rover?
Yeah, I hear you.
So he decided not to trade and played bishop to A6. You see, that's the kind of thing that players, it bothers strong players, that you can just get away with bishop A2 and get a free tempo. So he said, no, I'm not going to give you that quick solving of the issue. But is it the right thing that he did to put the bishop on A6? Fabi decided to play D5 and grab space.
I'm a little bit stunned. I would have thought that's a little bit of an overreach by Fabi. Maybe I'm wrong. But
the engine hates black. The engine thinks black is busted, all the way crushed after the move D6.
Wow.
Plus 2.4.
Why D6?
D6 is not a move. And by the way, different ways to handle it. B4 or C4, taking the entire space that is being gifted to him. That bishop on A6 will be buried for life sitting over there. If he just plays C4, puts a knight on C3, you talk about a King's Indian? Yeah. This is the King's Indian for white, and it has been played. C4 on the board, and Naka is in trouble in this position. He has to play C5 to shut the position up. But look at that bishop on A6. It's just all space.
I mean, both bishops are terrible.
Both bishops are terrible. What on earth? For me, the question was, did Fabi overreach with the move D5? I thought Hikaru was going to capture, and then after a capture, play E4. So at least his knight, at least this bishop could use the square E5. And again, I'm thinking the queen on...
But Yasser, why would you take with the pawn when you can
I
take
was
with the
going to
bishop?
say take with the bishop.
Okay, take with the bishop, put a knight on C3, and just party on the D5 square.
Exactly. So we go knight E7, knight C3.
No, wait. Maybe I bring my bishop back so you don't get that. You don't have a D5 break coming, so why not just play for knight C3? And
well...
You want to do it anyway?
Kind of. I'm thinking about it.
This is Yasser Seirawan gifting pawns, right?
How do I do this?
That's a little sharp.
But I hate the current position.
Yeah, I agree. It's better than what he did.
Wow, I'm really stunned by.
Look at this.
C4.
Look at the space. And by the way, you think White's king's exposed?
No.
He's 2 moves away. He was 3 moves away actually from castling kingside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you move the queen, you move the knight, and you're done. Oh, the bishop, sorry. But I'm thinking, what are you doing as black here? Because the knight is coming to C3.
The bishop's being trapped.
Being trapped. Oh my goodness. Is this a piece happening already?
Oh, this is just awful.
I think that's why the evaluation's already almost +3.
Look at this eval bar. The eval bar is saying, we keep going up and up. I mean, that's the top right there. And it's wow, we started at the bottom, but now we're here, and it is terrible what we see here for black right now. And I want to see Hikaru, because Hikaru very much reveals his emotional state.
Yes.
So I want to see what his face looks like right now. It's his turn to move, and he still doesn't have that look like he's shaking his head, feeling he has a bad position. But he should be. He should be showing it quite soon, as his position, after only 11 moves
Fabi's looking around like
Fabi
this is
feels
great.
really, really good. That said, by the way, Hikaru is one of the greatest defenders in the history of chess.
Tenacious.
The guy is, what is it, Hydra?
Yeah.
You chop one head off and two more grow back.
Right.
I mean, he just does not die easily. You have to beat this guy 4 or 5 times in a single chess game. True. He's extraordinary at his defensive skills. I don't see anyone in the world of chess, including Magnus, who plays defensive chess as tenaciously as he does. Now, the problem with Magnus is he doesn't get those kind of bad positions.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He doesn't have to play that well defensive. But Hikaru will get those bad positions, and you think you got him? Forget it. That's just the start.
Right.
You've got to kill him 3, 4, 5 times. He's just throwing all kinds of things in your way. And already Hikaru is coming up with some wild idea. Is that B5 we just saw land on the board?
Okay, this is a
no way.
This is a desperado attempt right here.
No way. Fabi knows that's got to be bad.
You can read Hikaru's body language. He's
Like,
not happy with it.
No. You play a move like that in this position, and you just say, okay, it's everything else is bad. So I have to go a little bit crazy and hope that my opponent
Would you
doesn't
take on B5 or just ignore and go knight C3?
Either.
I look at AB.
Both.
I look at AB with the idea to take and play B5. Right?
We saw Hikaru there. I knew he had to break that face just for a second.
It's too great.
You know, he just couldn't really hold it together all that time. So he got up, and now AB was played.
Yeah.
Not the best according to the engine, but still +2.
What was the engine's preferred?
Both of Nazi's moves were good.
Which one?
C takes B5?
Yeah.
Or knight C3?
Or just knight C3.
Just knight
chill.
C3.
Nothing here
and just
to talk about.
And just dominate D5 for the rest of the game.
I mean, look at those pawns.
Oh.
It's raining pawns.
So if I take with the pawn, C4 is hanging. You can't take on C6 right away.
Sorry, say that again.
A takes B. Yeah, you can't take on C6 because of bishop C4.
And oops, there is a pin. Okay.
So you have
but
to
who's
start
pinning who? Because bishop B3, and you're the one who's pinned.
Yeah.
Oops.
Bishop B7, I guess.
Yeah, and then we do the trading routine. We clear our king so we can get on the A file, and life is good. AB, if I'm in Hikaru's shoes, not that I like it. Can I take
with the bishop?
With the bishop? No, he's already taken with the pawn.
Probably C5 here looks just awful.
Ugh, I'm crying. AB on the board. Bishop B3 as advertised, also on the board.
By the way, it's important to note in these King's Indian structures that we have here, resembling a little bit of a Zamish, if you will, with the move F3, it often happens that white advances the pawns in front of a queenside castled king.
Yes.
And doesn't worry at all about it because that space on that side is so just grand that you're not breaking through that pawn structure. It's actually white who wants to push those pawns as that is what's dictated by the structure down that side of the board. So white says, my king is sitting here. Even if the black king were sitting on the G8 square, white is happy playing with this structure. So it's not any fear that you're going to somehow break through and get at the king just because there are no pawns in front of it. It in fact, often happens in chess that when you're getting space, let's say even if you're castle king side, that you'll be able to play F4, G4, H4, and if your opponent doesn't have any angles to come at you, you don't care. Like, so what? My pawns are going and they're going to come get you. So right now, you may look at this and say, isn't white's king got a little bit of danger here?
No.
Which black pieces do you see pointing at that king? Anywhere. Like, anywhere. Anyhow, figure it out. Like, you could think for a long time and realize you're never catching the white king unawares. And there are white pieces who will surround it in seconds. A bishop on B3, knight will land on C3. There's no danger at all to white. It's all space. Yeah. All space for white in this position. And black is suffering. And Hikaru knows it. He's now under Fabi on the clock. Not a position we see Hikaru in often being the speed demon that he is. This is trouble. He gets out of this one, man. It's Hikaru magic. He's got to somehow bring it for his fans.
Yeah. This one looks really bad. Where would you like to take us, Nancy?
Another player who is also in big trouble is Dominguez against Oparin.
Okay.
Completely closed that position.
Okay, we're just going to go to the position. E5, E4. Leinier in trouble? Well, he got rid of his dark square bishop, so that's good. He's kind of got a Dutch defense. I don't even know what you would call this, by the way. For me, I would see my opponent having two bishops. I would play bishop d1 to e2, which
There's
is...
h5. Black can play on the king side.
Yeah.
Looks unpleasant for white.
But it's closed. I don't see this as being... I see this as the battle ahead.
Just the engine really likes black's position.
Space. The engine likes space. I'm going to go to the game of the Sams, the two Sams. Sam Sevian and Sam Shankland. G5. This looks like a very intriguing
Look at this last move, D5.
D5.
And Sam already castled. That's Sam Shankland.
Yeah. Which Sam I am. Okay, D5. That's a surprise move because you'd almost think everybody would play bishop to C2, you know, get ready to castle queenside. If you don't like castling queenside, then you would think, okay, queen to D2 and
I think
get
I
castle.
want to castle on G1 and walk into G4.
Okay, but D5 right away. Time a factor for these two players?
Not really. 11 minutes for white and 12 for black.
I do have a... No, I don't have a cheapo. Cheapo I had in mind was something like this. It simply doesn't work. I beg your pardon.
So just play knight 5.
Yeah, D6. And, you know, it would be great.
Queen E7, right?
Yeah, right. Like, okay, what am I doing? G5 is hanging. G5 is hanging.
Can I take knight G5 right away?
Yes, that's certainly why
This rook
Sam...
G8. G2 is also hanging.
H7 is hanging.
Oh.
So knight
Pieces
takes
are not where they're supposed to be.
Right, right. I mean, you've been so trained, so very well trained from the original position. And that was why we saw D5. I mean, he wanted the pawn.
Guess bishop G6 now.
Okay. Bishop to G6 now. And
Maybe finally bishop C2 and long castle, right?
at last. Bishop to G8 actually was Shankland's move, and we've caught up with the players. Maurice, is a tricky one, but what have you ferreted out?
We're still back in this big dog game. Crucial winner here could win the tournament. Go 3-0 anyway. Not too much projection we want to do, but this is important. Fabi found the best move here, and that was the fantastic rook to F2. Getting ready to double rooks on this line. So Hikaru played a bishop back to B7, trade, and now knight to B5. There is a steed that cannot be chased away, sitting on B5. There is a rook that could show up on this line. There is a queen that could show up on this square as well. We call this problems. Yeah. This is problems, without any question whatsoever. The only piece that's not really working is the other knight. This bishop is trained on the long diagonal. This rook's coming over. Get the king out of the way. Bring the queen over. That's all she wrote. This is bad.
Those are the saddest bishops I've seen.
Absolutely awful. And you look at black pieces. Look at his bishop. As you mentioned, Nazi. Terrible. What's the knight doing?
Terrible.
No future. Pick it up, show. Move it somewhere. Move it somewhere reasonable. You can't. What's this rook doing? Like, just move it somewhere reasonable. This knight, like, just imagine for yourself how you improve a position. Take the pieces and put them on those squares. And we're going to give you a couple of moves to do it. And as you look at this, you're like, I don't have anywhere to put my pieces. It's just nowhere. This game is completely busted. It will be a miracle. Actually, it will take a collapse from Fabi to lose this game. A complete collapse, as he has everything he could want. If he messes this up, not a loss, forget a loss. If he draws this game, it will be a disaster, an absolute catastrophe. And Hikaru is trying to take him there somehow, some way. Again, there's nothing to do here as far as Hikaru is concerned, looking 15 moves ahead, whatever. Situational awareness. Solve one problem, then solve the next one, then solve the next one, and hope it all works out. That's all he can do because he's not in control right now of his own destiny, is Nakamura. It is all Fabi's. If he finds the right moves, this is over. But he is playing Hikaru Nakamura, after all.
A lot of slips.
Hikaru shaking his head.
I just had the game of Garry Kasparov versus Ray Robson on my screen. Not much has happened.
Looks like they've only made like 7 moves.
Yeah, they just really have not gone all out yet. And something strangely enough, even though it's not much, I do feel that Garry is for choice. I'm looking at King B1, and especially I want, for example, let's say I go King B1 or G3.
G3. Maybe he's
a little surprised.
planning F4?
Yeah, I had seen a line like this. King B1.
If I take?
Yes. And then I didn't know where I wanted to go with the knight. Let's say I go here. And here is where you can imagine my position developing like a flower. C3 takes D4. Queen goes to A5.
Looks great.
It looks great. He did not play that. He did, in fact, play G2, G3. And I'm expecting Leinier, once again, to castle queenside. And now I don't...
The only problem is Garry's really low on time.
Again.
6 minutes against 12. Not great.
That's not great. But we know Leinier was likely to catch up.
He's playing Ray.
Yeah.
Gary's playing Ray, but Ray
Sorry,
can catch up
Ray
too.
will catch up.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. Garry, Sam, and over to Fabi.
We have Levon's game that we haven't checked.
Fabi just played...
Where do you want to go? Fabi's game?
Fabi's game.
Okay.
Because Fabi just played the move knight A7 with the idea of playing to B5, and then knight to C6.
Yes, definitely a good idea. Not the best one in the position to play at the moment. I would like to point out something really fantastic. Something that I learned a long time ago, and I'm always impressed when I see it. Black's piece that you'd say is the worst piece, what would you call it?
Septilicus.
The Septilicus. The bishop, I know you're referring to. The bishop sitting on the C7 square. This piece looks horrible.
Horrible.
One of the most amazing things you'll see, and I think it was Fischer Taimanov, you know the game I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where he took the Septilicus, the worst piece on the board, to say bad bishops defend good pawns.
Right.
And bishops are bishops after all. And Fischer took a bishop in a position, and you go, what? That bishop was terrible, and your knight was fantastic. Well, the engine says, take the bishop in this position. Now, the bishop is holding up some pawns. You get rid of it. This bishop is always waiting. You'll never take in this position. Right. But a second principle comes into play here, and that is of the superfluous knights. These knights, this knight on b5 and this knight sitting on d1, are both fighting for the b5 square. Both of them want to be on b5 because this knight doesn't know where else it should go. Remember, you pick up your pieces, you put them on squares you want them to be. This knight, you go, where do I put it?
B5.
Do I put it here? Where do I put this darn piece? It's like, that dude is occupying the square. I need to get you off of this so this guy can get his square. Well, the knight on b5 is the square. So knight takes c7 is actually a very good move here, followed by knight c3. Knight to b5, you can't get rid of that knight. And even though we've relieved you of your bad bishop, we've gotten our knight on a clean square. All our pieces are working, and we're going to come hunt you down. So that was actually a good move among many. Knight to a7, however, which is what Fabi actually played, the engine's not necessarily a fan of. And knight to e7 played, and now you have to wonder exactly what he's going to do. He played b5, excuse me.
That was his
rook to g6. Yeah. And the engine is saying slowly but surely Fabi is misplaying the position. He is looking to put a knight on c6.
I think he's done that, in fact.
Did he? Okay, knight c6. And the engine is saying it's getting better every single move. And now he's working on the other side of the board, g3. His advantage that was once 3+ is now down to 1.67. All those moves that just looked amazing. This knight, by the way, on c6 looks like an incredible steed. But another principle I learned is that of the paper tiger. It looks great. It's scary looking. You leave it alone and say, whatever you're going to do, what are you doing on that square exactly? And the knight on c6, it's pretty. But you've now taken away the b5 square from your other knight. You've now blocked up the entire side over here. You've had to go over to the wrong side of the board to get open lines for your pieces. And slowly but surely, Hikaru is like, what is it, Turtle? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, maybe? He's just like, I'm coming back. I'm in my shell. And you have to break through with no pawn breaks on this side anymore. Fabi has established a fantastic looking knight, but it's a paper tiger in the position, and no pieces can flow behind it in order to get at black. He's still better, but not as great an advantage as he had before.
Hikaru put his king on d7.
I know.
He looks very safe on d7.
Absolutely. A nice march over here. Hikaru's doing. I'm telling you, this guy is Hydra. You do not just kill him. And the way it has been played so far, you looking now, Fabi's trying to reposition his pieces to break on the wrong side of the board. He shouldn't have had to do that. And Hikaru's aware of it. Yeah. Hikaru knows this ain't as bad as it used to be. And look at him point everything towards the king side, where he has the natural advantage based on the pawn structure. Fabi has blown the massive advantage. Can you imagine him actually losing this game now?
No,
Losing, no, but maybe a draw. Maybe.
But I still like Fabi's position, though. Yes. Even though I agree, it's not the...
It's not as crushing as it is.
Yeah, the snap, crackle, pop. There was rook a7, though, a moment ago, just pinning this bishop, the septic bishop. He's played knight d3, not a bad move. By the way, he is looking to make a combination. Rook to the 7th and knight takes e5 is on his agenda. And look at this. Hikaru just captured the knight.
6.
Wow. And not
big time move just occurred there.
Serious.
His king is going to h8, right?
King to
the engine hated that trade.
Whoa,
hated it. That was a knight you didn't need to bother whatsoever.
Wait a minute. Now I can pin on the 8th rank.
Yeah.
That looks even more pertinent. Ooh.
He had left that knight alone. It wasn't doing any damage. There was no problem walking around it. Yeah. And then he finally decided to actually trade for it and give him a protected pass pawn. Also give him the b file, give him the b5 square. Again, by the way, the knight on d3 can take a nice little journey and figure out a way to get to b5. Yeah. And this is
bad.
Just terrible.
Just really, really bad.
In fact, I would even argue that he could play like g4, h3 and not even worry about that side. And then go back to knight b5 and everybody on the queen side. That trade by Hikaru may really come back to haunt him.
I agree. Locking it up with g4, h3, maneuvering the knight to b5. By the way, rook a8 immediately.
That's bad looking.
The only move is bishop h3 to not lose the bishop, and then you can play g4, right?
Right, but
oh man,
I also had a different idea. Rook a8. Let me put it on the board. Rook a8, bishop h3, knight f2. I try to hunt this bishop. I thought you were going to go bishop g2. You're going to go g4?
My only hope. Desperate move.
By the way, Fabi did start with g4. On his agenda is rook a8 right now.
You know, so human that we suggested that, by the way. We suggested because we see the finish here. We see what you can do. Lock that side up, give no counterplay, win on the other side. Right. The engine said, as is typical, forget all that. Take on f4. Open that side up too. We have it all. And then you just open up lines, and black's position is terrible, so who cares? Very much a different approach from the engine because they can see that it's just great all the way around. Mm-hmm. But we as humans, and we quickly said, yeah, lock up that side.
Right.
No How the heck are you going to get any play with us just owning that side of the board, especially if a knight, it's going to take a while, but a knight gets to b5, you're literally resigning at this moment.
I think no human would take on f4. No.
We're just not trained to.
Right.
We shut down the counterplay and then we go for hours. That's what we do.
Exactly. Knight b2 to a4 to c3. It takes 4 moves to shift the knight to b5. Once it lands on b5, well, that's all she wrote.
Yep.
By the way, is there some combination here? Just
King d8, a queen
rook
d8
a7,
maybe.
knight takes.
You want to sack?
D takes.
Bishop takes.
Second too many pieces maybe.
Yes, sir. Well, queen a5.
King d6.
King d6. Now I need to
Run
play
out of
queen
pieces.
Yeah, queen c5 would be the...
let me interrupt myself. Bad idea, but Garry Kasparov is running out of time.
Oh, yeah, by the way, he found it. Knight b2 headed to a4 to c3 to b5.
Right.
As we noted, that's busted.
Garry Kasparov.
Oh, 2 minutes for Garry. And accomplished still so early in the game.
Yeah, but he's done everything right. Gary's done everything right. He wants to play f5 and d4 and, make a huge claim that this bishop This
This
bishop
is rust, though,
terrible.
isn't it? This is just so much rust to
He just took on G5.
spend all this time to get to a position that has all these pieces on the board still.
I mean, I agree. White's position looks pleasant, but not too much better.
I don't know. How do you recapture?
With the knight?
Okay, knight takes. I'm looking at this, so I stop it, right? So I defend the pawn.
I have so many options. Maybe bishop
Well,
bring
queen
the bishop
e6
out.
is an idea. Sorry. I was going to play b3 as a response, by the way, in case pardon me, Ray recaptured with the pawn. I understand this move by Ray. He wants to give his knight a secure place, but then my question would be, after the move d4, aren't you suffering?
We have that on the board, so let's say knight f4.
Knight f4, okay.
You're going to play e5 at some point?
Sorry? Am I doing what?
e5 with white.
Should I? I would try to undermine this knight. I'll go h4, so that I'm looking to.
How about just h6?
Okay.
They're making our moves.
They are
good.
really good. I get that cheapo with once a broadcast. These guys are really good. Go for it.
Well, we are now in
resigned,
heart rate defibrillator territory.
Right.
As we see that eval bar. There's only a little teeny beady more to go before you're on full tilt. Heart attack, patient unable to resuscitate. All right. The knight did go to b2, did go to a4, as we said. Now headed to c3, will be on b5, and that's going to be all she wrote. What to even do here?
B5.
Desperation time to move h5. Just throw something at him. I mean, that's what you're doing. Just anything you got, just throw something in his way to distract him on the other side, because you see these two moves, and they're your demise. So that is what he's doing there. h5, and Fabi said, I don't even care what's happening on that side. You do your worst. After knight c3 was played, now b5, more desperation. I think I'll take that. That's a free pawn. Bishop to b6. And now anything could happen on there. We could shut it down. Even h4, the engine is saying, we can even open up that side since you so desperately want to open it out. We'll do it with you and have a party as we break open the position. So Fabi, it's on Fabi now that he's up a clean pawn. This is nothing happening over here. How to break through. The engine loves h4 and just let all this just collapse of its own weight. Fabi in big trouble. Sorry, Naka in big trouble. The only thing that's happened now is Fabi has dropped below Nakamura on the clock at 6:30 versus 6:36. Still a lot of time on the clock, but he simply has to keep the pressure on. This is where an h4 has indeed been played. At least that's what it looked like.
Excellent move.
h4. Is that right?
Yep.
h4 is the right attitude. Don't back down. And Nakamura taking on g4. You can either play h5. That would be just mean. Play h5 and then take on g4. And you also have a pass pawn on the other side of the board in addition to your extra pawn. That's what Fabi's considering. Does he keep the tension, or does he just take the pass pawn that you will have to pay attention to and then go about his business on the other side as well?
Quick observation, and I think it's kind of curious, maybe even funny. White has never moved his queen.
Good point. Very good point.
You bring out everything but the queen. The queen is waiting. The queen is waiting for the opportunity to pounce on the h4 square. Sorry, I'm just going to update.
And here's
my
the chance.
board.
You could play h5 now. You could play h5 if you want to, but he played bishop f2.
He's not in a rush.
He's no need to.
King
Bishop
f6.
f2 is nasty.
Bishop f2, king f6 on the board. So we can either open up the position with takes, or, as you suggest, close the
There's
position.
also no rush whatsoever, right?
No.
We don't have to touch the h4 pawn.
Exactly.
But here's the deal, by the way. On the other side of the board,
yes,
if you shut it down, there is a queen c3, queen a3, rook b8, queen a8 problem.
Right. Queen c3, queen a1, or queen c3, queen a3, rook b8, and, as you say, a queen a8 problem.
Yep.
So shutting down the position.
Yeah, that's just a pass pawn. We'll keep that in mind. And as you try to defend the other side of the board, we'll trade everything off and play h6, h7, when it's all time for that to happen. I mean, and by the way, we have a pass c pawn. We didn't mention that.
That's two squares away from coronation.
That's everybody. This is Oh, there's also, if you play h5, there's also a bishop e1 eventuality, right? We could play queen c3, queen a3, bishop e1, and then bring the bishop over, trade that boy off, and then we just demolish that side where there's no play anywhere. We put the white bishop on f3 and leave it there.
Right.
h5, bishop f3, leave that there, play queen over, bring the bishop over, trade everything off, and the game is over.
All Hikaru can
and there's h5.
King g7 and move the king back and forth.
Right.
There's no moves. The knight can go anywhere.
h5, rook h8, queen c3, and there he goes.
Game.
There he goes. And again, like I said, put a bishop on f3 so that the actual move f3 is not ever played.
Well,
although I don't need it.
One tickle. Knight h6 is just a tickle. I'm not threatening to take.
Yes, you're pinned.
No.
You're totally pinned.
I'm totally pinned. Oh, no. Oh,
You'd have to play some unpin. You can't even unpin.
Yeah.
Queen f8, queen g7, knight h6.
That's a lot of moves.
Yes.
Forcibly reminded.
The first time you play the queen away, rook b8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang my bishop, yeah.
Hang, attack the bishop.
He's played queen to b2. Interesting.
Knight h6,
Once
queen
knight
to
d6.
b2. Once knight takes d6 is the threat.
Bishops. Yeah.
So let me get this straight. Hikaru is lost on the queen side, lost on the king side, and worse in the center. Other than that,
is it his move?
Knight takes d6 is the threat. Hikaru has to answer to knight takes d6. What can he do?
There's no move. He has to bring his knight back to guard that. He just has to bring his knight back to guard it. He cannot let this happen because the entire queen side will fall apart.
Agreed.
So he has to bring the knight back to guard it. His position is completely lost. Fabi's down to 447 though, and he's at 612. So he's just hoping he can play a couple of moves. What to do though about this big move, knight d6? He must bring his knight back. We see it on the board at the moment. That's your move, right? Yes.
Yeah. At the board, Hikaru has not moved his knight.
He does not want to move his knight. He didn't put his knight on h6 to bring it back to f7. He's looking for an alternative, but there is none.
Maybe he's considering to sacrifice his queen, go bishop g4, and hope for the f and g2 pawns to create some counterplay.
That is definitely a thought.
But white's pawn on c6.
You're dead lost, but it's definitely one of those things you have to think about as his time now approaches Fabi's, and we're seeing a massive result here. And here we go. Hikaru's about to move, and he's played the solid bishop back to c7.
That's solid.
I mean,
yeah.
But the only problem with that move is concedes the a7 square. Every time you make a move, there's a drawback, and that drawback is the a7 square. Knight to a7 looks like a bishop.
Ask a pertinent question.
Played in queen e7 now.
Immediately, queen e7. What? Queen e7.
That's a piece.
Knight c8?
Knight c8's a piece.
Yeah.
Or rook c8. I don't think it makes a difference.
I don't either. But
and then the white queen will land on b7. And by the way, the g4 pawn is no longer hanging at all, ever.
Right.
So you're just simply down a piece with no play.
Agreed. I think
he's moving through inertia right now.
Yeah. Queen b7, just as you described it.
Knight comes back to a7, b5, and that's just game over.
Yeah. By the way, that transiting through the knight, the b5 square has been a beauty.
Yeah, we're going to see resignation in a couple of moves.
Okay, sorry, I'm just.
You have knight g8 and bishop a5 on the board.
Knight b5 threatens c7, and that was a master class of a demolition by Fabi against his closest rival. That wasn't close at all. And knight c6, by the way, an incredible move after Fabi had put the knight on c6. He just couldn't tolerate it there.
Yeah.
And by taking it, I mean, that was just a disastrous.
Exactly. Where would you like
Let's
to take
go to
this?
Garry Kasparov's game against Ray. Big time trouble here. 45 seconds for Garry, 3.5 minutes for Ray, and
well, somehow Ray has gotten rid of his dark squared bishop. I thought Garry was playing against it at this moment.
It's pretty active for black.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of good pieces, especially the queens and the rooks.
Pawn on d6 is also good, and black squares around the black king are weak.
Exactly.
If only he can get his queen somewhere on c7.
Yeah, you gotta go queen b3 to b6. Knight A5.
If he manages that, it's game over.
Correct.
Well, rook
Rook
E2.
to E2. Sometimes
Queen B3.
you do push your opponent to squares where they want to go. In this case, the queen did want to go to B3. Garry is hoping against hope that he'll get some knight trickies with knight A5.
What should black do now? Knight E6, knight D8? That looks very passive.
Thinking queen H7 check and queen C2. I'm getting a little worried.
Well, if we trade queens, then I don't think white's losing anymore.
I didn't know if white was losing to begin with.
Well, I just said the eval bar looks good for black.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the eval bar. I was like, okay, on my board, I don't get it. Okay, queen B3. So what would you suggest for Ray?
There's some tactics, maybe knight D3, because if you take... No, you can't take. Knight.
Okay,
It's B2 hanging, right?
Knight D3. I get it.
Just stopping your knight from moving.
Knight A5, rook takes B2 is awkward. But didn't you tell me I could
Queen B6.
step in? I mean, is this over?
That looks very scary.
I mean, I don't know if it's over, but be careful, right?
Yes, sure.
I've got ideas of queen C7 and rook A5 and rook takes A6 mate. Not sure, but queen B3. What is Ray's time?
He's catching up with Garry now. He's down to his last minute and a half.
Well, we knew that. I mean, Garry was like 6 minutes down, and I said, give Ray a chance.
Ray's definitely giving him a chance. Look at that, 120 on the clock to 103, and that game is insane as it's developing. Am I right, by the way? So when you're worse, that one's over. It was a draw. Look at the Sams. We're going to get back to Garry's game in a quick second. I don't want to distract us. But your position is getting worse. You're kind of going down on the position and maybe even on the clock. So you know what? Time to bluff. Dropping. People say you don't bluff in chess. Yeah, right. Throw the piece in there and see, will the guy take it? And he's supposed to leave this alone, but he couldn't help himself. He said, I'm taking it. Turns out you just unleashed this bishop into the game. Bad idea. It's still better for you, but I had nothing a second. I had nothing. I was just throwing stuff at you. Now I got a queen on A2 and your king's on C1, and I'm looking around. Is there a tactic I can hit you with? I can at least take this rook. I don't really want to, but at least that's in the position. They're just saying, no, don't even do that. Play something like bishop B3, and who's going to be thinking about what? I see Yasser, you're like, why did I do this to myself? Yeah, you didn't have to touch the knight, but now you are up a piece, a straight piece at that, not even any pawns to compensate. But
there's issues.
There's issues.
By the way, Ray went for rook F1. Oh, wait a minute. That was not into... Oh, pardon me. He did start with knight D5. He did start with knight D5. Garry felt his king needed a little fresh air. A4, rook F1, and we've caught up with the players.
I'm still worried about black's back rank.
Rook takes D5.
Whoa.
Garry Kasparov sacking.
Rook takes D5, pawn takes D5.
Ruh-roh.
Garry is going for the mate.
Is this mate?
Rook D1. Check.
Really, he's planning to move his king, obviously.
King there's A2. Queen D3 check also, but that doesn't help.
Sorry, there's...
I have Queen D3, but you go King A2, and I still can't...
So Rook D1, King A2, you got to play B5?
Well, we can take on B2. Yeah, we can play B5, but then
I take it? And
Oh, that's mate. Never mind.
Is that a mate? Well, are you mating us?
Yeah. What?
I'm just wondering if I put something on the Queen D3. Are you mating us?
Well,
King A2. There we go.
We're at step one.
Okay, so B5 has to be played. Then take. B5 has to be. Well, you could sack, but it doesn't seem to make any sense to sacrifice.
At the moment? No.
Yeah, so Rook B2 sack is coming.
By the way, Ray Robson, what's his clock? He's
7 seconds.
He's burning.
He's burning a horrible clock. He's got to play B5.
Garry going to take game... Whoa!
Oh, no, he found another way. What is this way? What did Ray find?
Whoa!
Oh, he found Queen check at D4.
What?
Oh, my goodness.
Is this legit?
That looks legit.
Impressive.
D4.
Garry's shaking his head like he missed it. But isn't there a queen B?
Hold on. There's queen.
There's no more mates.
Queen G8.
Queen G8 king up, and you have
Nothing. No mate? That's crazy.
Okay, so C4 is going to be necessary.
Then rook E1, black is checkmating.
No, I'm my queen, and you get checks, but I can get my king up to C5.
That was a great move.
What Ray did was really special.
Brilliant.
But maybe I can put a queen.
He was probably losing, by the way.
Yeah.
Huh?
B5 he was probably losing.
Mm-hmm.
But this defense is a very hidden, and
okay,
Garry is rocked backwards.
Okay, but C4 is playable.
Takes.
Well, I have perpetual, right? Queen
Where's
C7.
Which perpetual?
Queen C7 check. And then Queen C5.
And perpet.
And perpet, right?
So he does.
That's useful.
Garry is threatening a perpet.
Go for it.
Which is very lucky, actually. Yeah. And he's taken, and there's the perpetual. Wow.
Gorgeous.
What a finish. That
Absolutely
was
gorgeous.
dramatic.
Garry's no fool. Just let's take the draw now, buddy boy.
Yeah.
Take the draw. Let's go. I'm no fool. Yes.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Young whippersnapper. I am Garry Kasparov, after all.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, great. Where else would you like us to go?
No, you mean where to go? We got to look at the Sams.
And Sam Shankland.
They're going at it.
We got 2 knights versus a rook and a pawn or two?
Just one.
Just one.
Yeah, he was able to get that bishop for the rook, and he's trying to play calmly here.
But now maybe black's king is actually weaker, because knight's coming to D5.
You get a knight to D5, you're feeling happy. Right now, what he's doing is he's trying to get his king into a safe zone where there's no perpetual check.
Shankland A5.
And he's saying, okay, who wants a perpetual check? I don't want a perpetual.
C4.
Whoa, C4 with the idea C5. Okay, queen B2 check. You have to go king.
A4?
Wow, king F3?
Yeah, the engine thinks his position is 000.
Of course.
Yeah, sure, whatever
Queen
you say.
F7 check.
But queen trades are not useful for white, even though you have the two pieces, the 2 knights, because that A pawn is annoying, and the rook will be just fine against the pieces, but...
I think Sam's last move is an indication he's looking to bring his queen back to D2 in order to stop the A farm.
Not afraid of rook F8?
Yeah, I'd be afraid. I can move my king to queen F7. Okay, that was a surprise move. So he was afraid.
Queen C7, but rook C8 was very strong there.
Rook C8,
guarding the C7 square and hitting the pawn on C4.
I think he had knight B6 in mind. Let's just say.
Oh, but rook C8 was strong. Knight
he
B6.
Played rook. He played king A7. Sorry.
Can white go queen C7? Or you have rook F8 and going after my king?
Whose king is the most vulnerable? I'm thinking, okay, queen C7.
Knight
C7 also apparently quite strong. And you know what the eval is here?
Triple O's?
Yep.
Threatening the knight B. Well, is it really a threat?
I'll be surprised if this game ends in a draw. Right?
I would be surprised.
I would be too.
This does not feel like a draw.
Rook E7, knight B5 check.
And then
you got to put the rook on C8. No, just move. You got to move it.
Well, rook C8, queen D7.
Then you get the F file at least.
Yeah, that was what Nasi wanted as well. The F file.
I also have this in between.
Ooh, rook E7, inviting knight B5 check. I thought that was a dangerous decision. Risky decision, rook E7.
The king gonna go up to B6?
No choice, you can't go backwards, right? King B6, and now Sevian is thinking about where does the queen go? Queen F8, rook E8.
Yep.
You can take the pawn on D6, but you don't like that A pawn. That A pawn is, he's probably going to go back to F7.
How does white make progress?
I don't think he does. I mean, it's crazy. Okay, I could go here.
He took it.
Ooh, he's going to
That is a risky decision to be sure. Because now that A-pawn is an A-pawn, after all, and knights hate A-pawns.
Monsters A-pawn. Okay, but he has ideas. He's got ideas of knight to D3, followed by C5 check, so he can anchor that one knight, and hopefully this knight on D3 will deal with the runaway criminal.
Ha!
Can it?
I don't know. Okay, let's go. Knight D3. Has Sam played it or not?
Knight D3 is being given as a loss by the engine, by the way.
Wow.
He has to deal with this pawn immediately with
it.
knight to B5.
He's done that.
A-pawn is the problem.
But now
it's
King C5.
so much easier to play with the rook and the pawn than it is to play with the two knights.
I agree.
As
King
long as you
C5.
avoid any kind of trickery. King
By the
C5,
way,
knight
talking
check.
about kick trickery, Sam Sevian just dropping his C4 pawn like it was nothing. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Why did he take such a huge risk?
I have no idea. He's
he
really
believes in
playing
his
with fire.
E-pawn, right?
Turns out he's actually fine here, which is kind of ridiculous to think.
Can he take on B7, or that's just lost? A3?
The thing is, the bizarre thing about this position, I'm stunned, it's so study-like, is that the knights can harass this king. The way the knights are structured, the knight checks are possible against black's king. That's
crazy.
Weird.
You mean you
Wait, I
start
can't
with
get
knight
out.
check?
Yeah, you go back with
64, knight D6. You
knight
can't get
B5
out.
check.
That is true.
It's insane. I've never seen this construction.
10 seconds for both players.
He did not play it, though.
E5. That came as a surprise for Sam Shankland. I'm sure he was bothered by the knight B5 check. He played E5, inviting A3. That is a shock.
I guess he wants... No, you can't sacrifice the knight yet. Your pawn's not far enough.
Exactly. Is it still triple zeros, or is
No, better for black.
Better for black.
Better for black, but still not easy at all.
Wow.
What a curious. I'm going to have to do some investigation as to how these knights were going to be checking this king so much. I've never seen this construction. That's a study-like construction. And it's true. The king was literally trapped in a cycle there. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
I've never seen that.
Rook.
That's
Whoa,
actually
rook
nice.
D8.
It's
So that stops
pinning the knight
E6.
and stopping the pawn.
No, but knight B5 is still possible. And how do you get out of these checks?
King B3.
He's played.
There he's doing, repeating.
But that gives me the knight C5 check option that I didn't have before.
And if my king goes to D5? Like king C4 and king D5?
He's done it. He's done this.
But king D5, and you can't touch the e-pawn if the knight on D3 moves.
Ooh, okay.
Because the knight F7 check
So you're saying knight B4 check
was possible.
as well as knight F4 check. Knight F4 check, king C6. Oh, jeez. Otherwise,
We have knight B5 on the board.
threatening knight. No.
Okay, he's a little frustrated. He's put his knight back on C4. He saw
It's
knight
king.
C.
It's king
His king,
back.
sorry. But he could have played rook C8 to guard the C3 square.
Not an easy move to find.
Wait, why is some claiming repetition?
That's not repetition.
That is not
Stop it. No way.
It
What?
only happened once.
There's not a
First
repetition.
Definitely not.
What are you talking about? Did he just ask for repetition?
Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
Not 100% sure.
Black will get two
Because-
extra minutes, right? Or
Because the clocks are still ticking.
Mm-hmm.
If he had made the claim, the tournament director would have stopped the clocks and either approved or disapproved.
The clocks are stopped.
Clocks are stopped.
Oh, the clocks have stopped.
Arbiter's
How did you
checking.
make a claim? What?
Arbiter's checking, but it's not a
Then
draw.
he will get an extra
Yeah.
few minutes. Sam
Mhm.
Shankland will be rewarded with a false claim.
One.
So there's going to be a resetting of the clock. And Sam is
1
going to
minute or two?
2, I think.
That's a
By the
big
way,
gap.
I've always felt that it's a good idea to make a false claim, give your opponent the extra 2 minutes, but then you know, are we at move 50 or not? That was
All of
hilarious.
We still have one game going.
And it is drawn.
Levon against Wesley.
Levon.
Yeah, they repeat it again.
They repeated again and allowed for the draw. So amazing save there. Amazing.
Who's
Looks
got
like
the
a
extra
draw.
pawn?
Levon has an extra pawn, but It's a draw? Yeah.
His king.
Wait, how is it?
I go G2.
B2, rook
Pardon
B6.
me, B2. Rook to B6.
And you play B1 and take on A6, right?
Or just take on A6 right away, and then bring the king as swiftly back to the king side as possible.
For all the blood we saw spilled the last round, there was only one decisive game so far.
King C5.
Although this could easily turn weird.
Wait a minute. King C5 just made something weird.
Well, he's trying to push his pawn up the board, so that's
okay. Rook
G3
came back. Help me out here, guys. I go B2.
Rook B3.
Oops, what?
I would go rook B3.
And then I was going to go rook B4.
And probably.
You will trade
take
rooks?
Take A7.
A7, yeah. Why not? Gotcha.
Draw.
So rook A2 check on the board. Wesley is setting up a trick. King here, here.
Push, rook B3,
and
rook A3.
That's the trick he's setting up.
That's nasty.
Careful,
That's
careful.
Not funny.
So
it's not funny.
King H1.
But if you bring your king to the back rank, then B2 anyway. You're dropping a rook. What's going on?
How do we say this?
King H3, B.
Wow.
The computer says
there's no
there must
way.
Be some save there.
The computer is giving the position after that a draw after A7 because you cannot pocket the rook on A3. That's crazy.
Rook B3, rook A3.
Rook B3, rook A3, take it.
Take the rook.
Yes, queens, and A7. And go try to figure out how to take my rook.
Right. I can drop my queen back on A8, but that's a fortress.
Nothing.
But it looks so lost that Levon might not go for this.
But it is the challenge. You know, you have to win a rook. So the rook.
Right.
Even queen versus rook by itself, you don't win that rook necessarily. You've got to work. So here, it just so happens that the rook is on A3, and you have no way to actually figure out how to fork the king and rook. So yeah, it's basically.
Ooh, he just played king.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it. Nope. Nope. That's a loss.
King G.
That's just a clean loss. You can't. Your pawns go nowhere. He's hoping his king's going to go back up the board to. No, but you just lose the pawns directly.
Right.
Check king, push, push, king G4. No, this is
easy win.
No, the king is too close. Way too close.
Wow.
Way too close. No, easy win.
He missed that other setup. Easy to miss, by the way, because it looks lost. But this, for sure, is lost. You know the biggest problem here? Wait, no, not true. I thought I could cut the king off on the rank.
Rook B4?
Huh?
I can cut it off, right? With rook B4.
No, because you're going to have to go deal with those pawns anyway.
A7.
I need king on B6, yeah.
Right. He has. Did he play H6? What did?
No,
he
just he's just going to bring his king over, and it's not enough time. It's way too fast. You have to move your king and your pawn. This is the problem with these positions. You have to move your king and your pawn. You can't just push your pawn.
Right.
If you push your pawn, it gets caught. And there it goes, trying to go up the board. But the king's going to go, and the king's going to go, and the rook's going to go, and they're going to stop everybody.
Yeah, he's done it. The rook just drops back.
Lost.
Yeah.
Levon needs one extra tempo. If king was on G4, then he could catch up.
Yes, that's exactly right.
One tempo.
Oof.
The black king will end up at F7 in the worst case. And once it lands on F7, you cannot push your pawn, so it'll be inside the square of that pawn.
Yep.
So he could play king E6 or king E7.
Which he did.
Then he'll go with F7, and then he'll take the A pawn. Well, now he's trying to get a little bit further, but that doesn't help either. He can just bring his king back.
Exactly.
Incredible, wow.
King F6. And
king F6 is actually the most painful move.
Yeah, blocking.
King F6 is the worst one of all.
Yeah.
So move the king over. You have your king can't do both. So Wesley's just checking to make sure there's nothing special.
Yep.
And now there, and one more move, and that's
Rook
it.
A8.
That's resigns.
Rook
A8. Rook takes pawn. Missing a draw, those end games.
Ooh, those tricky rook endings.
Yes, indeed.
Ouch.
I think Levon is unaware of it right now. I think he thought he was losing.
Two decisive games now.
In this, the third and final round of today.
Yes.
Wow.
So total 10 decisive games today?
Yes.
Yeah, wow. Not bad.
10 out of 15?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to stop and think about this.
No, it can't be 10.
Yeah.
Was it 5 wins in the last one? Yeah, it was 5. Oh my
right?
gosh, 5 and 3 and 2, 10 out of
66%.
That's a
winning
pretty
chances.
good win rate.
Yeah. Well, I know that we're going to try to get Begim to interview some of our tournament leaders. What caught your eye in this one? Besides Wesley getting a draw,
Definite
getting
trickery
an
here.
extra half point.
We should point out that
trickery.
This
Rook
one here.
B3.
Rook B3 after B2. Let's get
No,
here.
it
No,
was-
sorry, it was
King should have.
It was this rook check.
Yes.
Let's just toss in the rook check.
Right.
See what you do next. And this is very instructive. We point out you don't want to do this because you know the trick. The trick is this one and this one. We have been taught this trick since we were babes. This little deflection tactic. Yes, we get the queen. You can't stop us from getting a queen. The thing is, queen versus rook is winning, but it's a hard win. Man, it ain't easy at all.
When there's no pawns on the board.
When there are no pawns, I got 2 pawns to use. Your queen usually will think, I can check in some way and pick off the rook. But here, based on where this king is and where this rook is in this position, there are quite a few type positions like this, by the way, where you just can't do any maneuver that wins the rook. And the rook's ready to go join the king anyway. So you don't get that. You have to maneuver around. But the fact that white can now play the move A7
as well,
and there's a threat to actually promote rut row,
the rook.
You have no way of picking this rook off. There's no check that does it. You could play this check. We're just going to hang out. There's no queen. We're just going to keep going back and forth, actually.
Yeah,
That's already a given. We're just going to stay here and see if you can figure out how to make something happen. And queen F1, king, queen E1. Their maximum is you can't even get an angle on the rook this way. Because this king is in the way. So it's not like you could get a queen e7 check or queen d6 check and pick off the rook because your king is sitting there. You could come all the way back here. I don't think you even have to worry about whether or not it's a fortress he has because I think I have to be a little...
Let me just interrupt you, Maurice, and say that Begim is with our tournament leader. Fabi, over to you, Begim.
We're here with Fabiano Caruana, who won his 3 games today. Fabi, congratulations, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad to have this change from classical chess, normal chess, let's say, and then Fischer Random. And yeah, it's interesting, of course, to have these fresh positions. So it's one of the events I look forward to every year. And today, of course, couldn't go better.
Also, you just ended the U.S. Chess Championships. It was a long tournament. Did you have time to celebrate your victory and actually recover?
Not so much time. You know, there's always something next. So I was even just trying to rest a bit more than celebrate, just because it takes a lot of energy. As you know, the U.S. Championship is very tough, and you need a little bit of time to recover. But it's nice that we don't have to prepare any openings here. There's no preparation, so I can kind of just relax before the game, come here without any stress, more or less, and then just play.
It seems like also Fischer Random is giving you more creative positions, and you're a very creative player, and you're a great calculator as well. Do you think it's helping you, it's actually helping you to play without openings?
I do like it. I mean, it's of course very different. I think in general, like strong players, they'll play well with preparation, without preparation. But it's very nice to see some creative approaches. I think I'm not the most creative compared to, like, let's say Levon against Sam in the first round. Some crazy stuff that they were trying out in the opening. I'm trying to take a more, in general, solid approach. Let's say because I think it's also very easy to just lose from the opening.
That's true.
If you're really going and trying to create, then you can easily lose. So I'm trying to kind of strike a balance between those two things.
Also, which was your favorite position today to play?
Oh, the game against Hikaru. I mean, no, he just gave me such a space advantage. It was like a King's Indian from some kind of dream. You know, you never get this. Yeah, I just don't know exactly what he underestimated, but it's clear after Bishop A6 and D5 C4 that my position is tremendous.
Yeah.
How much better? I thought either it's just
the engine was flying.
Yeah, it could easily
was
be
crazy.
some just huge evaluation after I get B4. I think even I'm winning his bishop in many lines.
Yes.
So at that point, I thought he's just trying to not lose on the spot. But even not losing on the spot, it still was like some...
You're just going in,
Yeah,
right?
just some enormous advantage. And, so that was my favorite position.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for the interview, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim. Congratulations to Fabi. 3-0 start. Tell us the standings.
Great day for Fabi. Let's take a look at our standings after 3 rounds. Fabi with perfect score, 3 out of 3. And wow, no one has 2.5. So he's a full point lead already. 2 points for Hikaru, Wesley, and Sevian.
All sharing. Garry Kasparov at 50%. Started with a bang, started with a win, but he played a really bad game in game 2.
Against
Lost
Wesley.
it. Yeah. That game with Ray Robson at the end, that was a very, very crazy game. Easily changed as well. As we're getting more interviews set up, I just have the game between Garry Kasparov and Ray Robson on the board. And for me, I'm just kind of stunned, frankly. If I'm looking at Garry's position at this exact moment, I'm seeing this bishop on A7, and I'm thinking to myself, under no circumstances I will hold that pawn on D4 for the rest of the game. I don't know how I'm going to win it or if anything like this. I can see that this bishop wants to do some damage along the diagonal. I'll play B3, and I'll just try to keep this bishop. I'm really stunned by what Garry did.
So you would have played B3 instead?
Oh, for sure. And the crazy part is Garry moved his queen up, he moved his queen back, and he weakened, he helped, I want to put it that way, Ray's position. And then suddenly Ray started to think, hey, this could be my day. And then they got into that chaos that we saw. Ended in perpetual check.
What a save by Ray with Queen H1 and D4. That was
This
incredible.
was amazing. For those of you joining us late, this was a great exchange sacrifice. Not just an exchange sacrifice. It was a double rook sacrifice. He sacrificed his rook on D5. And now we were looking at B5, and we were coming up empty-handed.
Probably losing.
Yeah, we were thinking, oh my gosh, Ray has lost. Ray came up with a really splendid defensive resource. Really hidden, I think, Nasi. This check
By the way,
takes...
he played this with 2 seconds on his clock.
And I think Garry just said, oh my gosh, Garry kind of got frustrated at these parts, and he said, let's go for a perpet.
And then White got lucky that there is a perpetual.
Exactly.
Could you explain to me why he sacked an exchange? What was the point? Just going back.
Yeah, here.
So immediately knight A5.
Why didn't he play knight A5 immediately?
There's rook D1 and knight C3 check.
Ah, I see. King A2 is not playable. No, I was thinking about King A2, but knight C3 is the problem.
Here, King A2. Yeah,
Knight
exactly.
C3 is
Ugh.
or even
B6
Queen
maybe.
C3.
Queen C3, Queen B7 mate, right?
Queen B7.
Oh, he's not pinned. I thought the king was already on. The king was already on A3. Okay, so no. So
Yeah.
knight C3, and then you have nothing. Then you have
And
so he had to kill the knight first. All right, I got it now. So rook takes
D5.
And if he had taken now, then the rook comes back, so he has to take this piece first.
Right.
And rook F1 doesn't help.
Then he took.
6 doesn't help.
And you don't want to recapture, but you do have this move, and you're just hoping your opponent doesn't see this resource. What a nice resource by Ray. I mean, come on, you got to give defensive kudos. And this was the perpetual to finish.
No, that's beautiful.
Especially finding this with 10 seconds on the clock.
Like, very, very, very impressive.
By the way, Olympic teammates play tomorrow. Fabi plays Aronian.
Looking ahead.
And then Wesley. Back to back. So it's not over, but if he can get rid of 2 of the best players in America.
Right, the Olympic team.
The Olympic team. He's already taken care of Naka. He gets rid of Levon, he gets rid of Wesley, at least come out of there unscathed. It gets a little bit easier for him.
It does.
And I'm sure he'll be thrilled because he did beat Oparin.
Right.
And what was his other victory?
Let's see.
Forgetting already.
Yeah, you got the...
He played in round 2.
I got the 2 rounds.
He beat Sam Shankland.
Right.
So not necessarily favorites, heavy hitters, those two. Naka was huge, of course.
Right.
But now, can he get through Wesley and Aronian before he gets to Leinier and Garry, who are going to be a bit of a heavy lift as well? But if he gets through those two,
big challenge.
Man, the rest of the field, you
Yeah.
better put on your jogging shoes because catching him will be hard to do.
Look,
and he looks so confident too.
Point ahead.
Yeah. Well,
you see how relaxed he looked?
Now you've got me all excited. Let's peek ahead. Nancy, tell me about round 4.
Are we just looking at Fabi's round ahead?
No, let's just see what we got. We got Hikaru's got a big game against Sevian, the two players who are tied for second.
Gary's definitely going to put some pressure on Grigoriy, who's not having a great start so far.
No.
Wesley against Ray.
Old roommates.
And yeah, Levon against Fabi.
That's
will
the
be
big
a key
one.
matchup.
Levon has only half a point?
I didn't expect. Wow, something happened there. Okay.
I mean, we saw the Rook end game. He just lost.
Yeah. Are you going to
Against
show me
Wesley.
any other pairings, or are you just going to leave me hanging at...
Let's peek ahead.
Remember, every day we'll be playing 3 rounds. So 9
Round 5.
9 rounds in total?
Yes.
Yeah, this matchup, 2 good matchups there for sure. But I think Levon better get his form together, gets his good buddy Fabiano Caruana. So that's a big deal. Levon can't be happy with half a point. And we are. I got to tell you, Fabi looks super duper relaxed.
Well, he got off to this flying start.
Come on, you know, it's like you kick.
Hikaru just had this awful move, this awful moment. That was like one of the worst King's Indians I've ever seen.
Oh, it was terrible.
But Bishop on B7, Bishop on C7.
Fabi is doing so well. He won the U.S. Championship for the 2nd time in a row, and he looks like he's a guy with his foot up on the sofa. He's got the brewski in his hand, watching the game,
right?
And not a care in the world. Just like it's all good in the hood, you know. I'm just playing chess. I'm living life. I got money coming in.
Right.
I mean, I'm just number 2 in the world.
Right.
How can you complain when it's this nice for him?
Exactly. Yeah, he's been on a roll, no question about it. I just want to go back, if you don't mind, for a second, this Hikaru position. And I agree, it looks visually like Fabi has everything great. The knight on C6, as you said, was a great steed. But considering what the position was a moment ago, if Hikaru had continued with his plan of just getting out of the queen side, king E8, he didn't. It was this capture here that, other moves, and you just play and let the knight sit. Once he captured and opened up the B5 square, well, this was
we all knew exactly what to do.
This was a bee to honey.
Even us average GMs, not you, Yasser, you're a star, but you could take some wikis and they go, there's a P5 square to get. Let's run down there and take care of the rest. And it wasn't even interesting.
No.
That was the worst part. It wasn't even interesting. It was just do this, go get your bishop on C8.
And it's game over.
Anybody wins that position.
But by the way, I got to give a little kudos here. This move H2, H4. That was good. That was opening up. I mean, you could play H3 and say, yeah, I got this. But
a little lazy.
H4 was really the sharp move.
We do have Begim with Sam Sevian.
All right.
We are here with Sevian, who finished his day with 2 points out of 3. Sam, how are you feeling? And tell us about your thoughts and feelings, emotions after the first day.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good overall. There's some really interesting positions today. I mean, a lot of these positions are really difficult to play with white because black just starts copying, and I think 2 or 3 of the games, the copying was the best way of playing, and got some good positions with black. Yeah, this last game I had good winning chances, but Sam complicated it enough to, make it really interesting.
It got very complex, and also I saw you analyzing with many players together before the round. Who was your favorite and which position was your favorite from today?
I usually work with Shankland in 960. I did it last year, so we decided to do the same thing this year. But obviously I was playing him in round 3, so I had to do it with a new group. I mean, everyone has interesting ideas, so I have to analyze with more people to find out. And for the position, I mean, the second position I really like because there was always this interesting queen h6 check idea or queen h3 for white, so immediate tactics.
And how are you feeling playing Fischer Random chess after a long tournament like US Chess Championships? Is it better for you, or would you still prefer to play more seriously with opening preparation? And also, how did you recover for this tournament?
I mean, I definitely enjoy this more. I mean, especially when it's 12 o'clock and I don't have to sit and check lines for hours. So this is really fun format, and I think everyone's trying their best here.
Thank you, Sam, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Now let's go back to the studio.
Thank you, Begim. Indeed, our congratulations to you, Sam. So once again, we take one more look at the standings before we're going to say goodnight.
Great day for Fabiano. He has a perfect score, 3 out of 3, and he's full point ahead already. There's 3 players sharing second. That's Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Sam Sevian.
You get the final word, Maurice.
Well, you know, I did mention Fabi having to play Wesley, having to play Levon, but we just saw that interview with Sam Sevian. He is the winner from last year.
Right.
So don't count him out. He'll be also on the list of challengers that will try to make some noise later against Fabi. But right now, Fabi does look quite strong. The demolition of Nakamura is on a long way to making him the clear favorite to win this event.
You've been gone 3 years, but you haven't missed a set, my man.
Happy to be back.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
What a day. That was great.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.